a shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our autonomy constraints. From a weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear, 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery
return.
Copy, negative return.
Guess who just got back today? Them wild-eyed boys that had been away haven't changed, had much to say. But man, I still think them cats are crazy. They were asking if you were around, how you was, where you could be found. I told them you were living downtown, driving all the old men crazy. The boys are back in town, boys are back in town. I said, the boys are back in town. 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 You know that chick that used to dance a lot? Every night she'd be on the floor shaking what she'd got. Man, when I tell you she was cool, she was red hot. I mean, she was steaming. And that time over at Johnny's place, well, this chick got up and she slapped Johnny's face. Man, we just fell about the place. If that chick don't wanna know, forget her. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. I said, the boys are back in town. 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 Spread the word around. Guess who's back in town? You spread the word around. Friday night they'll be dressed to kill down at Dino's Bar and Grill. The drink will flow and blood will spill. And if the boys wanna fight, you better let them. That jukebox in the corner blasting out my favorite song. The nights are getting warmer, it won't be long. Won't be long till summer comes. Now that the boys are here again. The boys are back in town. 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 Spread the word around. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. The boys are back. The boys are back. The boys are back in town again. Been hanging down at Dino's. The boys are back in town again.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right, bitches, I'm back. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning. Now I gotta go clean a toilet. Tim came in here. He's like, "Don't forget, I forgot, Tim. It was all because of you." Now I get to go clean a toilet too. Good morning, guys. It's great to be back. First off, I got to say big thanks and help to Preacher. I got to give him credit for his work in helping provide me. I feel like you know he's just this is like the second time now where we've had like major issues that we've had to have him for help. So when I say we, I'm talking about me and my family. So it's not just been me that's relied on him before. So big thanks to Preacher for getting everything back up and running. It was looking pretty grim for me for a while, and we were able to get this recovered. So whew. It was a rough 48 hours for me, guys. I was really stressing out, but trying not to. But it was difficult not to. And but here we are. We're back up at it, and the title for the day today is "Grinding Down to an Event." I got some tinfoil hat stuff for you. I've got some stuff that's really kind of cool to show you, and I've also got what else do I have? I have something. I guess I normally start us out on like a 1 minute 1 minute chart, showing you just just what's traded since the market close of the previous day. But you'll see this morning, obviously that's not the case. We had it on a 30-minute time interval here, and normally I wouldn't like to draw a chart like this where I've got my first touching point on the bottom side of a level of support. But I think this was kind of an anomaly that this trading price movement here was a little bit of an anomaly and unexpected. And you can see that there's other touching points that are showing signs of that being the true level of support here, not necessarily this. And it matches up with a point here that we had towards I guess in the aftermarket hours or at the end of the day on the 6th. And price is just kind of moving along here. If I were to draw a trend channel on this, you can see it's definitely trending upwards here. Volume is falling though, and I don't like that. But I think we're kind of moving towards an event here that's not really going to meet expectations of what normally happens when you have falling volume and rising price. But we do this indicator here is a bullish triangle, which means price likes to break out above. It likes to break past the flat portion of the triangle, which is the top portion of this, meaning upwards. And so we'll see. Because we're getting really close to the end, leaving out just the tip, of course. Now I got to go wash another toilet. We're going to be breaking out. It's just the tip. It's literally the tip. It's no pun. We're going to be breaking out above 518 here, based off of what I'm kind of seeing from this level of support. Now, if we have some kind of market-wide event where we suddenly see the market falling out of nowhere, and I think that there's signs of something coming, and this is a page here I'm going to show you. I showed you guys this back when we first started seeing problems, and I have a lot of different. There's one of them on here. I'm going to get rid of real quick. Hold on 1 second. This one I was just looking for no reason at all. Let's take that off the chart. All right, so we got Bitcoin, we got the USD to JPY, we've got the Nikkei is in Bitcoin is in purple, USD to JPY is in red, VIX is in baby blue, white is SPX rather, and the Nikkei is the red and green candles. And we were looking for that 100% complete portion. I don't know if JP Morgan ever even came in and announced that there was a completion of the carry trade, but I was guesstimating that it looked like the Nikkei. If I get rid of all of these other indicators in here, so that you can actually see just the Nikkei alone, like that, you can see that there's price was trending up. The same kind of thing here, where it's starting to look a little bit like a bullish triangle, and the box that I drew was, I thought, like, if we're going to have the same amount of time between the 50% complete, 75% complete announcements by JP Morgan, that perhaps maybe the 100 will be the same amount of time. But the interesting thing is that we never saw we never saw the yen strengthen again, which would have been a sign of a completion of that. I mean, there were some times, and strengthening means that this would actually go down, and it's inverse to what you would think. But
in order for this to show strengthening to the dollar, you should see the yen dipping, similar to what happened back here, similar to what happened, I guess, maybe a little bit during this period of time. I think I have some actually date boxes in here that show perhaps somewhere. Where do I have this? Right here. There's one of them. Periods of time where you were seeing the yen strengthening. There's a little bit of a trend here of the yen strengthening from this point, maybe right here, going forward, but not a whole lot. But we started to see this strong level of support breaking just last night. It was getting tested last night, and you can see that the Nikkei is dropping below this level of support. So we might see that next big drop in the Nikkei coming here as it's breaking that level of support, or retesting it and breaking past it now for the very first time. And last night, as it was testing, you can see there's a big spike in volume here as it came down to test that level of support, and as it's breaking through. So now as we add back in other things back in here, for example, like Bitcoin, the VIX, let's see, SPX, and the US dollar alone, we can see that there's kind of a actually, let me get rid of some of these again. Sorry, 1 second. This is not very well put together, the presentation. I had mentioned there was a point in here where the US dollar was trading inverse to the Nikkei, and you could see when the Nikkei would go up, the US dollar would go down, and when the Nikkei would go down, the US dollar was going up. And during that inverse relationship, suddenly the Nikkei dropped out around the 31st of July, which was Friday a while back. And I wrote in a little spot here, and I said, "Whoops, we got caught inverse." And they suddenly changed. They changed something in the market to where the dollar suddenly dropped down and started following the Nikkei. And then it was following it really, really good right up until my box that I had drawn out here. Right? Everything was going smoothly. And right at my box, the US dollar started to falter as the Nikkei continued to move upwards. And you can see there's a big, huge drop on the US dollar. Now, when the US dollar usually goes down, our market goes up, the SPX goes up. And if we add SPX back in here, you can see it's going up. Something's breaking. Something is breaking the system right now, and we're starting to see something's happening. It's difficult for me to say exactly what it is, but a lot of the indicators that I'm seeing here are suggesting that things are not functioning the way I think the market would probably like to see it function, and so we may see some activity really, really soon on this. We may see that next. You can see here that on the VIX, it's this baby blue line here. It's starting to look like it may be hitting a bottom here, and we could see maybe perhaps another spike. It's about 1843, showing at 1843 here last. We could get that next VIX spike that I was looking for. I told you guys 2 to 3 days. I think it was last week. I told you guys 2 to 3 days of calm and trying to return the marketplace to some kind of level of stability instead of having volatility. And that time might be over. But that's we're seeing some interesting stuff aligning here to potentially a breakout on AMC. Another thing that I want to share with you guys is if I go over to the SPY real fast and check that out, I have a box here on this page. The dog days ended this last Sunday, and for those of you who are aware and know, there's a 35-day counter when DFV filed his 13G for his ownership in another stock that I'm not going to mention. He started a 35-day timer for somebody to need to be able to find shares. And this box right here is the completion of that 35 days. You can see it says 35 bars. I'm on a daily chart for the SPY. And that period of time is coming due. and it happens to be today. Anything after today would be it's done due. Like it's past due. Like there's no. This is it. they don't have any time left to find any shares, and especially within the last. I guess if you want to look at this from maybe the point where it started dropping on the first of this month. This I suggested to you guys that the carry trade ending back on the 31st of July, the yen carry trade was perhaps a margin call, a global margin call, and we could be seeing the events of selling off going across the board that's potentially causing this to move the way that it is. I feel like I want to share one more thing before we go into numbers because it's kind of a tinfoil hat thing, and I think it's kind of interesting. Yeah, this is really tinfoil hat. I'm gonna have to break out the tinfoil hat. Hold on. I'm breaking a rule, and I'm breaking out the tinfoil hat here in just a second. All right, tinfoil hat's on. Let's see. Can you guys see me in the dark here at all? Yeah, there you go. You can see tinfoil hat's on. All right, let's talk about this. I'm gonna go over to make sure I can see what it is you guys are saying. Last night, on my phone, I wanted to check out and see if there was what big movers there were happening in the aftermarket hours last night, because I felt like we're seeing so much volume dying off right now on AMC that it's kind of crazy. I mean, you can even look at like the 3-month average volume for AMC is about 40 million shares. And so if you were to take that and say, okay, well, what's 10% of 40 million? Because we know that retail is usually responsible for about 10%. That would be 4 million shares traded in a day. Well, we saw yesterday, like, what was it, 7 million shares traded yesterday? How many was it? It was, what was yesterday? 814. 7.7 million shares. We're getting very, very close to the only shares that are being traded in the marketplace is probably retail shares that are being traded. And that's about it on AMC. I'm getting very close to that. And so I wanted to see what kind of big movers were happening last night in the aftermarket hours. I don't normally talk about other stocks here, but this one's interesting. Man, Confidential says my auto's breaking up. Anyone else? Yes, my internet's lagging a little here. Says it's okay now. Let's go for it. Here we go. You guys ready for this? On my phone last night, one of the bigger movers in the aftermarket hours was a stock that I had never seen before. And it titled it as GAMC. And I was like, well, that's weird. It's like a mixture of like GameStop and AMC together. I don't know if you guys have seen. I don't know if you guys saw some of the FTX labels of things that they put on their swaps and tokenized coins and all that kind of stuff. They were very not impressive in terms of like trying to hide what it was that they were doing. And I think this one's kind of interesting. The more interesting thing to me is that last night when I looked at it, it was literally called GAMC. This morning when I pulled it up to look at it again, it's called GAMCU. I don't know why it changed overnight, but it's now listed as GAMCU. And I'll read to you the profile. We used to talk about these like back in 2021 all the time. These SPACs that were being created, and in these SPACs, they're usually like a merger, some type of merger corporation where money is funneled into them to be able to do some kind of merger. This says Golden Arrow Merger Corporation is a blank check company. Well, we've know quite a bit about a lot of blank check companies back in 2021. We used to talk about them all the time, constantly. These blank check companies being made all over the place. The company is formed for the purpose of effecting a merger, share exchange, asset acquisition, share purchase, reorganization, or similar business combination with one or more businesses. The company has not selected any specific business combination target. The company may pursue an acquisition. This is, by the way, guys, this is all cookie cutter stuff. And if you were here in 2021, this all probably was like bringing back massive memories as I read this off to you, because we used to read this all the time in the SPAC filings for the new SPACs all over the place. The company may pursue an acquisition opportunity in any business, industry, sector, or geography. It intends to initially focus its search on identifying a prospective target business in the healthcare or healthcare-related infrastructure industries in the United States and other developed countries. So they're claiming that they're doing healthcare type stuff, GAMC. And so if you go to the chart on this, this was conveniently created. Actually, it probably says it right in the profile. The listing date on this was 3/17 of 2021. Listing date was 3/17/2021. And if you go to the chart on this thing and you look at it, it's looking a little bit different than it did last night. As I was looking at it, I found there were 4 dates specifically that were unusual dates for spiking in price movement. It's looking a little different this morning. And I'm not sure if that's because it's now GMACU or not, but it was the first couple days. I think it was like the first 2 days had some really spiking high numbers up to around like I think it was like $16 per share. And then there was an April 24th of 2023. Let me see if that date is still in here. That was spiking. Okay, that date doesn't. It's actually showing it down. Let me go to daily. This is 21. There it is, right there. So it is showing the spike here on it. I was seeing 12 last night. It's showing 10 right now. And there's some other dates in here where this thing suddenly spikes out of nowhere. But look at what's going on with this right now. Based off of this chart here, and this is a daily chart here. All right, I'm gonna go to weekly actually. Based on this weekly chart here, since the inception of this GAMCU, it's never had this much activity before. Yeah, April 24th, 2023. Which I went back and looked at it, and GME had there was nothing specifically weird going on with AMC during that time, but GME had some very, very interesting stuff happening in around April 24th of 2023. Very, very interesting stuff. But we're seeing like this massive, massive candle showing up here on this GAMCU out of nowhere, popping up. And last night when I was looking at this as well, it was about, the candle was only as large as the other 2 dates that I mentioned to you, the inception date, April 24th, and then current. And they were all kind of close to the value that's showing right here at 1569, thereabouts. Not sure what's going on here, but I find it very, very ironic that, we know that the naming convention for some of this BS crap that they create all over the place is like super shallow. And sometimes they just can't get around like calling it anything else other than, close to something to what it actually is related to. And I don't know if it's because they can't remember, and so they got to come up with a naming convention that helps them to remember how it ties into something else. But this is weird. This is weird. There's something going on here. This don't smell right to me. I'm not sure what this is. The market cap on this is only 252 million. It's nothing crazy. Free float's 28.75 million shares. I don't know what this is. Golden Arrow Merger Corporation. No, Frank, that is not what I'm saying at all. But I can't help but think that there may be some kind of tie here into some of the activity that I'm seeing on this, as to maybe about what's potentially going to happen in the marketplace very, very soon. I still have more to tell you guys. There's another one. Check this out. This is not tinfoil hat. Well, no, I'm gonna keep the tinfoil hat on this one. Check this out. The stock that shall be unnamed that DFV bought into. Actually, let me start back here. One of the largest holding, the second largest holding ETF of AMC shares is VB. It was IWM first, VB second, and that's an ETF. That ETF also happens to be a holder, and I'm not sure the strength or the amount of shares that they're holding, but that also happens to be an ETF that holds a position with the company that the second company that DFV invested into. And if we go to VB, and I'm not breaking my rules here by talking about it, if we go to VB and we go to failure to delivers on VB, there has been some massive candles showing up on this screen here in contrast. This is going back to, I don't know how far back this is going to here. It doesn't say the date here on the chart. '23, 22. This might be back to 21. Anyways, actually, this page 9. Page 9 says it goes back to August of 2022, August 11th of 2022. Almost exactly 2 years ago. I didn't look that up before. Okay. Failure to deliver is spiking. DFV bought that particular stock that I have not mentioned. That second stock, back on the filing, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm working off of my memory here, but if I'm not mistaken, he filed it on the 1st of July, and it said it was backdated for an event that happened on 6/24, I think. It could have been 6/26. I can't remember if it's 26 or 24. But we'll say 6/24. If it was, it couldn't have been 6/26. That wasn't a traded day. So we know that the position was made somewhere around this time or before. And then all of a sudden, VB has these like massive spikes in failure to delivers every day. It goes from 469 and it slowly creeps down to about 460 by 7/8, and then they're gone by 7/10. Something's going on there. There is definitely something going on there. That is a massive, massive spike in failure to delivers for that time frame, and we can pull it up and verify on Ortex. VB shorts failure to delivers. And this will take us back to 2018. December 1st of 2020, there was a massive spike on VB. December 1st, 2020. 35 trading days from December 1st would have probably been mid-January of 2021. Let's go back and look and see. Shall we? Let's go back and see here. December 1st was the spike. Let's zoom in on this just a tad bit, because sometimes it'll narrow down to an exact day instead of compiling the data together. The big spike was about 2.1 million shares in failure to delivers, which is pretty big. On that specific, on December 23rd. It compiled some of the data from the past here into that one candle that we were looking at. 1.15 million failure to deliver. Then we got 933,000, and then you got 2.11 million on December 21st. If we just went off of the December 21st time frame of 2020, I said December 21st, right? Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Would have been like the second week of February, minus holidays. There would have been a couple holidays in there, so it would have been like like late portion of the second week of February. So it's definitely within, and any of this stuff that was blowing up in the end portion of January would have kind of matched that spike in failure to delivers on VB during that period of time. When I zoom out, remember that what this does is it adds some of the failure to delivers from different periods of time into certain candles to just kind of consolidate this a little bit. And you can see here that the consolidation of the failure to delivers during this period of time is equaling to about 2.8 million. Back in December of 2020, it was about 2.32 million. So it's a bigger spike now than it was back then. So some interesting stuff going on there. Very, very interesting. What else do I got for you guys? You're like, what else could you possibly have? There's more. But there's more. Just wait. Yeah, Amazing Bluetooth says, Ape was created almost exactly 2 years ago. Yeah, I know. Kind of crazy, right? All right, let's take a look at some more. Preacher says, if they can mark sells as buys, why not mark stock A as stock B? In like kind, I think is the statement that in terms of like when delivering something, you have to mark it as like kind. But holding a, I don't know if I would go that far, but what am I doing? I think in order to show you the rest of what it is I want to show you, I'm just going to go into numbers. Ken says GMACU says it was delisted August 14th. Hold on a second. Let's take a look and see here. That could be why last night when I was looking at GAMC was showing up as GMAC and not GMACU. I did not look to see if it was delisted or not. That could be part of the reason why it's showing up now as GMACU. I don't... Does it say... Yep, you're right. It says delisted 8/13. Yeah. Literally spiking on the day that it's... You're absolutely right. That's why it's GMAC. Last night when I was watching it, it was the largest mover in the aftermarket hours and then got delisted. Yep. You're absolutely right. It was delisted yesterday. That's why it's GMACU now. Interesting. Thank you for pointing it out. When I went to bed last night, or when I was looking at it last night, it was not delisted yet, so good catch. All right, moving on. Jason, your messages are going through just fine. I just don't. When I was talking this whole time, I haven't been reading, and I'm just getting back to the messages now. So, all right. I think I need to log into my account again. No, I don't. I don't need to log into my account. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold this personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let me pull AMC back up on one of these charts here. Let's see here. Exchange traded volume. Actually, we're going to look at borrow fee. Yeah, we'll go to exchange traded volume. All right. All right, here we go. Glasses. Man. So much to talk about. So little time. So much time, so little to talk about. Scratch that. Reverse it. Price prediction tally points. We started doing tallies earlier this week. I was messaging back and forth with the group, and we got our price predictions in for the first 2 days. So this is the current standings for the price predictions. On Monday, I nailed the price spot on, and got an extra bonus point for that. As it stands right now, Nana was closest yesterday than the rest of the group, and I think she might have missed by like 2 pennies. Yeah, I think it was 2 pennies. She was real close, but unfortunately, she did not. Did not have a unique price prediction. I was keep preventing her from getting that bonus point for being unique, as I had I think a 508 close prediction. So we're going into today with time left still for the hump day, for time left here for everybody to still be able to get extra bonus points and get back in the game, or for me to lose one. It's always possible. It's not right. A little foggy in one of my right eye again. Do you have dry eyes? Oh, yes, so much better. Okay, here we go. All right, let's start here. There's some fun stuff in here, guys. Let's see. Short exempt volume from last night. You're probably going like, how in the world could there be possibly some fun stuff in here? Nothing happened over the last couple of days. Yes, it did. Yes, yeah, there was stuff happening. I know you probably didn't see it. But that's why we go over the numbers here, because if you're not watching constantly, you don't notice. Short exempt volume came in at 210,000 shares yesterday, even though we only traded 700,000 or 7.7 million shares. So that's really high. All things considered, I am really surprised at how high that is. In total, we were up 2.18% for the day yesterday, and utilization has been coming down, and I'll tell you why that is here in just a second. That's part of some of the exciting news. Let's see. Utilization is currently being reported at 75.34%. The numbers that you were seeing on the screen there were updated for yesterday. I went back last night when I finally got the computer up and running. I retroactively put all the numbers in so that for yesterday, so they would be there. I think Max Payne is already no. Let's set it from yesterday. Let's refresh it. I wasn't watching options at all yesterday, so I have no idea where this should be at. But I would imagine Max Payne's probably going to be the same on AMC and GME, probably, because they haven't really moved an incredible amount. Max Payne is $5 right now on AMC and is still at $5. Yesterday it was at $22 for GME and is at $22 still. No change. Yeah. All right. Off exchange. By the end of a normal day, I would expect to see about 64% of our volume going through off exchanges. Give me 1 second while I open. I did not have my calculators open. Falling behind. We had 54.58% going through off exchange, EDGX 8.29 for a grand total of 62.47%, or about 1.13% less than what I would expect to see, which means that we probably saw a little bit more price improvement than we would have normally if we had normal amounts going through there. CHX volume was definitely elevated, guys. Hold on 1 second. I want to go back and see the last 2 trading days what CHX volume was doing. CHX volume yesterday came in at 89,220 shares. It was 2,961 on Tuesday, Tuesday, and then 3,174 on Monday. So big, huge spike in CHX volume, which tells me somebody's delivering shares yesterday on AMC. And then GME's CHX volume for yesterday was at 3,270. Did they have any spikes in the last couple days? Let's see. Nope, not really. Nothing over 30,000 anyways. All right. Borrow fees. Shares available to borrow since yesterday. I usually kind of look at around like 2000 from that point going forward. Since yesterday around 2000, there's been a total of 600,000 shares borrowed. Last Friday, it was 700,000 shares borrowed by the end of the day last Friday. So it's pretty close already to what it was last Friday. Fees are at 2.46 and rebate at 2.86. Let's look at GMEs real quick here just for shits and giggles. A lot of shares available to borrow. There was approximately about 700,000 shares borrowed. 800,000 shares borrowed on GME. Fees are 0.44 and rebate 4.88. We already looked at Max Payne. Let's go to institutional ownership. When I left you guys, and I kept this number on my board because I saw it last night when I got my computer back up and running. When I left you guys on Friday, the total amount of shares owned by institutions was 88,434,000 shares. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you are seeing what you're seeing. Last night when I updated 109.978 million shares owned by institutions, we are talking about a 21 million share increase in ownership by institutions from last Friday, being reported by Fintel. This is pretty big. This is a big number. It's a lot of shares. Remember, Fintel is usually the last reporting place to be able to find where shares were purchased, and this means that these shares were probably purchased within the last quarter. It's difficult to say exactly when, but we've been seeing institutional buying going on. As I've stated to you guys in the past, the ideal range that you want to see institutional ownership to get price improvement is going to be somewhere in that 40 to 60 range %. You don't really want too much more than 60. You don't really want less than 40. 40 to 60 would be ideal. Yeah. So big numbers. That's definitely increasing to 109,978 from 88.43 million. Big change. I was really surprised this morning or last night that I had not seen anybody reporting that anywhere at all. Like nobody, I haven't seen anybody, and I haven't seen any tweets, and seen nothing on it. Nobody said nothing about 21 million shares being bought by institutions over the last quarter. I was surprised. I was really surprised. Let me update it now and see what it is this morning. Because that was last night. This morning it's at 110.108 million. Institutions are buying AMC. But they're telling you to sell. That's right. This is a terrible buy, guys. Don't buy this. You know, it's not good for your portfolio. But we're buying. Don't you do it. Because we need to. Yeah. Don't buy it. We can't have competition. Please. It's a terrible buy. Don't buy. And then they're behind their backs. They're going over to their guys that are placing the trades. I forget what they call them. They're going to their managers of the portfolios, and they're having to buy this shit out of AMC right now. Get it at the lowest cost you can. Buy. They're like, hit that buy button. Oh, it's 10 cents lower. Buy. Oh man. Yep, that's what's going on. Don't buy, guys. Don't buy. This is terrible. The outlook is not good. Buy. Buy it now. No. Wait. We need 10 more cents. Okay, now. Buy. Don't buy. Nope. Bad buy. I'll take you guys over to the other page here. We'll look at the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. 27,000 shares coming in on our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, giving us a grand total of about 45,000 shares traded so far this morning. There's no way I can predict anything more than 5 to 25 million shares traded for the day today. And I feel dirty almost even predicting that. I almost want to go 0 to 20 because it's like, I mean, this is just so low. Let's see. That the popcorn's stale. That's right. What am I doing again? Oh, yeah. Moving screens around. Hold on a second here. You guys are making me laugh. Don't buy. Buy. Don't buy. It's like they're talking out of two sides of their face. Let's see here. What am I pulling up again? I'm pulling up that. I'm pulling up. We already kind of covered that other page, so I'm not going to pull it up. This needs to come up. Sorry, it's like can't remember what I'm going to need to move. I'd like to move it. Let's see here. All right, options. Let's do it. You're seeing the numbers from last night up on the page here. I'll go ahead and refresh it so we can see what's current on open interest. When I left last week on Friday, the highest amount of open interest was at a $5.50 strike on calls. That is now $6 on calls for this week. And there's currently 33.4 thousand contracts. That's about 10,000 contracts more than what there was when we closed out the week last week. Highest amount of puts closest to current price is at a $5 strike. That's 50 cents up from where it was last week at $4.50. And there's currently 25.8 thousand contracts there. That means the market's suggesting a closing price between $5 and $6 by the end of this week, with max pain at $5. So if we did close at $5, it'd be on the low end of where options are kind of open. The largest amount of options are opening at. We'll take a look and scroll through this week's and next week's. Next week's numbers are still looking super light on volume, and the weeks after that, or the week after that, is also very light still. So ending August 30th and August 23rd, we got super light volume in here. Yep. Yep. GME. Let's take a scroll through GME, shall we? Our favorite stocks in the whole wide world. Highest amount of call volume closest to current strike is going to be $22. Highest amount of puts coming in at a higher value of 23. Interesting, because it's at 22.27. Looks like maybe some puts might be closing, because I would imagine 22 would have been a higher value. I didn't look at what the number was before I refreshed it, but you guys can go back in the live stream and see it. Yeah, 48.71. Okay, yeah, interesting. Put volume is higher than higher strike price than call volume. Puts are at 23, calls at 22. Market suggesting a 22.50 close by the end of the week with calls on the bottom side. Scrolling through this week, next week's, and the week after's call contracts just for documentation purposes, historical documentation purposes. In case we need to go back and take a look at something. Definitely light on option contracts and open interest for the next 2 weeks, especially next week, or 2 weeks from now. And contracts only going up to 50 2 weeks from now. Actually, next week too. Only going up to 50. Moving on. Ortex. Now remember I talked about institutions buying the crap out of AMC right now, right? I mean, they're saying don't buy, but they're buying. So what does that mean? Okay, well, it's going to mean that utilization is going to go down, right? Like, I mean, anytime institutions are buying shares, that means that they're going to be able to lend more shares. And if they can lend more shares, then that means utilization is going to drive down. It's not just driving down, though, for institutional ownership buying. It's also going down for other reasons, and we'll take a look at that here on the chart here so we understand what this means. But utilization drove down from yesterday. Well, when I left you guys on Friday, I think it was sitting at 80.7 for utilization, and now it's down to 75.34. So we've lost about 5% since last Friday. The on loan amount is also dipping. So utilization is going down for two different reasons. One is because the amount of shares that are being loaned is dropping, and the amount of shares owned by institutions is increasing. So it's a double whammy, so to speak, on utilization. But it's only dropped 5% over the last 2 trading days, so it's not terrible. On loan amount dropping day over day, we went from 93.75 million shares on loan to 91.28. So we're looking at, I'm just going to pull out a calculator. Dang it. I'm not going to math this. 93.75. I had a stressful 2 days. I'm not mathing anymore. 91.28. 91.28. So we're looking at 2.47 million shares given back, returned. 2.47 million shares returned yesterday. Ortex usually estimates that about a third of that is in closed short interest. In this particular case, they are suggesting the amount of shares returned was 0.43. So 430,000 shares out of that 2.47. All right. That's obviously going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 14.9 to 14.77. The on loan average age per day driving upwards still. From 38.75 to 39.96. It definitely looks like somebody's trying to exit positions, but they're not being entirely successful here. Security lending volume day over day is decreasing, 3.38 million to 2.86. And I think that's it. That's all I wanted to show you guys. Exchange reported short interest just got reported. In case you're wondering, like, why the big dip in estimated short share interest from 17.54 to 15.03. The estimated short interest, not estimated. Well, the estimated amount of short interest that there was being where's my? Hold on a second here. There we go. Was higher than what the reported amount came in at. So you can see they were estimating that the report would show 60.3 million shares in short interest, and when the estimated shares were actually reported, it was only 51.9. So hence the reason why you're seeing this drop here, as that was reported on, I guess it would have probably been like Monday. Oh, I guess maybe it was reported on Friday, but reported Monday, I think. So that's why you're seeing that drop there. GameStop. Actually, I'm going to refresh this real quick. Give me a second. Buy. Don't buy. Don't buy. The popcorn's stale. GameStop doesn't have any products worth buying. Don't buy them. But we are. I mean, nobody should buy this. It's a hold at most. Utilization driving up from 30.09 to 30.02. Driving upwards. On loan amount kind of flatlined. It increased just a little bit. 29.74 million shares loaned to 29.92. The estimated short share interest of the free float dipping from 9.8 to 9.81. Oh, that's not a dip. That's a slight rise. On loan average age per day coming in at it dropped from 34.89 down to 34.17, and security lending volume after having had a spike on the 12th, a spike that went up to 6.89 million, dropping down to about 2.69. SSR trigger price for the day is at $4.64 for AMC, and as I scroll down here, you'll see on the options, the next month worth of options are super, super light in contrast to what we're used to seeing. This week, we have 109.2 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 22.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 47.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 4.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. On GME, SSR trigger price is $20.04 for the day today. There's 259,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 31.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 77.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 29.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. There's quite a few in the money contracts. I mean, there's obviously way more out of the money contracts than there is in the money, but these numbers for in the money contracts are actually pretty decently high. Taking a look at the next 4 weeks, also on GME, option contracts are way lighter than usual. That's the buying time. Not for I'm saying that from the that was not me trying to tell you something. That was a joke. That was me pretending to be all these financial institutions. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list due to the fact they had such low quantities of volume yesterday. I do not expect to see them there. I do not. We've been tracking the bond yields. Last week, we ended the week at 0.02. No, I'm sorry. We started the week last week at 0.022 and ended the week at 0.114. And the spread between the 2-year and 10-year. Also, the MMRI was last time I saw you guys on Friday last week, MMRI was 252.84. And that has now dropped to 243.87, so almost 10 points down on that indicator. And we know that when that drops, that's risk off in the marketplace. And the last time that we saw, a week ago, when we saw some big moves right on the beginning of the month in the market, this was dropping as well. So bond yields are dropping back down again. Here's August 2nd, in case you're wondering. That red line where we started seeing the market really kind of tanking a bit, especially in Japan. And we're starting to trend back down that direction again here. So we definitely got the peak was in on bond yields right around perhaps maybe right here, August 12th at around 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 days ago. Let's see here. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year. The 2 years at 3.937 and the 10-year at 3.831. The spread is 0.106. I don't know what it was at the beginning of the week. I'm going to write that down, though, and say that was the beginning of my week. Futures. VIX futures are up, not very much, showing a 1763 future. VIX closed at 1812 yesterday, so the VIX is currently reporting a value lower than where VIX closed yesterday, but it is saying it is up overnight from yesterday's numbers, which means the market should be very marginally down. The Nikkei is down 0.65, Hang Seng up 0.03, and the Nifty 50 up 0.04. And we have mixed markets this morning, some down as much as 0.07 and some up as much as 0.76, depending on what you're looking at. The mid caps are certainly getting a little bit of a boost right now. Mag 7 this morning in the pre-market, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% in the pre-market will get a shout out. Let's see. Yes, we have UBS Group up 3.42. And that's it. Gold is up 0.36 and trending up. Silver's up 0.28, consolidating after a trend up. Ethereum Classic is down 0.14 and trending. I've got this on a daily here, so let me go to a. It looks like it's kind of. I'm going to call this consolidating right now, after a little bit of a trend up. I mean, this is This is going to break out soon. I don't know which direction, but it's there. Yeah, it's there. I think we're going to see it breaking on this. Which direction, though, Casey? Wedges are hard. They can be. The trend indicator on this, or the trend channel on this, is suggesting pointing down, which means a break to the north, typically. Other things that I like to look at is volume, in contrast to profile of price move, which is trending down right now. If volume is trending down on Ethereum Classic, which I don't have a volume indicator on here, but if I did, if I had a volume trend indicator, if volume was trending down on this, then since 8:14, this is real short time frame. Since 6:40 this morning, then this very could well be breaking to the top side. If its volume's up, then it'll be that would mean down. What's the time frame on this window? 8:25 to 8:42. Not too far from now. That's Eastern Standard Time. The US dollar is currently showing what? Consolidation? That's what I was showing you earlier, that had a big dropout and is deviating away from. It's starting to look a lot like the beginning of the month. Oil is up 0.89. Actually has not yet traded. Sorry, take that back. SPY is in the pre-market is breaking even. It did trend a little bit higher pre-market this morning, and is now starting to trend down and back to even. This is don't forget. I've got a bar here. The reason you're seeing it off colored. This bar here is that 35-day ending period for DFV's position in his other stock that he owns is coming up. Let's see here. Tesla is up 0.19, trending up in the pre-market. Amazon is up 0.19, trending up in the pre-market, currently consolidating. Cinemark is down 2% right now in the pre-market. It's only traded 13 shares so far, so not really enough shares to really validate a trend yet. But that would be a trend down from yesterday's close. Obviously, 2%. Doge is up 0.3 and appears to be moving upwards. This may be an indication as to which way Ethereum Classic is going to break to the top side. The trend channel was suggesting moving up, and we have Ethereum Classic moving up. Bitcoin is up 0.83, trending up. GME is up 0.31 and is currently trending up. HYMC is up 3.57, trading 240 shares, so really not enough shares to really kind of suggest a strong trend since market close on yesterday. But it is trending up even yesterday as well, so this could be a trend up here. NCMI has not yet been traded. Hood is up 0.81 and trending up, and AMC is up 0.39 and is, I don't even know if you want to call this a trend up or not, but it is definitely upwards from where where pre-market opened. And yes, we're moving into a box on this 30-minute time interval, this breakout box here, where it looks like we're maybe breaking above 518, potentially, unless we see the market just completely dump today. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, there was approximately, let's just call it 1.7. No, it's not even 1.7. It's 0.7, or $700,000 more outflow than inflow. 57,000 shares traded so far this morning. I'm not expecting anything more than 5 to 25 million shares traded by the end of the day. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.49, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.56, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. The divergence on the Vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 66.45, which is above average. On a 5-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure. Yep, with RSI at 68.57, which is above average after recently signaling overbought. Ichimoto. I feel like this is like the longest talk today. Ichimoto without all these other lines to make it less confusing. Lagging line is above price line. Conversion's above base. Price is above the cloud. I just want to say that it's not very often that you see price on AMC moving not through a front side of a green cloud, which didn't happen. We actually deflected off of a green cloud and had continuing price movement upwards. And we do have thinning portions of cloud back here, but we have a little tiny sliver of a red cloud right here, which usually means a spike in price incoming, which could have been this at the end of the day yesterday. That's possible. But if as long as price stays above base today, we're looking pretty decent. We also want to see price kind of the lagging line stay above price line, so we also want to see it close above 516. So I think a close above 515 today is 515 or higher would be ideal. So let me write that down. From last Friday, I told you guys 510. So this is going up a little bit here. And on a 4-hour time interval, lagging line is just above price line. Conversion is above base. Price is above a cloud. We got that breakthrough on that thinning portion of red cloud with the trading through the sideways over the weekend between 495 and 515. So we got that. So this is looking like a bullish buy signal right now. We are going to have lagging line running into price line at around $5.21 and towards the end of the day today. So seeing a push above 521 would be ideal. But notice that it's just a wick that we'd be crossing through, and there's lots of room for the lagging line to be above price line beyond that one time candle there. So we do have green cloud ahead. There's a thinning portion going into the later portion of this week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday-ish. If we can drive past this portion here and see the thicker green cloud ahead, that means more bullishness, especially with price looking like it may not break through this here. So, and if you go back to the 1-hour time interval here as well, if we can get past this danger zone and see price moving up, continuing to move up, we should see the green cloud starting to strengthen in the future on this 1-hour cloud, which means that the chances of us seeing a breakout below a price of 507 would not be likely, and that the breakout would insinuate sometime in the future when the cloud gets thinner on the backside. So we've got some potholes in the road to avoid. I mean, that's what it kind of looks like, right? It's like you driving down. This is like my wife driving down the back roads of Pflugerville right now, watching out for those potholes. She didn't watch out at all. I think she tries to hit them. She's like, I do not. I don't know, hon. Sometimes I wonder. She wonders the same thing with me when I'm driving too, though. So, But yeah, it's starting to look like a backroads Texas road in here on the Ichimoto cloud. Maybe you have one of these roads in your neck of the woods. I don't know. Seeing as how our infrastructure in the U.S. is doing so well. That's it. I think that's all I got for you guys. I'd head over to the back of the big tramp, but I ran out of time. I took too long. Started too late. Let's see what you guys are saying in here. Casey, is the ownership number up due to shares for debt exchange? I would say. I would think that if that were the case, and you would have seen it spiking all at once for the full amount, and not just partial amounts. Like just from last night to this morning, I ran it and it went up some more. So I don't think so. In case you're not live in the big tramp. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Oh, you want me to go to the back of the big tramp? Hold on. Oh, he's not there. All right, well, I'm not going. All right, censor content and Jason are there. Hold on. Gentlemen, I just joined in here just to stop in and say hi.
Yeah, Casey, when you look at the filings, Mudrick and Discovery, no, yeah, whatever. Just listen. Okay, anyway, if you look at those filings...
I didn't hear anything. Did you say something or did you fart? I don't know. I was late. I didn't hear anything. What was I supposed to hear? Wait, I still don't hear anything. What are you doing?
Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening. I don't hear nothing. It's silence.
Okay. If you look at the filings, both Mudrick Capital and Discovery Capital, AMC filed for them for their ownership. For Mudrick, there's notes on there saying upon conversion, but the one that Discovery filed, it just says shares, even though they haven't been converted yet, as far as we know.
Yeah.
So, if that was filed incorrectly, it would show 24 million extra shares of institutional ownership because they're not converted yet, as far as we know.
Yeah.
So but the way it was filed shows that they were converted.
So you're saying that the reason that we're seeing the increase is because they were converted?
Because they were reported incorrectly, perhaps. Like the way that Mudrick filed theirs, it's got a little note on it saying upon conversion they will have the shares.
Right.
But the ones for Discovery
did not.
Don't have that note. They did.
We only did business with one institution, though, right?
Right?
Didn't we only do business with one institution? Or was there multiple? I don't remember there being multiple.
3.
We did 3?
Discovery Capital, Mudrick, and Pentwater, who haven't claimed anything.
This is the document that I have not yet read. This is back when COVID happened, and I had not read through this yet. Okay, I need to go back and reread through. I need not reread, but I need to go back and read that. So
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, basically, AMC has no shares of their own to sell anymore.
Yeah.
Because we're right up at 490 490 million.
Well, they should have 550 though, right? That's always been the number, 550.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying they basically got nothing left.
Yeah. Okay.
But it may be that some of those shares, and it's weird because Discovery actually has access to 38 million shares and they only filed for 24, so I don't know whether they did convert 24 million.
Mm-hmm. Melissa just said, "I'm in Pflugerville. You can avoid one pothole only to hit another." It's true. It's actually very true. They're all over the place. It's so hard. You're like you have to
drive
play
through Metro Detroit.
You have to. It's
People
like
bury bodies in them.
you literally have to like shake the steering wheel left and right, just to kind of just barely marginally miss the holes because they're one after another. But yeah, so it's funny. Hun, you don't have to defend yourself. I was teasing. Wait, Jason has a question too, real quick here. Jason, since you're here, what's up? No sound, Jason.
Something's going on.
With?
Do you hear me?
No, I hear you. What's up?
Oh, censor content looks like he's talking, and it's not coming through at all.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Make my day.
There it is.
I got the package yesterday, Casey.
Ah, excellent. So the extra little things that are in there, chips.
I know the chips you said were the ones you would always rotate in
Yes.
your hands when you were playing. They were your lucky chips.
So if I'm sitting here and you ever hear this noise, I don't know if you can hear that or not, but that's me shuffling the chips in my hands, and I always do two blue chips and one red chip, and I just shuffle them in my hand like this. And those chips,
poker player OCD.
yeah, and those chips just get shuffled in my hand. It's like the old version of a fidget spinner.
It's like old ladies with trolls playing bingo.
Yeah. So you have yourself a pair of officially turned chips, poker chips by me over a long period of time. Not super long, because since the last tournament that happened, because I sent some out then as well. There it is.
Funny side note on that is the package was for Maize and Blue too. So I was out working, and my wife texted me and she opened the package because our dogs are named Maize and Blue.
Oh.
She thought somebody named Shaw sent a package of Bob Ross cards to our dogs. So she's like, "What the hell is this?" And she thought it was a crazy joke because 2 years ago for Halloween she dressed up as Bob Ross.
Oh, that's funny.
So she was so confused.
She was literally like trying to rack her brain about what that was all about. I got
like, why would somebody send Bob Ross to our dog?
So I gotta tell you why you got one package opened and one package unopened. There's a reason, because I'm sure you're probably wondering like, what the heck is that all about? I did the same thing the last time that I sent for
Danny.
It was actually I'm forgetting his name now. That Nails.
Cards.
No, I just picked one random. I picked
yeah.
Nails. Nails won the last poker tournament, and one half of the package, or one full package was sent, and one wrapper package was sent. And I asked him if he wanted the wrapper or not, and he said yeah. And so that's why I sent it to you as well. Otherwise, I'd have just thrown it in the trash. But I've got the other half of the cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 5 cards per package. I've got the other half of the cards of both of those 2 sets that I send out. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use these to give out later at a future date. So I'm trying to find a way to be able to connect all of these giveaways as complete. Because as a community, that's really what it is. We all are connected, and so I wanted to make sure that, if I was sending out something to somebody, I wanted to be able to be able to connect people together and be like, somebody has your missing half somewhere, and that's the reason why.
Well, later tonight, I can open that package and I'll send you a picture of the crazy Bob Ross cards that I get.
Or you can keep it closed. Entirely up to you. You don't have to open it. It's up to you, though.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how value works and what it'll be worth in the future, but I don't know. It might be worth more unopened. It's entirely up to you, though.
Yeah. I'll have to look online and get a glimpse because I'm curious. I know curiosity kills the cat.
Melissa says,
"Thank you."
Yeah, you're welcome. Congratulations on a late congratulations. Let me see here. I'm reading through. Melissa says she laughed hard, so hard at the bodies in Detroit. I missed that. What did somebody say there? I missed the bodies in Detroit comment.
Oh, I said that the potholes in Metro Detroit are so big you can bury bodies in them.
Oh.
Our roads are rated the worst in the United States.
Ugh. That's bad, man. Bodies?
Oh yeah. They're massive. Like I've lost tires off of rims from driving.
Jeez.
In this godforsaken state.
That is terrible.
Yep. Not uncommon to lose 2 tires in a winter. For those in the chat that know about Michigan roads.
Is that what it is?
Ohio,
is it pretty much?
As you get into Ohio, the roads are so nice.
Is that what it is? Is it pretty much just the winter wear and tear on the roads, or is it?
Yeah, they throw so much salt down on the roads over and over and over. That and just piss poor government. But right now everything's under construction because we got some COVID relief money. So
yeah,
they do a little bit on each road at the same time, so everything's budgeted for. So there's construction cones everywhere, which is our state bird.
Well, this just got dark. I would have opened the cards already because we're all gonna die and stamps aren't worth anything anymore. What the heck? She's a little. That's right. That's a little dark this morning. That's. Do you need a?
That's why you buy coins. You can't melt down stamps.
I'm gonna get her. I'm gonna get her a Snickers. I think she needs a Snickers right now. All
right. Well, go take a break.
Well, okay. But Jason just left. Dang it! I was gonna tell him how to fix his microphone. Oh well.
I'll see you later. Back to running the press.
All right. Take care. There she is. Huh, that was dark.
Well, didn't you? Where did we hear about stamps? And they're like, "There's nothing now."
Uh-oh. Yeah, you can buy the forever stamps, and I feel like those probably would have been like a great investment 5 years ago.
It's because I read somebody on Reddit had received mail with Princess Diana stamps on it, and they weren't worth anything. And I have Princess Diana stamps that my dad gave me. So
You have Princess Diana stamps?
that Dad gave me.
That's so cool. I've never seen those. You gotta show those to me sometime. Even though they're not worth anything, I think they're cool.
I'm just saying, enjoy the cards.
She's saying just enjoy the cards is all she's saying. Preacher, good morning.
Good morning.
I want to tell you an interesting thing that happened from this software Windows recovery that we did. I want to just kind of get your impression as so see if you're thinking along the same lines of what it is that I'm thinking. I had one of the very first signs that I had that there may be some kind of corruption going on in my hard drive was when I was playing the original copy of Buy and Hold. It got corrupted to the point to where it wouldn't play anymore. It wouldn't even. I would open it, and it would just immediately close, pop up, and then close out. And it started off with first just like hiccuping, but then it got worse over time into a point to where it just would open and close. After this Windows repair, I was cleaning up my well, here I'll show you. I was cleaning out my desktop because I just thought I don't want to have all this junk here anymore. So now actually you can't see all the icons on there because it's kind of offset a little bit, but I have very few icons on the screen now. And so I was moving stuff around, and Buy and Hold was on the page on there, and I was like, I wonder if that fixed that at all. And so I double clicked on it, and it plays perfectly now, and it wasn't before. So now I'm starting to wonder what the heck is going on here? Why in the world? Because a Windows update like that shouldn't change the file itself. Location.
So what this makes me think is maybe somehow the drivers got outdated or corrupted. So maybe both the graphics and audio drivers got messed up. That's the only, at least, first thing that comes to my mind.
And then just over time, things just got worse and worse and worse until it didn't work anymore. Yeah, I don't think this was for a minute there, I was starting to think it was some kind of an attack, and now I don't think that at all. So, thank you, though. I really appreciate your help, and this is in your honor. Last night we did a 30-minute live stream and titled in your name.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah. Thanks for that.
I figured you'd be sleeping during that time and would wake up to it and be like, "What's this?"
Well, I did. Because I was actually checking for your stream yesterday, so my YouTube got kind of it stayed on your page.
Okay.
So today when I opened, I was like, "There's a new video." Like, when? Because you don't go live so early. It was morning for me, so basically you should have been sleeping at that hour. Then I went to check it in, and I saw my name in the chat. I was like, "Wait," and then I read the title of the video. So. Was a nice surprise, but yeah, I'm just happy you're back online and everything's working.
Yeah, me too. Preacher was holding my hand through this, and there was a dark moment for 1 second. I scared the both of us, I think, for a second. For at least a good minute, I scared the crap out. I went upstairs after that happened and told Melissa. I said, "Melissa," I said, I almost lost it. I almost lost my soul for a minute because everything was gone. I thought everything was gone.
Look, I think at most what you could have lost would be the OBS settings.
Yeah.
But all the files and everything like that. No.
One thing I need to do, one thing that I've decided that I need to do after having gone through this is I want to do like an image copy of my hard drive to that other spare hard drive that I have.
Yeah, so just enable, you need to go into the, well, I guess, update settings or something like this, and you need to update system recovery.
Yeah.
It will ask you for a location where you can basically store, I don't know how much space you will need, but it will ask you for a location where it can store the image.
Yeah.
You know, and then if something goes wrong, you just use that, and you basically snap your fingers and you're back in time to whenever was the last backup. So if the last backup was 2 weeks ago, your computer will be restored to exactly what it was 2 weeks ago.
Yep. Man, tell you what, I don't want to go through that again. I hate that. I hate that more than anything.
Look, while a Windows reinstall sucks and it's time consuming, as long as your GPU works, your CPU works, so the hardware's fine, that's okay. The rest you can fix it, of course. if you have important files or data, it's better to have them duplicated on like 2 different drives. At least one of them should be an SSD because the SSDs are,
More
they don't have
reliable.
moving parts,
Yeah.
so they're a lot more reliable. Yeah, it's harder to lose data from SSDs.
Yeah. It does happen, though. I can tell you, having worked in the semiconductor industry, when you have tools that are running 24/7 nonstop, they usually start going kaput after about 5 years.
Yeah, if you write on them non-stop, then yeah, definitely.
Yep. Somebody's in here roboting. Who is that? That's Jason's in here.
You got her now.
There you are. What's up, Jason?
So,
You're roboting.
you
Just
hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're just roboting a little bit.
Yeah, I just jumped off the Wi-Fi here, so I should be good now.
Yeah, you're perfect now. What's up?
All right. So I sent you a few DMs on X this morning. I don't know, maybe it's just me being stupid again, but I had some weird stuff go on my Weibo account. Somehow I was automatically put back in the lending program, and
Yep.
AMC and HYMC was one of those too. And since I had my account open since of May of 2021, I have not been in that. So it's kind of just a mystery to me how all of a sudden I woke up this morning and I see FPSL next to my stock.
If you anytime you ever get one of those notifications from them that they're updating their terms and conditions, whenever you get one of those, every single time you get one of those, I guarantee you that what they're doing is they're going in there and they're resetting your stuff, and they're more than likely turning share lending on during that time when they do that. So every time you get one of those agreements, you need to go in and check your account and verify it. Every time.
Makes sense. I did get something like that Thursday or Friday, and I kind of read through it, but I didn't remember seeing anything about the lending program. So
yeah, I didn't either.
Little bastard.
Yeah, it is. It's very, very sneaky. Yep, I agree.
And I'm not very happy about it, and I'm going to be calling Weibo here in a little bit.
My guess is that they're probably going to give you the runaround. You're probably not going to find that they have anything worthwhile to say, but certainly go for it. Don't let me stop you from doing that. I'm just telling you what's probably going to end up happening. You're not going to get an answer that I think that it's going to be acceptable. So
I'm not very pleased about it this morning. I think it's very shady. And now that you're saying that institutional buys are going up, I wonder how that is. Lending program here.
Yeah,
I swear I got that about Thursday or Friday last week, so makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to put the tinfoil hat on here, but I don't know, something. I'm not happy about it. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, and this goes for anybody's broker that's out there. Like, just because you click it to take off share lending at some point or another does not mean that it's going to stay that way. So on occasion, you may want to check it and just verify and see if that's what you want to take off share. I'm not telling you whether you should or you shouldn't. Right. I'm just saying that if that's what you want as a choice, is to not share lend, then check your account from time to time and just verify, because otherwise that may change.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the first time in over 3 years that's ever happened to me. So I just thought that was interesting for me to find that out this morning, and I'm sure there's other people that have brokerage through Weibo. So if you didn't want to be part of the lending program, you might want to look. Might be part of it now. So just a heads up to everybody. And otherwise than that, good morning and have a great day, everybody. I got about 1% left on my phone. I'm just glad I got to talk to Casey about this. So
yeah. Well, it's good to hear from you.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, you too.
I will be calling Weibo, and I'll let you know what they didn't say.
Sounds good. Take care.
All right. Peace out.
There. Preacher, unless you got anything else for me, I'm probably going to head off to break here and also censor content.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up about the filings. I need to go back and look. Pretty much.
Time to do the numbers again.
I
Come
know.
on, let's go.
I know.
7 o'clock. Let's go. Numbers.
Yeah. This is what happens when you have 2 days of time off. We're gonna work you. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. I think that's. I think we're good. All right. Again, thanks one more time, Preacher. I really appreciate it. And
My pleasure.
yeah, you're a lifesaver. I don't think everybody understands the gratitude that we all should be thanking you for you giving up your time and helping me with that. So it takes a community. What's that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we all have
No problem.
our special talents, and you gave up yours, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's as if you're not putting in so much time. It's like, was it just a few hours compared to you? It would maybe not even half of one of your days. Come on.
Yeah, but it was right on the back half of a vacation for you, and like getting back into work and everything. So it was kind of inconvenient, but thank you.
No worries. No worries. Glad to have you back. So,
Yep.
see you in a bit.
All right, sounds good. I'll see you guys in a little while. All right, guys, let me put the message up on the screen here real quick. And school has started back up in this area. Yesterday was their first day. Be back at 8:15, about 15 minutes. And roll music.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows rolled down, wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm always tried. All ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Bedded bed, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beat, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
All right, guys, I'm back, and I'm trying to figure out where I think price is going to be moving to. I do kind of feel like we're going to be breaking out of this 518 range and moving up a little bit higher. I'm kind of looking at like maybe 526 as a possible stopping point here, as there might be a little bit of a gap fill that needs to be done in that range. Or I say need to be, I shouldn't have said that. That may happen on this gap fill on the 5 up to 526. The only problem that I've gotten with that is that an increase in price from 515 to 526 is going to be a price increase of about 2.1%, which is about actually exactly what we had for a price increase yesterday, was 2.18. So it's actually really close to what we'd have, but the problem that I don't like about this is that we're on super low volume. So could we move up 2.1% on super low volume again today and only see a 2% breakout, increased breakout after, what is this, 6 trading days of trading inside this this trend? Is it possible that we see some kind of like market breakdown today to where the market just starts tanking? And will that impact AMC's price? Those are all very good questions. CPI data rolled in here, and we're seeing bond yields starting to rise. That typically trends to have our market moving upwards. The US dollar is currently, it's all over the place. The VIX is dropping some more, so I'm gonna guess that maybe we don't see a dropout in the market today. So no dropout today means potential upwards momentum. So yeah, I'm gonna go with I think that's what I'm gonna do. 526 for a close. That seems well within possibilities, and I'm almost out of time here, so I gotta wrap this up. I know on this 30-minute time interval, you can see I got the box here. I'm gonna move the box straight down instead of getting rid of it, because I just don't want to have it in the way of seeing the price trading for the day-to-day. So get my Bollinger Bands back up here, zoom in a little bit on this so we can get this market open. Let me read off to you guys the other price predictions, since I was late getting mine out here. What did I say? I said 526, right? 526. So I am going 476 to 576. Oops. 476 to 576. We've got Tech is coming in with a price prediction of 501, so he's going 451 to 551. He's actually got a bearish value in here compared to where we closed yesterday. Apex is coming in. Actually, let's do Nana first. Nana said 471 to 571. And Apex coming in at, looks like he may have just posted. Apex is going 473 to 573. So Tech is the only one eligible for a extra bonus point with a unique price prediction. Yeah. All right. That's it. That's all I got for you guys. Remember, volume for the day is looking like it's going to be really, really low unless something crazy happens at the end of the day. 5 to 25 million shares is all I'm expecting. And we'll see you guys on the other side of market open. And good morning, Parrot.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go, got it. Go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our pilot constraints. Weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
SCO, hear you loud and clear, 5 mics. Coming. Have you loud and clear as well, thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Guess who just got back today? Them wild-eyed boys that had been away haven't changed, had much to say. But man, I still think them cats are crazy. They were asking if you were around, how you was, where you could be found. I told them you were living downtown, driving all the old men crazy. The boys are back in town, boys are back in town. I said, the boys are back in town. 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 You know that chick that used to dance a lot? Every night she'd be on the floor shaking what she'd got. Man, when I tell you she was cool, she was red hot. I mean, she was steaming. And that time over at Johnny's place, well, this chick got up and she slapped Johnny's face. Man, we just fell about the place. If that chick don't wanna know, forget her. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. I said, the boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. I said, the boys are back in town. 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 Spread the word around. Guess who's back in town? You spread the word around. Friday night they'll be dressed to kill down at Dino's Bar and Grill. The drink will flow and blood will spill. And if the boys wanna fight, you better let them. That jukebox in the corner blasting out my favorite song. The nights are getting warmer, it won't be long. Won't be long till summer comes. Now that the boys are here again. The boys are back in town, the boys are back in town. 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 Spread the word around. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. The boys are back. The boys are back.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! I'm back, bitches! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Back, bitches. I found out earlier this morning, Tim Leedy and his mom, Kim, apparently they have this thing where, you know, you do something bad and you got to go clean a toilet. And this morning, I forgot to say last night when I first did the opening for the 30-minute live stream, letting you guys know that I was back up again and running. I forgot to say I'm back, bitches. And then this morning, Tim reminded me, and I did forget. I would have forgotten it had it not been for Tim. And then his mom comes walking in, and she goes, "Good morning, Tim. Good morning, son," or something like that. And I'm like, "Oh, Tim's in trouble. He said the bitches." And then I told him he needed to go wash his mouth out. And Kim said, his mom, she said, "No, around here we wash toilets." So Tim's out scrubbing. He's elbow deep in a toilet somewhere this morning. He's in the doghouse. So good morning, guys. Good to see you again. Grinding down to an event. We have lots of different things that are kind of moving in directions that are kind of suggesting that there's something coming. If you take AMC and you just go to like a 5-minute time interval and you scroll out on it without any kind of lines on the page or anything like that, you just look at the price movement that happened over the last 3 days of trading. Actually, you know what? Let's take it to a 1 minute. Let's just go straight to a 1 minute and look at it. Let's see. Today is the 14th. Yeah, today's the 14th. Here's yesterday's trading. I mean, we don't see this kind of stuff in normal day trading. Something is definitely going on here, and it's not the usual going on, right? Like we see stuff like this, but it's usually in the aftermarket hours, right, where we get the barcoding, but not usually throughout the day of trading, right? So that we know something was going on yesterday. We know something was going on the day after or day before that. I mean, none of this looks right. This is what a normal stock looks like when it trades. Come on, this is not. Hold on a second here. I got to go over the back of the big tramp because there's just no way I can't not play this. And the only way I can play it is if I'm in the back of the big tramp. Hold on. Dang it! Where is it? Here we go.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
And she's cleaning toilets now. So Miss Kim is like, "No, go clean a toilet." Yeah, so I mean, this is not what a normal stock ticker looks like when it trades, guys. We know that. We've seen AMC trade for quite a while, and this is not how it trades. And going back to Monday's trading, same thing. Right, the last time that we saw anything even close to a resemblance of maybe kind of normal trading might have been Friday or potentially Thursday of last week. But even those are somewhat similar. So we've been seeing some very, very odd trading going on here. We are approaching what to me looks like a potential breakout. I moved my box down a little bit here. But inside this box time frame, I kind of am expecting a breakout above 515, where we've got what appears to be a bullish triangle kind of forming on price movement over the last 6 trading days of trading, and so I think we're heading up. And but most of the indications here are suggesting that we should be moving down because you got slow price moving upwards with falling volume day over day, which is usually a bearish indicator on price movement. So I can't promise you that we're going to break to the top side on this, but it looks like we're trending that direction. Yeah, it's very unusual to see price moving upwards and falling volume. That's not it's not very typical. What else? I mean, we can take a look at the SPY here. I think that, and I've got a box drawn here that's going to end today. That you'll see that I've drawn up here. DFV made a position at the beginning of this box, and the 35-day period and where those shares need to be found at ends, I believe, after today. Now, I don't know specifically exactly. All we know is he filed on, I think it was the 20. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, if they can go look it up. But I think he filed on the 1st of July, and it stated that it was for trades that went through up until the 24th. 24th. And so the beginning of my box for the 35 trading days begins on the end of the 25th, which would be that would be the T+1 date would be the 25th. So I've got the 25th in here. So, yeah, I don't know if what's going to happen specifically. The SPY has definitely been seeing, if I take the SPY out to a 1 minute time interval, you can see down here that the volume on this move up that it had from 510 to 542, where it's at right now, has been on massively falling volume. Other than yesterday, for the most part, it's been on massively falling volume, which is bearish. You can't probably get any more bear than this as a signal. And then you also had falling price with rising volume, right? So falling price, rising volume, and then moving into decreasing volume with rising price. This entire movement from right around July 31st up until current has been bearish movement in direction of price and volume analysis. So I think perhaps maybe something's going to happen pretty soon. We're getting really close to the end of this unwinding. There's some other things that are kind of going on here too as well. For example, we're starting to see we know we got CPI data coming out. I didn't even see what it was yet this morning. Bond yields started rising up almost instantly after the CPI data came out, but are now starting to trend right back down to where they were at. And so we got bond yields still dropping. And then I showed this to you guys, I think it was last week, where I told you, there were some interesting relationships to what was going on with the U.S. dollar, where it was inverse to the Nikkei, and suddenly somebody decided, whoops, we shouldn't have had it that way, and suddenly you saw the U.S. dollar fall and start trading almost exactly in unison with the Nikkei, and then I had a breakout box for the Nikkei right here where I felt like it could potentially start breaking at some point. I wasn't sure if it was going to be up or down. I suspected down, but it didn't. It actually went past my box, but that's about the point in time inside the box here where the U.S. dollar starts trending away from the Nikkei. And so now we're starting to see the U.S. dollar doing some very, very, very shady stuff going on right now on the U.S. dollar. And when the U.S. dollar falls, the market usually rises. So we may see a directional change on the U.S. dollar back up. When that happens, we may see some interesting things going on with the U.S. Dollar to the yen. And we should see the market, we should see SPY, which is in, or SPX is what I've got up here. We should see SPX falling as the dollar increases in value. So we'll see if that ends up taking place or not. So far this morning, the SPY is down 0.04 since market open. It's been trending down. AMC is trending down right now, 0.84% down for the day today. HYMC is actually doing really well. It's up 2.68%. Not on a whole lot of volume, though. It's kind of rabbit pelleting currently. And there was some tinfoil hat stuff that I talked about earlier this morning, but upon further review, I'm going to be doing a deeper dive into that, and I don't want to get into it until I do. I'm actually starting to look into this company, Golden Arrow, and so thanks to, I don't know if I should say names or not. Well, thanks. I apologize, Luke, if this has messed you up, but Luke did some investigating into it as well, and we kind of noticed that there were some things that were going on there, and it's going to require some more. In my opinion, it's going to take some more research into it. There was another stock ticker out there that was doing some funky stuff yesterday and got delisted. The interesting thing that Luke found out and pointed out to me is that it actually got it transferred. The ticker that I talked about earlier this morning got transferred into another Golden Arrow SPAC. And I'll say it just to throw it out there. It was GAMC. was the one that I pointed out to you guys this morning, and it transferred over to BSLK, which is another SPAC. The interesting thing about these is that the GAMC SPAC was created in I think it was April of 2021, and then this BSLK was created in December of 2020. Like, so both of those being very, very close to period. I think actually it was March. I think on the GMAC, March of 2021, about a month away from when both the two different events and extreme price rises started occurring in the marketplace. And I'm starting to wonder. And this is where you got to throw your tinfoil hat. I'm starting to wonder if these are going to be like, maybe these SPACs are being utilized as a way to be able to create some of these ETPs, ETNs that are being swaps that are being created. It's potential, maybe there's some kind of potential here that there's that. So I'm investigating the CEO right now of the company and for Golden Arrow, and yeah, it's gonna be an interesting little rabbit hole dive, and it might it might be nothing. I'm gonna throw out some names real quick. Do you guys ever hear Nexus or Silverpoint? Do those names, either of those two names, ring a bell? Because I feel like one of those rings a bell to me, but I'm having my memory is a little, it's not serving me very well, so I need to do some more investigating. But Nexus or I think it was Silverpoint. But yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna do some more digging into that stuff on my own free time. It'll probably end up being over the weekend because I don't usually do too much digging on the weekdays. I usually get tired after streaming for the day. But yeah, that'll be a fun little rabbit hole to dive down. What else do I got for you guys? I don't think I have anything else. Amazing Bluetooth. Go ahead.
It's Holly Berry's birthday today. She's 58, by the way.
What? And she doesn't look a day of it, does she? It's crazy. Like, that woman does not age, and I don't understand it at all. Man, you wouldn't know it.
She'll give you a swordfish. She'll give you a swordfish.
Man. How do I give you a swordfish? What's that? I know the movie, but I don't... What does that mean? What does it mean to give you a swordfish? I don't know what that means. That sounds scary.
It must be too early for you, Casey.
It's way too early for me. I don't know what this swordfish is. You're scaring me. What's a swordfish? Use your imagination.
Sounds like it might be code for a skippy.
I think so. There's something going on here. Hey, I already got a couple of toilets. I got Kim Leedy's gonna come over and force me to clean toilets today. So I want out. Somebody else is gonna have to help share this responsibility of cleaning toilets today. So please tell me, what is this swordfish you speak of? Amazing Bluetooth says, while your tinfoil hat is on, what do you think of the Batman playing in some AMC theaters on August 28th? Interesting time frame. I'm telling you guys, we talked about September, the quad witching 9/20 date that's coming up in September, and of course everybody probably rolls their eyes when they hear quad witching anymore because it never leads up to anything, but it's not supposed to. It's really the month before that really kind of leads up to potential buying pressure that's going to come from the marketplace, because they don't ever buy when they've got the greatest amount of their option contracts that are open in the marketplace, because that would create volatility that they can't handle. So what do? They actually do it a month before, right? Like, they don't do it when everybody's expecting it. And so watching for these, spikes of buying pressure coming from the marketplace in the middle of this month is really what we should be watching more for than necessarily next month. Dino Mike says, I just looked it up on Urban Dictionary. Damn you. All right, hold on. Nobody's going to tell me nothing, so let me go over here and look this up. I type in Urban Dictionary, and the very first thing that pops up, auto populates by Google, is buttonhole. I don't know what that means. I'm going to find out two things now. Let's see. Okay, buttonhole's not bad though. It's actually very mild. It's to accost or detain a person in order to force them to engage you in conversation. Okay. All right, swordfish. This is not going to end well. Ah, okay. Yes, I remember that scene in the movie. But see, the thing is you can't use her in that reference though because she wasn't the one at the computer desk. So, or it wasn't a computer desk, but at the desk. So, all right. I'll go there. Whatever. All right. Don't look up a Cleveland steamer. Okay, I will not do that. I'll take your word for it. Buzz and Buzzman says, "Are we above the 200 MA now?" I think we crossed it yesterday when we closed out at 5:15 for the day yesterday. Yes, I saw a lot of posts on that. Ian Waugh says, Casey, I see Alien Romulus tomorrow night in IMAX. This is the first time I am watching images. I am traveling 90 minutes to see the film with family to AMC in Louisville. That's awesome, Ian Waugh. Do know, and I posted this in a tweet. I don't know if you're following me on Twitter or not, but there is, if you're seeing it opening night, according to AMC, you're supposed to be getting something for the event. So make sure you get it because I find that sometimes this stuff doesn't find its way to the owners unless they inquire about it. So make sure you're inquiring.
Where's she going to watch it?
Louisville? At an AMC? Anyway, did I say it wrong? What? I don't get it. Louisville? What did I say wrong?
Louis. It's Louisville. You know you got it, man.
Oh, well
I
then.
didn't hear you the first time.
Oh, okay. Did I say Louisville? What did I say?
It's not Louisville, but go ahead. I'm just having fun at your expense.
How do you pronounce it?
Louisville.
Louisville. Okay. Louis, whatever.
Louis.
Okay. Word Nazi this morning. Word Nazi. All right. See Alien Romulus this Thursday, 8:15 in Dolby Cinema at AMC Theaters, and take home an exclusive pin and patch. So and I think you said you're seeing it in Dolby. Oh, in IMAX. You're seeing it in IMAX. I don't know. Find out if you can get it. You're not seeing it in Dolby, but see if you can get it anyways. Maybe they'll give it to you. I only had one choice at my movie theater. I only had one choice, so I don't know if it's going to be Dolby or not. I didn't even look to see. I just bought whatever because there was only one choice. I didn't have nothing. Let me see here. Hold on a second. I'm going to have to look and see because I actually didn't even notice whether it was Dolby. I was so disappointed that today was not Thursday. This does not say that it's in Dolby. Am I the only person who thinks Dobby sock when I say Dolby?
Dolby. From the movie Harry Potter.
Dolby's free now.
Dolby's free.
If you're an AMC A-list member, it is. That's not even funny. It's like I don't even know how to see if this is in Dolby or Dolby. Dolby needs a sock.
Wasn't he like the big-eared indentured servant?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that was Rugged doing that impersonation? I didn't even realize that was Rugged. That's crazy. That was actually that was pretty damn good.
Quite the repertoire. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, this doesn't show me.
I only came on for one reason. This
Yes.
it was to talk about the swordfish movie.
The swordfish. Okay. We're back to that. This feels like a Trump interview. We're going back and forth here.
No,
All right,
it was
we're
a
back
movie that
to.
really didn't.
Okay, what are we
It was
doing?
a movie that really didn't get a lot of attention actually back in the.
Monsters Ball. No, not that one. Okay, which one? Which one?
No.
Which one?
The movie with John Travolta, and it also had Hugh Jackman in it, and well, of course it also had what's her name, the gal in there. Oh, guys, help me out, Jeff.
No, we're gonna let you struggle.
Come on.
I don't even know what movie you're talking about.
So this is the movie. The movie is called Swordfish. This movie Swordfish is like a hacking movie. It's like a hacking terrorist type movie. And,
okay, I kind of remember that. Yeah, but I don't
yeah.
cast of characters.
Yeah. And so Hugh Jackman was the hacker. He was very good at what he did. And John Travolta basically tried to hire him. John Travolta was antagonist. Well, yeah, he was the antagonist there. But it was really. I thought there's some parts of it that are really cheesy, but still. Think of her name.
Halle Berry.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Damn.
I forget it all the time too, and I don't know. I don't even. She's my fave, and I don't even know why I forget it, but I just do.
Yeah.
It's just like it's just an off name that you don't hear very often. The Berry part should
Actually,
stick. You know, if I could.
Preacher has a role in the movie.
Preacher.
Did you know that? Mm-hmm.
No.
Yep. He plays the other hacker that gets stopped at the airport.
Okay.
And the police bring him in, and they, the insiders and the police, they kind of shoot him, but he's got the accent, the preacher accent down, everything. It's perfect, 100%. I think you should play it at some point.
From Swordfish or from?
Movie.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought you were talking about this other movie that you were trying to with Hugh Jackman.
No, this is all the same movie. We're all talking all Swordfish.
Okay.
And there's even some cool cars explosion scenes, cool cars in there. Tuscan TBR, which has zero traction control, by the way.
I saw Swordfish. I didn't see Swordfish in the movies. First off, I didn't even see it until it came out and released on, I think, like HBO or something like that. And which was back in the day when that came out. It was a long time after. Usually, it wasn't like right away. And I had no idea what it was that I was sitting down to watch. I didn't even know Halle Berry was in it and she was my favorite back then, even before then. And then I was sitting there watching the movie, and I was like, "What in the world is this that I'm watching?" John Travolta, Halle Berry, Hugh Jackman. I'm sitting there going like, "This is crazy," and it got to a specific scene, and my mouth just about hit the floor. I didn't think that I would ever see that my whole life. I was like, "This is not happening. This is not real. This can't be happening." And
they're real.
And I was just like, it was pure agony watching that.
Yeah, pure, yeah.
Because family, family's there.
Yeah,
I can't oogle it.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can understand.
Yeah, it was a great movie. I actually like. Did you ever see the alternate ending to that movie? By the way, did you know there's alternate endings? I think there's actually 2 alternate endings for that movie.
Well, I know they show like a flash at the back of. At the end of the movie, the movie's all about misdirection, and I think I like that theme because it has to do a lot with what we do with the stocks and everything, So it's something that kind of has a certain relevance. But no, I have not seen any actual altered endings.
Yeah, so this is back in the day when like a lot of movies were starting to do when they were getting released on DVD. They were doing alternate endings and bonus material on the DVDs. You remember that? There was like kind of a period of time where that was like a big thing.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
It was kind of cool.
Yeah, it was very cool. And so Swordfish was they actually released 2 different alternate endings that were meant as bonus material to sell the DVD better or get more sales on the DVD. And the 2 different endings were actually really kind of cool. It was a different twist, and yeah, it was just
I'll have to
it was
check that
different.
out.
Yeah, it's worth a watch.
I like the soundtrack too. We've got some Paul Oakenfold in there. Anybody who's familiar with Paul Oakenfold, there's some good soundtrack, good driving music. Very good.
I know it doesn't have Halle Berry in it, but did you guys get a chance to see the movie Basic with John Travolta?
No.
About a military unit called Crazy Eight.
Mm-mm.
You might want to add that to your list as well. It's got Samuel L. Jackson in it, John Travolta. It's about an army unit, and when he said the movie was about misdirection, it triggered a memory in there. But if you like that sort of thing that has twist and unexpected turns, yeah, it's really good. It's one of those movies where you have to be patient because you don't you don't understand. They do a masterful job of creating a chaotic scene and a confusion. And the way the movie, I don't want to spoil it for you, but as the movie progresses, they begin to unfold, reveal some of the more and more about the story until the end. It's pretty good. It's called Basic, BASIC.
I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah.
Basic. It's so easy you can remember it. Basic. Yeah. All right. Cool. I'll check that out. 9 o'clock, guys. Numbers. Should we do this? Man, I missed this. I felt so naked not doing numbers. Yeah, I missed it. I missed not doing these numbers, and just didn't feel right.
Mister.
I like that group. It takes me back to the 80s every time. All right, I logged into my account with my 2-factor authentication, and that's something I recommend that you guys do. If you don't have 2-factor authentication, it can help to keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. If your broker provides that for you and gives you an ability to be able to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to set that up as well too, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last and certainly not least, for those of you who do not have statements from your portfolio, and I'm going to be honest here. I'm going to be very, very honest with you guys. I do not have a paper copy of my statements. I know I could have accessed them through my phone, but when my computer went down, I didn't have any documentation other than what was on my phone. So if I had a point to where I would have needed to make a trade and call my broker, I wouldn't have had the paper documents that I would have needed to know how many shares that I had or be able to decide what kind of decision-making process I was going to make in the process of making or changing a position that I own. And this is why I heavily recommend that you have multiple copies, either hard copies or even data files that you have saved in separate locations so that you can access that information when you need it.
Even.
What's that?
Screenshots even help, probably.
Wait, green chats? Is that what you said?
Screenshots?
Oh,
like
screenshots. Yeah. Screenshots. Yes.
Quickly take a screenshot, yeah.
Yeah. That's not really going to help you to prove. I mean, it could help you to prove what you're holding, but I think it would be better to have an actual statement. It's usually only a couple clicks to get a statement from your broker, so please do that now if you don't have one. I can't stress it enough. It's really, really super important. So yeah, do that. All right, starting, we're going to do a full rundown of all the numbers here. Let me make sure the page looks good. Everything looks great on here. We're good to go. The stream's still running. Price prediction tally points are totaled up and not meant as financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes trying to figure out what we think price is going to get to within by the end of the day. We were doing the price predictions on Monday and Tuesday while the stream wasn't running in the background. And I nailed the price prediction on Monday, and then Nana was about 2 cents off on Tuesday, but I was just a few pennies behind her on a price prediction, so she didn't get any bonus points for that one. So we're going into Wednesday with me leading the group here by a point, but there's still time left in the week here for them to catch up. Price predictions for the day today is low man on the totem pole is Tech with 451 to 551 on a price prediction, so he's targeting 501. And he's the only one that has a price prediction in that range. So, a 10 cent range out, there's nobody even close. So, he's going to get an extra bonus point if price closes within 10 cents of his prediction. The next person up from that is Nana with 471 to 571. Up from that is Apex with 473 to 573. And I'm at the top end of the group here with 476 to 576 for the end of the day today. There's a 25-cent spread between us. And short exempt volume from yesterday on AMC was at 210,000 shares, even though we only traded 7.7 million shares for the day. That's extremely high. Very, very, very high short exempt volume, considering the fact that we traded 7.7 million shares. Utilization is dropping. There's two different reasons why that's happening. Part of it is due to the fact that we have shares that are being returned, but it's also due to the part that there are institutions that are reporting more shares available to be borrowed. So those will both decrease utilization. And so last Friday when I left you guys, we were sitting at about 80% utilization. It's now down to 75. Day-over-day price changed. Yesterday we were up 2.18%. You see on the page there I've got one of three. I need to get rid of that. Give me 1 second. I did not realize that was there still. Okay, that's gone. Moving on. Max pain for the week is $5. GME's max pain is 22. Taking a look at exchange traded volume through the different exchanges this morning. Normally by this time of the morning, I expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and about 11 to 12% going through EDGX. That is, however, not the case. We have 55.65% going through off exchange and EDGX at 8.91 for a grand total 64.56% of our volume going through those exchanges. That's about 10.56% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume was heavily elevated yesterday, around 80,000 shares in volume going through CHX, which is abnormal for sure. So definitely some returning of shares, but only 600 so far for the day-to-day. GME's at 314 shares, very, very low volume going through those exchanges. Borrow fees for AMC, no changes since earlier this morning. For the day, we've seen so far 600,000 shares being reported by IBKR as being borrowed. Fees are at 2.46 and rebate at 2.86. Institutional ownership this morning, when I refreshed it, was at 110.108 million shares. Is now being reported at 110.356, which is an increase yet again. Institutions appear to be buying. And some of this censor content brought to my attention that some of this may actually be from exercise position or being perhaps maybe misfiled filings to Fintel from institutions that did that most recent agreement with AMC for shares. We'll have to do some digging into that and see if that's the case or not. But regardless, there's still small increments that this is moving by that I'm seeing. So it does look like there is institutional buying that's going on because there are still some tiny movements day over day in volume there. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day on AMC is coming in at a strike of $5.50. Last week when I left you guys on Friday, it was $5, so we're seeing a little bit of an increase there. And so far for the day-to-day, 3.8 thousand contracts in volume. That's pretty normal. Puts, the highest amount of puts is at a $5 strike. That's where it was last week when I left on Friday. And there's 1.4 thousand contracts in volume there. Very, very low put volume right now. And market's suggesting a close between 5 and 5.5 by the end of the day today. Open interest earlier this morning we looked at is suggesting somewhere between 5 and 6. We'll look at GME's option contracts real quick as well, just to see where the highest amount of open interest is at. Looks like it's at 23 for the calls and 22 for the puts. So market suggesting somewhere between 22 and 23 by the end of the day today. Taking you guys over to the other page here, and I'll move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. That. Oops, that is not what I want. And last but not least, oh, definitely not that. This one. Vortex. Alrighty, let's see what we got going on here for Vortex. Utilization day over day dropping. Like I said, part of the reason for this is due to the amount of shares that institutions are reporting that they have available to borrow. Also due to the fact that their shares being returned. So we saw utilization go from yesterday from 77.38 down to 75.34. On loan amount dipping from 93.75 million shares down to 91.28, or 2.47 million shares returned yesterday. That's going to bring down the estimated short share interest of the free float from 14.9 down to 14.77. Vortex is estimated about 430,000 shares were returned in that decrease there. You may be wondering why we saw estimated short share interest of the free float reporting around 17.54. Now all of a sudden we're down at 14.77. The exchange reported short interest was reported and came in a little bit lower. You can see the value right here at 51.9. Came in a little bit lower than the estimated amounts. It was within their cloud, so they got their estimates always have a range that they think that the short interest will get reported in, but they were estimating about 60.3 million shares in short interest, and it only ended up being 51.9. So that's why you're seeing a correction, this big huge correction here on an estimated short share interest of the free float. On loan average age per day. Still rising. It went from 38.75 to 39.96. And security lending volume day over day dropping from 3.38 million to 2.86. So far this morning, 273,000 shares have been returned. That's going to have a small effect in decreasing the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 14.76. Cost to borrow min's at 2.73. Average is 3.77, and max is spiking. 19.21. Vortex on GME is suggesting that there's been 121,000 shares having been returned for the day. Cost to borrow min's at 1.04. Average is 2.16 and max 2.73. Their estimated short share interest of the free float's at 9.8%. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day for AMC is at $4.64. Taking a look at the option contracts, there's 114,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 25,000 contracts that are in the money. 49.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on puts versus 44.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Do note that the next 4 weeks of option contracts are light. Taking a look at GME. Trigger price for SSR is at $20.04. There's 263.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 31.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 78.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 28.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. Also with GME, the next 4 weeks are extremely light on volume for open interest. Orders by Fidelity customers. I am not expecting to see AMC or GME on this list due to the fact that we have low volume, but I will check it anyways. It also gives you guys an opportunity to see what the 30 most heavily traded stocks are in the marketplace and whether that's in buys or sell orders. And they are not on there. Taking a look at, again, we're going to notice a couple different things here. The U.S. dollar is trending down, while the SPX is, I think, down as well. Kind of interesting. The Nikkei is also fallen below a level of support and may start to see another drop again here. The VIX is trending down with the SPX trending down, and the US dollar to the yen is it's still kind of consolidating right now. There's something definitely going on right here, though. I think I've got Bitcoin out of this. Let's put Bitcoin back in. Bitcoin's taking a little bit of a fall too. Starting to see some dumpage. Let's see. All right, let's move on. You had a little bit of a burst in bond yields early this morning when we got CPI data released, and then they immediately fell right back down to almost, the 2 years a little bit higher still than where it was before the CPI numbers, and then the 10 years still falling, and the 30 year as well. MMRI this morning, I had mentioned to you that since last Friday we saw MMRI sitting around like 252, I think it was, and then we opened up this morning at 243, so almost a 10-point decrease since last Friday. That usually means risk off in the marketplace. Risk off means that there's usually some upwards momentum going on in the market, as you're seeing people who are maybe perhaps trying to offload bad positions and move into better ones. But our biggest drop that we had in the yields was right around the time where we started seeing the carry trade going, trying to unwind. And so we've got a little bit more activity here, and that might produce something negative. Earlier this morning was 243.87. It's now 243.13, so still continuing to drop a little bit. I might have said something backwards just a minute ago. Let's see here. 3.937 and 3.822. The spread this morning was 0.106 between the 2 year and 10 year. It's now 0.115. NASDAQ is down 0.65, Dow Jones is up 0.19, and the S&P 500 is down 0.17. We have 3,085 decliners to 1,990 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing, and it is hot lava fire, don't touch the floor. It has crossed that territory by dropping under 2,000 advancers. Look out, it's looking kind of hot out there. Sectors. The worst performing, it's kind of mixed today. The worst performing sector is communications, followed by consumer discretionary. The best performing sector is financials, followed by energy. Of the Mag 7, 2 are green, and they're barely green. And they might be moving towards not being green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. NYCB is down 3.31. UBS Group is up 5.37. Morgan Stanley is up 3.09. Gold is down 0.43 and is consolidating after a downtrend, maybe even a slight trend up. Silver is down 0.53 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 2.19, trending down. We got, it was really interesting earlier this morning. I said it looked like this was about ready to break, get a significant break going in one direction or the other of this wedge that was forming. And I think I may have suggested it was going to break to the top side, and it did, but then it almost got like almost an immediate knee-jerk reaction the other direction. Perhaps maybe around the time that CPI data was, it looks like it was about the time CPI data was released. The movement, the bigger movement started happening around that time. The US dollar is down 0.17 and trending down. Oil is down 1.55, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.11 to 0.16 and are They're trending up, but they're trying to break that trend currently. SPY is down 0.11 and is trending down. VIX is down 4.25 and trending down. Kind of strange. Things are all moving in the same direction. The futures on the VIX are suggesting it should be somewhere around 1708. It's at 1735 currently. So the futures and the current reported VIX numbers are not far off from each other. IWM is down 0.67 and trending down. VB is down 0.29, trending down. We had a little bit of news on VB. If somebody reminds me after I get done with the numbers, we'll go back and cover that. There was some extremely large failure to delivers that occurred back in the early portion of July. And I want to specifically talk about why those are important and what significance they may have and how this is tied to something else. But VB is currently down 0.29 and trending down. Tesla is down 2.629. It's moving. And is trending down. Amazon is down 0.1, trending down. Cinemark is up 0.83, trending up. Doge is down 3.25, trending down. Bitcoin is down 2.86, trending down. GME is down 0.49, trending down. HYMC is up 0.9, and I'd say it looks like it may have found a little bit of a peak and is starting to trend down a little bit. NCMI is down 0.5, trending down, and it did open up a little bit and then started trending down after that, finding a high at 615. Hood is up 1.55, was trending up initially at market open, then went down pretty quickly, and now it's starting to trend back up again. AMC is down 0.29 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day on AMC, just about I don't know, $40,000 or $50,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.1 million shares have been traded so far for the day-to-day. After 52 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 15.75 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I couldn't suggest anything higher than 5 to 25. It's going to be another low volume traded day. Unless something pops at some point, which could happen. I mean, the DXY is moving kind of uniquely to the rest of the market. On the 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 56.78, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 57.53, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure. It could be slightly more selling pressure. RSI is at 54.91, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 45.52, which is just slightly above average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on a 1-hour. Lagging lines above price line. Conversions above base. For the most part, this is a pretty good looking buy signal. So we should be seeing it. Anything over 515 today would be likely signaling a buy. Closing above 515 would be ideal. Taking a look at a 4-hour time interval, we got, going back to the 1 hour, we've got, and I'm not sure if this is it that's already happened. We got a little sliver of red cloud here, meaning if price doesn't break through a cloud here, which it may not do, it's saying that what this is telling me or forecasting for the future is a sharp spike in price at some point before maybe perhaps a potential of seeing some negative downwards pressure. And that could be this spike right here. Yeah, I think it is actually. This spike right here, it caused this red cloud to form, which could cause another spike going forward, but we'll see. Staying above base in this particular instance is going to be ideal for the day-to-day, which is 509, but I wrote 515 down because we need to get lagging line above price line and keep it there. And unfortunately, if closing today about 515 or higher would be ideal for that. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is on price line, which is not good. You want to see it above. Lagging or base is or conversions above base and prices above conversion, which is good. All that looks great. We need to get price back above 520 right now to get that lagging line above the cloud or above the price line, and then this would be looking like a really sweet buy signal. The only thing we have to kind of worry about going forward is the next 4 days of trading, including today, where we have thin green cloud here where price likes to break down through this, which is going to be around at a 470, 480, 480 price range. So if we can manage to maintain price above the baseline, which is basically $5 for the next 4 trading days, a very good chance this is going to make a trend that's going to continue to move upwards. We'll use it. Damn it, I'm just going to say it. I don't care. You guys can make fun of me. Continuating. Yeah, okay. It's continuating, damn it. It's going to be a continuating move. Not continuous. Not continual. Continuating. I said it. I'm owning it. So, yeah. There you have it. I don't think I have anything else for you guys. Oh, unless you reminded me about VB. Do you guys want me to repeat that again? Excellent. Tech says I started printing out my statements back in May, Casey. That's awesome. Perfect. Love it. Schwab won't let you screenshot. How? What? You can screenshot anything. How's that possible?
Yeah, I was going to ask him. I didn't want to kick Maze and Blue 2 in the balls first thing in the morning, but I'm like, how can anybody control what your phone photograph app captures? But it seemed a little early to pick a fight with him, so I just let it pass.
I called BS because I could do it.
Like you can't screenshot Casey's only pictures. They block you from doing that.
All right, so this is funny because I feel like there's a joke here that I don't get because you're talking about OnlyFans like you can't screenshot OnlyFans. And so my guess is that that's actually really a thing. But I would not know this. So how do you know this? Is that a thing, first off?
Yeah, like my bank account, you can't screenshot like your bank statement, stuff like that. Your bank won't let you do it. So some apps can put restrictions on what you can and can't screenshot. You
can't screenshot? That seems so odd.
Yeah, as this app goes.
It's a little redundant though, because you can screen record.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you just can't screenshot, which is stupid.
Yeah, see, I feel like there's always going to be a workaround somewhere in there.
I'm sure there's an app you can download to go around it, but I haven't checked yet. When I had TD Ameritrade, you could screenshot all day. So.
Oh, Rocco's saying that only iPhone users can do it, but not. Okay, so I guess does that mean Maze and Blue too that you don't have an iPhone?
No, hell no.
Yeah, there you go. That explains it then.
No,
Yeah,
I like being able to download whatever apps I want without having to pay for them.
You know, us iPhone users will take any chance we can get to throw digs. So yeah, you're like, that's fine. Oh man, I can feel the tension. There's so much tension there.
Nah, not at all.
Okay, yeah, I know, because
hate Apple products.
Yeah, I know you're like, you snobby bitch. Shut up. I love.
My wife's an Apple lover, so I can't stand their product.
I hear you. I'm on both sides of the tracks.
Being able to just download anything and not have to worry about Apple's permission.
Right. So here's my take on it. They're real fast and dirty. The minute that our phones can start acting like a desktop, like, you know, you can just like plug it into like some kind of like port or something like that, and it suddenly becomes your desktop computer, and you've got 2 big screens or something. The minute, because I think that's coming. Eventually, I think that's coming, where your phone basically just becomes like your personal computer, but you just have to plug it into something to make it turn into that, right? When that happens, I'll be switching out of Apple and moving to something different, because there's no way in hell you're getting me to start using Apple software for computing it. I cannot stand it. It's horrible. I would never, ever in a million years work on a MacBook.
I was always thinking if they made like a little stand for your phone that went up like, I don't know, 18 inches off of a table, and a little projector port off the bottom of it puts a key, like keys.
Keypad on the
keyboard,
table.
On the table.
On the table, yeah. You just
them.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. That's coming in the future, no doubt.
Be,
Actually, to be even better, It'd actually be even better than that because what you'll end up wearing, you'll be wearing Google glasses or something like that, like something like some kind of product where you wear glass, right? And you'll just interact
You
in the
maybe,
air.
I won't.
Oh, come on, man! Because don't you wear glasses already? I would assume you probably already wear glasses. Reading glasses?
No, sir. I could
Oh,
see
look at
2
you.
miles down the road, but
Mr.
I can't hear you unless I'm looking at you.
Look at you, Mr. Perfect vision, but no hearing.
I remember being in Atlanta and sitting at a Waffle House and being able to see 2 Waffle Houses down the street. And my friends were like, there's no way. And then we drove and saw them all.
Yeah. Well,
I can read stuff at a far distance, and
what it'll actually be is interactive. It'll be interactive to where you can just do. I'm trying to think of what the name of that movie was with Tom Cruise, where it was Minority Report, where you basically like throw on some kind of eyepiece, and you'll just be able to manipulate stuff in the air. It'll detect your movements and know what it is that you're doing. You'll see your everything that it is that you want to see right there in front of you. So instead of wearing this like big, huge, bulky Oculus or something like that to see something, it'll just be like an eye. It could probably just be glasses, just regular glasses is what it'll look like.
But holographic keyboards exist, I think I saw a prototype like even a decade ago.
Yeah.
But it's like you always need to look at it. I don't see how there would be a way for you to use it without looking at the keyboard all the time. Because with keys, they're tactile. You feel where your finger falls. But over there, it's like
I actually have a solution for that.
laser.
You can put 2 little you can carry around or maybe your phone has on it like 2 little dots that you can mount onto wherever it is that the F key would be at, and that way you have your home position for your pointer fingers constantly on the table. Like it would be those 2 dots. There would be a reference point to those keys.
You're assuming that everybody uses those for reference.
Well, you should.
I don't.
Yeah, but maybe our generation wouldn't work, but the younger generation it will. You watch me send a text and it's like finger pecking. You watch a 13-year-old send a text and it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't use those the pointers. So for me, it's like the edge of the keyboard is where my pinky sits, and from there I'm grabbing all the keys like that.
Yeah. And this guy helped me fix my computer.
I never took like stenography or typing classes, right? I did IT, but how to type fast or efficient was never a topic.
You hear this, Mom? It was a waste of time that I typed all that. I didn't need to go through all the typing classes. It was a waste. I could have one finger punched and got my way through. Good morning. Who said this? Sam. Sam, good morning to you. That's funny. But yes, docking station, Mom. That's exactly what it sounds like.
With the new computer chips they're implanting in brains, won't they just skip over this? You won't need a keyboard anymore.
Yeah.
Just mentally, your brain will interface with the computer.
I'm not going to sign up for
skip over
that.
the whole thing of using your fingers.
Yeah, I'm not going to sign up for
Your brain
that.
tells your finger to type the word yes, and instead your brain will just send the signal.
I'm
yes.
not going to sign up for that.
There's a keyboard company actually called Finger Punch.
I did not, but that's interesting.
It's funny, right?
I mean, you're right. Eventually, it's going to get to the point to where you just think it and it happens, which is great. We would be so much more efficient if
Until
we
you
could
need
just think
to
stuff.
copy paste a wall of text, and then your whole brain like shuts down or something.
Yeah, you get rebooted, and you're like, oh shoot, my brain's corrupted. I gotta do a Windows reset. Thanks, Windows.
Yeah, because for your copy text, right, you have to use a Control-C, Control-V. But what if you put in a piece of code that if you copy it, who knows how your brain will work as a so-called software. You put in a piece of code within a wall of text that someone might think they need, and you copy it, and then it activates something, and it just gets,
Yeah, I'm not signing up for anything like that. Thank you.
Yeah.
You stay out of my head.
Yeah, that company Finger Punch, they design custom keyboards where, like you were saying, that copy something. It's like you basically you program the keyboard the way you want it. It's actually pretty interesting.
What about a contact lens that becomes your mouse?
I can't put stuff in my eyes. I just can't do it.
But how would you click it? How would you left click, right click, right? Like you can look at things that there's already there's
like
you
like
blink
a,
left or
like
right.
a neural interface where
You walk down the
use your
street
eye to
blinking
line
at
up.
everybody.
You use your eye to line up the cursor, and then
That's what now
mentally
we're talking.
you say clink.
You walk over, and you like start talking to some really cute lady, and then all of a sudden you start winking at her, and she's like, "Are you winking at me?" And you'd be like, "No, I'm right clicking. It's really just I'm right clicking."
Because
if they can identify the neuropath that your mind does when you actually push the button to click the mouse, then why can't you short circuit that and just use your eye as the cursor to put the cursor wherever you want, and then when you mentally think, yes, that's the target, then it clicks because you've completed the neuropath.
Pirate, this already exists. Again, it's used for paraplegics to like basically type with their eyes. They look at
No
letters
shit.
and
How cool is that? Yeah, very
Yeah.
nice. I had no idea.
Yep.
JMC, good morning. It's good to be back. JMC says my stepdaughter worked her first shift. I think she meant to say shift, or he. I'm not sure.
Took her first shit at AMC.
First shit at AMC yesterday. I probably need to file the appropriate paperwork.
She's going around and checking out all the toilets.
Yeah,
doing a review on all the commodes.
Said free movies for employees +1 and pre-screenings of big movies on Wednesday night at Nice Perks.
That's awesome.
Yep. Was it a big one or a small one? No, I don't care. Don't tell me. I'm sure it was first shift at AMC. That's pretty cool, man. That's awesome. That means hopefully some free movies for you. Robert says I knew Mavis Beacon was a waste of time. I enjoyed that. Was like the only game I ever enjoyed that was actually educational back in the day. Made it fun. That's a pretty good typo there. I like that. Let's see here. I have not yet seen the CPI data. Anybody happen to catch that? Is Rugged still in here? Let's see. I feel like Rugged always knows what it is. Let me see. I will pull it up.
I saw one blurb that said they hit what they projected. It was neither a miss nor a beat.
Yeah.
It fell. Yeah. Imagine that, exactly what they predicted.
Yeah. Consumer price index previously was -0.1. They were median forecast was 0.2 and it came in at 0.2. So that's probably what you're talking about there. The CPI year over year was last time 3. They expected 3 and it came in lower at 2.9. Convenient. Core CPI, so they're like, oh, it's dropping. That's good. It's good. We want to be at 2%. Core CPI was 0.1. They expected last time it was They expected 0.2 and got 0.2. And core CPI year over year was previously 3.3. They expected 3.2 and got 3.2. So expectations met on most of those.
Yeah, for the most part.
And did better on the year over year.
At least that's what they'd have you believe.
Right. Yeah.
Till you drill down on it and find out all the exceptions. That's become their standard protocol. Is they have a target number they want to hit, and then they start pulling shit out until they get where they need to. It's like it's not low enough yet. Well, then pull out groceries. So they pull that out. It's not low enough yet. Well, pull out durable goods and refrigerators and washers. Okay, it's still not low enough. Well, pull out.
What do we need to pull out?
2.9. It's 2.9. That's it, man. There's the CPI number. Okay, good. Thank you. I like it. One timer says it's called the CP lie.
CP lie. That is good.
I will be stealing that. Very nice.
CP
I don't know if you
lie.
made that up or if yeah, perfect.
I
The CP
I mean,
lie.
I can tell if inflation's coming down by the grocery store. Jesus.
Yeah.
So I went to the grocery store the other day. We were running a little low on milk, and so I thought, oh, I'll grab because we keep a list going at the house, and so I was like, I'll grab the list, go grab the milk and whatever else we need, and so I went out. The list contained bread, milk. I'm gonna forget what the other two items were: bread, milk, lunch meat, and Dr. Pepper. That was it. 4 items.
Hemorrhoid cream too.
Yeah, and I left that one out. Shush. And so I went out, and of course, when you're out shopping, you see other stuff, so you grab a few things. I want to say I had probably enough items to be underneath 20, and I could have probably gone through the 20 or less, but I didn't. And things like ice cream, lasagna, just a few other random things. I feel like normally that basket that I walked out with would have been like a $75 to $100 basket tops.
I was going to guess 140.
It was like that's about what it was. It was about 140 or 160. I don't have the receipt on me right now, but I think it was about 140 to 160. And I was like, which is almost double what I would have probably expected it to have been in the past. Near past. I'm not talking about like 10 years ago I would have, I'm talking like 3 years ago or less. Yeah, 18 months. Yeah, I would have paid half that much. So I was really shocked. I was a little shocked. Sticker shock's is high right now on grocery bills.
That's the CP lie. Who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes?
Jape says, Casey, have you seen those YouTube videos of Halle Berry training with guns outdoors for John Wick with Keanu Reeves? It's hot. Yes. And Keanu Reeves does an amazing job. Halle Berry does an amazing job. The people who are coaching them are doing an amazing job because they look like pros. You know what's kind of crazy to me is that whenever I see some of the stuff that I see in John Wick, because I think he's gone through so much official training, it kind of, the realism's there for me. But my mind goes like, okay, well, that was a little bit slow. Like, he could have done that faster. He does done this. So I like I'm torn. I'm torn because I want to see, like, faster action, but it's more realistic than it is. It seems like it's more realistic. So he seems like he's slowing down a little bit. But you're right, though. The training videos that I've seen in the past are really kind of cool. That's why Halle Berry's my girl, man. She's a computer nerd. She can eat hot wings. She knows how to hold a conversation, and she's beautiful. Like, she's just like, she's so well-rounded. It's not even funny. Oh, and she can train dogs. I mean, what more can you want? That's me. I can be trained, Halle. I can.
I think I heard Melissa cocking a gun in the background.
Hey, she knows. She already knows.
He's got a kitchen pass.
She already knows.
She told him, if you can make a run for the border on that, have at it.
Yeah, there's no way. Halle Berry, on the other hand, looking at me would be like, yeah, not a chance. So
yeah, my wife would be like, bring her home.
See how far that runs you. Only I can put up with you. Oh, your wife wants. Okay, I got you. Oh, never mind. Got you. Yep. Actually, Melissa said the same thing too. She's like, she's pretty. Bring her home. Yeah. One timer says my grocery bill is my CPI. I bought 8 AA batteries for $18. That actually seems like a deal. That seems like a pretty good. That's like, wow. That's expensive. I guess gone are the days now when we just hand out batteries to our kids to just plug them into just any old thing.
Oh yeah.
Especially when
jump off, guys. Need to take my dog in for some physiotherapy, so I'll catch you later.
Preacher, thanks again, man. Appreciate all that you do.
Cheers.
Later. Yeah, Tech says, Casey, there's a ton of horror movies in August and September, kicking off with Aliens. I think I may have mentioned this, but Melissa doesn't. She's, believe it or not, she doesn't count Aliens as being a horror movie. So the only reason she's even going to this is because I want to. This is not her cup of tea.
Yeah, it's science fiction. I would agree with her on that.
I mean, how can you not call it horror when something jumps out of your chest like that, though? I mean, that's sure,
Well, it
it's
can be
sci-fi.
scary. You can have
It's
you can have
sci-fi
science
horror.
fiction movies.
I don't know. It's like the best of both worlds because it's techie and horror mixed together. Yunhua says the original Aliens was a horror movie, but the rest no. Damn it! Stop agreeing with them, Yunhua. And side with me. Join my side. They need to put the Turkish scooter from the Olympics in the next John Wick movie. I did not see it. Yunhua dropped $20 at McDonald's for what would have cost him $8 only 3 years ago. Check out the numbers, box office, and release schedule is tons of horror. It gets more horror after Alien. Well, we've got. Are you including? I feel like you're including Beetlejuice. Are you including Beetlejuice in that? Oh, come on, Tech, come on. You better not be including Beetlejuice in that list.
Yeah, Beetlejuice is a comedy.
If Yunhua says Beetlejuice is horror, all right, let's see. Yunhua, what do you think? Is Beetlejuice a horror movie or no? If he says yes, and he says that he's his favorite genre, I'm kicking him out of the fan club. Beetlejuice is horror, but fun horror. Oh, you're out. I'm kicking you out. You can't. No. 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 All right. Wait. What about the TV series Stranger Things?
There was nothing scary about it.
It's not scary.
Horror is the definition of extreme fear, and I can't recall any particular part of Beetlejuice that was actually scary.
Yeah, it was never. It was creepy, but not scary.
JPS said ghost movies are basically sci-fi. I saw something interesting on Twitter a couple of days ago. Two guys were arguing about whether or not ghosts exist, and one gentleman made a very good point. He said, why are ghosts wearing clothes? In a movie or people talk about seeing ghosts, they often describe the clothes they're on. They're like, so when you die, do your clothes die with you? If your spirit leaves your body, and if so, what's the cosmic rule? Are you forever left in eternity with the clothes you were buried in, or is it the clothes you died in when your spirit left your body? And it was really kind of funny, actually. But it shows how you can apply a little bit of a logic to some of this stuff, and it all just kind of falls apart.
You know what? He says Beetlejuice merch and actors is at every horror convention. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair at all. I mean, because you can go to Comic-Con and find characters that have nothing to do with comics all the time. There, I don't think that. Man. The problem is they don't have any other convention they can go to. There's no specific Beetlejuice convention for funny, scary, funny. It's not even scary. Funny
comedies. It should be comedies. They should be lumped in with comedies, right next to Caddyshack and all the rest.
Some say buried and some say died in. JMC says some next people will be putting Gremlins in the horror category. I feel like we're gonna have to draw a line here somewhere. How do you? Because there's even funny parts in, like, Nightmare on Elm Street. Like, I think we could all agree that's a horror movie, right? Nightmare on Elm Street, there's no question. But there's comedy in it for sure. I mean, there's funny jokes and.
Well, I would say I would look at it like a recipe. If you're cooking a jambalaya or a bowl of pot of homemade chili, what's the primary ingredient in it? Is the primary ingredient fear, or is the primary ingredient comedy? And then that defines the genre. Everything else after that is just a variation of the recipe.
Moonlit Riffs has it. Moonlit Riffs has it right there. So if it's not rated R, it's not horror. I agree. I fully agree with that. If it's not rated R, you cannot consider it horror. There's just no way. I fully agree with that. Now Yunhua says, but you know what? Conjuring is not horror though. It's mystical. It's very. I would never ever consider Conjuring being a horror movie. I wouldn't. It's a thriller. That's it. It's a mystery thriller sometimes. Oh, now he said Jaws is PG. Damn it. Is it? Wait. Was the original Jaws PG? There's no way. I think you're talking about the TV. There's no way. There's no way. Holy crap. How in the world how could that be rated PG back in the day?
They were a lot more lenient with violence than they were with sex. If you kept the sex and nudity to a minimum, you stood a much better chance of keeping your PG rating.
Oh, wait. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna have to research this a little bit here, but I'm saying the first cut of Jaws delivered to the MPAA for rating review received an R rating from the board. Some especially gruesome frames involving the dismembered leg of a victim, as well as some other select moments, were removed from the film, and the film was resubmitted, whereupon it was rated PG. Posters and advertisements for the film at its release carry the additional "maybe too intense for younger children," which arguably qualifies as the parental guidance the PG references. A bit of trivia: it was another Spielberg film, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, that was responsible for the creation of the Tweeter ratings category of PG-13 in order that the intense scenes of that film, most notably the removing of a beating heart from a man's chest accomplished by a villain reaching to the victim's body by an accompanied hand, did not result in an R rating for that film. Yeah, so Jaws was an R movie, but they took out some stuff in there that was not,
tweaked it just enough.
Yeah, just enough to give it a PG.
It's one of those interesting concept that a guy getting bit in half by a shark and vomiting blood up is not necessarily bad, but a picture of a woman's vagina is completely off the fucking, yeah. One's bad, one's okay.
Yeah. What the hell? Oh my
God. Yeah, so here's the thing, Yunhua. I think when you go back in time and you look at the rating system, I think that if you put out Jaws today, would it still get a PG rating?
My God, who the hell cares?
Well, not you, but I do.
It's what we're talking about right now, Yucca. Yucca needs some attention. Would somebody give Yucca some attention?
Holy
please?
Crap. It's like if I don't say, oh, hey, Yucca, good to see you, and give him his claps, he's like, oh my God, I got to interrupt everybody.
I gave him his applause. I gave him 2 times.
I didn't.
The applause button.
I missed it.
But apparently that wasn't enough.
I missed it. Good morning, Yucca. How's it going?
Hey, good morning. I'm sorry. I'm eating a sandwich.
You know the rule. Anybody who hits the button, who the hell cares? We shut that topic down. But you have to bring up the new topic.
Yep.
So it's all you now.
It's all you.
You got it. You wanted it.
You take over,
motherfucker. You got it.
Let's
what are
go.
We talking about?
What are we doing?
Okay.
You got 5. You only have 5 minutes left, anyways. So.
Come on, we're waiting. We're waiting here. You shut down the talk. So let's go.
Let's talk about Beetlejuice.
All right. What about it? We strayed away from. It was the same topic, but we strayed
That's
away
what
from
we were
it.
talking about.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about. You can't do that now. No, you said who the fuck cares. So
Yeah.
we're done
What
with
would
that entire line of topic is over with. What have you got?
what
Show us
what
what you
would
got.
you change from the movie?
We're not talking about movies anymore. We're not talking about that. You didn't want that. We're giving you what you wanted. What do you want to talk about?
It was at this moment that Nathan knew he fucked up.
Well,
crickets. Just crickets.
talk
Okay.
about-
All right then. Crickets. I want you to think about this. The next time your little dick beater is hanging over that button that says "Who the hell cares?" and you're thinking, "Push the button, push the button." I want you to think back on this moment in time. Should I really hit the "Who the hell cares"?
Oh man.
You think that it will gross more than
Wait, what is grow more?
Dead.
What was the first word you said? The what grows more? It sounded like you said humus or something. I couldn't understand what the word you said.
No, do you think it will make more money than
Oh.
Deadpool?
No. Well, actually, no. I don't know. No. I'm going with
Why
no.
not?
I'm going with no. Ah, shoot, dang it. I don't know. Oh man, no, but you're right. You're right though. The eclectic, there is like a strange group of people that are around these days compared to what there used to be, and they might really like that eclectic stuff and might bite on it. You might be right. It could actually do better than Deadpool. Yeah, we got weird people now.
I think
A lot more than we used to.
I think we're gonna be surprised
Yeah, I think you're right.
because there's a lot of people that don't like Deadpool,
Yeah.
and then there's a lot of people from back in the days that love Beetlejuice.
Yeah,
even the older,
I agree.
the parents. It's like it's an iconic film.
It is. And you guys can hate me all you want, but I didn't really enjoy it that much when I was a kid. I just didn't enjoy it. It didn't do anything for me. But I'm not saying that I won't go.
Would you enjoy it now?
No.
Really?
It never hit for me. I mean, there are funny parts in it, right? They're like, the whole thing where they stand up the table and the daylight comes and you want to. It was funny. There's funny parts.
A lot of the comedy is written for adults. If your children, a lot of it will just fly over their head because it's very subtle. A lot of it.
To be honest, Yucca, I've never gone back and watched the whole thing all the way. I hate to say this, but I may have never seen that movie all the way through in one setting.
Oh, you gotta see it, man.
I know that it's probably a shocker.
What, are you more like an Edward Scissorhands guy? Like,
Oh yes, I definitely loved Edward. Yeah, I love that movie. That movie was great. Tim Burton. Jeez, who doesn't like Tim Burton? But I didn't.
He's done some great stuff.
I've only seen bits and pieces at any given point in time of Beetlejuice. You know what it was? It was. I felt like I was crazy watching it. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So I could never really get into it because I felt like I was going insane.
But that's the point.
Yeah, probably. Maybe I'd enjoy it more now than I did when I watched it when I was younger.
Casey,
Yeah.
I feel the same thing with horror genre.
You feel like you're going insane when you're watching something that's a horror?
Well, yeah. Like
Yeah.
it's breaking me down. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy how
Go ahead.
Tim Burton he's the one that brought out Batman. Did you know that?
The older one, right?
1980.
Yeah, the really old one. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's the one that brought it out. I don't think there was a Batman before that, was there?
Movie wise, I don't think so. I don't think
A
so.
show, yeah, definitely, yeah. And then
Tell
he's
you,
also
one of the most underrated horror films was Jacob's Ladder. I thought that movie was terrifying, and it never got the credit that it deserved. To this day, I'm convinced that many people who watch Jacob's Ladder don't even understand what it was about.
The Good Son.
Oh, Yunhua says there was a Batman, I guess, movie in '66. Maybe. That's what he's saying.
Really?
That's what he's saying.
anything before 79 didn't exist in my world. I wasn't born yet. like I said yesterday, I am a time traveler from the past.
Mm-hmm.
A transformer?
Yeah. Damn it all. What other movies is Tim Burton? Mars Attacks, right?
He was famous for one of his Halloween. He did a little Halloween movie where it had like a Santa Claus in it and some other stuff where he did the comedy was based about stereotypical holiday characters. I forget the name of it. Always real popular around Halloween. They play it.
Is that him? Sleepy Hollow?
No, he might have done Sleepy Hollow, but what's it called? That's bad comms.
That had to be Rex. Was that Rex?
Nightmare Before Christmas. Somebody put it in there. Thanks for helping me out.
Oh, yeah. Is that him?
Yeah, Tim Burton did The Nightmare Before Christmas. Very well, Dino Mike. Thank you for bailing me out, my friend. I can always count on you in my time of need.
Casey.
Yeah.
Did your wife or anybody who has any women in their life, did they see the trailer for It Ends With Us? Did they? How they respond to that?
My wife hates watching trailers because she feels like it takes away like too much, like they give away too much stuff.
They give away too many of the seminal moments of the show.
Right, and I think whatever the last horror movie was that we saw, they had a lot of trailers in there, and I want to say that did. I want to say that it played in there, and she tried to look away from it so she wouldn't see it. I think if my memory serves me correctly, that's one that she does want to see. I think.
It came out over the weekend. I don't know what it's about really. It's like it's starring Blake Lively.
Yeah,
it saved the week. It saved the weekend because Borderlands didn't do well.
Oh yeah.
I saw Borderlands last night.
What'd you think?
It was flat.
Flat?
And it was the worst movie I've seen all year. It was weird. It was weird because like it had good graphics, good everything, right? But like they just chose the wrong actresses and actors, and like the story didn't have as much heart. I don't know. It was just weird. But
you went to go have steak and you got it well done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, it's more like
instead of getting a nice rare steak or medium rare, you got a nice well done piece of dry meat is what you got.
Yeah, it's weird because I went to other movies. I went to I laughed my butt off with the Magical Negroes. They got bad ratings. Back in like March or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I laughed my butt off. That was a funny movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
This one didn't have like any of that. Mm-hmm. So it was just like and my friends next time look at the ratings before we go because they were. It was like in like the 9% on Rotten Tomatoes, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was like the audience score was down like the 9 or 10 or.
Well, I thank you for being honest about the rating on the movie, and I think that's one of the important things to remember is that we don't have to come in here and say amazing things about movies because it's AMC related. if you go out and you see a movie and it just doesn't sit well with you, be honest about it. I don't want to sit here and tell people, oh yeah, this is a great movie, you need to go see it, and then everybody goes out and watches it and they're like, that sucks. So thanks for being honest about that rating. It's good. It's good to know.
Yeah, it makes me want to pull some hair out that I don't have.
Yeah.
Because I want to say, did you
They're going to be lucky if that movie breaks even.
I was like, do you know like what you did wrong in this movie? Like I just want to like, oh my gosh, I could tell them.
Wiggy Wiggle says, Casey, can you bring it back with an A1 sauce?
Everybody in here knows Wiggy Wiggles. I am a big fan of the A1 sauce. As a child, I used to get caught drinking it out of the bottle from the refrigerator.
All right.
But,
Hold on. Yunhua just said, I enjoyed Long Legs. I'm going to say right now, here and now, that if you think Long Legs was a horror movie, I know for sure that you're not a horror fan. And the reason I say that is because every time a movie out there that's a horror movie, a really good horror movie, gets good ratings like Long Legs does, the people who are the true horror fans don't like it. And I can guarantee you, because I did see Long Legs, that was definitely how me and my wife felt walking out of that movie. It was not a horror movie. There was nothing scary in that movie whatsoever. I can't even. There might have been a few jump scares, but they weren't even jumpy. It wasn't even that jumpish. Like I didn't even. There's one scene in the entire movie where there's maybe some gore or something, and it's not even that intense. It was just kind of like, okay, this is strange. So I'm leaning.
Well, it's not. It doesn't appear to be a big blockbuster movie. So I'm going to say that we have we can set aside our rules as far as spoilers go. What is Long Legs about? Is it like I get it? It's supposed to be horror, but is it a murderer? Is it paranormal activity? Give me the
on Long Legs
Reader's Digest version. Yeah, on Long
There's
Legs.
literally, I mean, other than the little bit of a paranormal that the lady can the FBI agent has the ability to be able to, she has like.
So they're after a murderer? Is it like they're after a serial killer? Or
yeah, and she has the ability to be able to remote view or something like that, or I'm not sure what to call it exactly. Okay. It's not really remote viewing, but she has like a sixth sense kind of ability.
Like she can experience what they went through or some shit.
You can hold up a card or ask. You can ask a question. You can ask a question that only you know the answer to, and she can guess it just randomly pull it out of thin air.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah, like out of these.
Like says psychological thriller.
Yeah, they're really. I mean, okay, there's a twist. Yeah. So when he says psychological thriller, that's it. That's what it was. It was not a horror movie. There was no horror in that movie at all.
It's a psychological thriller.
Yep.
How about Tremors?
Which is why I think it got such great ratings, because it was a psychological twist and not a horror. If it had been a true horror movie, it would have gotten terrible ratings. Promise. All the good horror movies get terrible ratings. It's 8 after 10.
Was just plain stupid, man. They said they had an interview. With,
I would file that right there with.
Bacon, and Kevin Bacon said the only reason he made the movie is because he was broke and he needed rent.
I would throw Tremors right up there with Beetlejuice, honestly. It's like funny. It's funny horror. It's not really horror. It's just kind of. It's funny.
And it's PG-13.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Ghoulies.
What's that?
Ghoulies.
Goonies?
I
Goonies?
feel like he's saying Hoolies, but he's saying Goonies.
Ghoulies.
Ghoulies.
G-H-O-U.
Ghoul, like ghoulish.
I don't remember that movie. Yeah.
Never heard of it.
I don't remember that movie. All right, we got to do some numbers. It's an interesting topic.
Movies. Yeah.
Oh, play it. Come on, man, play it. Don't just say it.
I don't know why.
Hold on. Why are you not?
Somebody said earlier.
Movies.
Real
All
Rugged
right, let's
said
go.
that he thought that maybe you.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Yeah, there it is. And he said that he felt like you needed to turn it up on YouTube. I can't tell because I'm listening through Discord and it sounds plenty loud here. But maybe somebody in Discord can give some feedback based on you having redone all the settings on your computer. Is the soundboard coming through adequately, or does it need to be turned up?
I don't think there's a way to turn up the soundboard.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Maybe, all right.
Let me play it real quick here and see again real fast what it looks like. Hold on a second. It's always been low.
Oh, movies. All right, let's go. Yeah, movies. Yeah, now we're talking.
No, it's a little bit lower, but it's not bad.
In my headset, it's perfect coming through Discord. It's just earlier today somebody played something at the beginning of the show, the stream, and then your Rugged seemed to think that maybe it was coming through a little light. But no, all right, no worries then. As long as everybody can hear it.
I'm going to move on to numbers here, but I do agree with that last statement that Yunhua put out there. He says 7 is a psychological thriller and horror, and I totally agree with that. I strongly agree with that statement.
Yep.
And I love it. I had no idea what I was going in to see in that movie and walked out of there going like, that was amazing. If you haven't seen it, you got to see it. All right, I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying. Mom, if you're listening, don't go watch that movie. She doesn't like horror movies. Do not go see that movie. It's not something you want to see. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here, so I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on. I think... Sorry, I'm updating some stuff here. I think I'm going to throw this up as well. All right, starting with Off Exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect, actually, yeah.
Oh, man, look your ass.
Huh? What? Right now? Where you want it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I might.
He's driving again. You're driving, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yes, you are. You are such an angry driver. You're just like Melissa.
Yes.
You Texans, I'm certain to think there's a commonality here with you angry Texas driver. You know, it's so crazy. You actually drive behind Texans and you're the one yelling at them because they're not moving their asses. And then what's happening actually in another car is somebody else is yelling at you for being the Texas driver. Something's going on with you Texas.
When I can.
Yeah, something's going on with you Texas drivers, man. Yeah, I know it's
because I'm getting ready to leave the state.
Yeah.
So I got to get ready to get my licks.
There's something going on with you Texas drivers. I can't figure it out.
16-year-old kid who's only been driving for 2 days. He's got Petro behind him, just laying on the horn. The kid's shaking
impatient.
Like a dog shaking peach beds. He don't know what to do.
He's probably even got the
giving him hell.
Student driver sign that he forgot to put on this morning as he's going to school.
Giving him 3 kinds of hell. He's like,
all right. Off Exchange.
Shoot the gap.
Flicking him off as he drives by. Laying on the horn. All right. Normally by this time of the day on Off Exchange, I would expect to see about 60% going through there and EDGX combined. We have 66.5% currently going through those. So about 6.56% higher than what I would expect. CHX volume is 700 shares. Nothing unusual going on there. GME CHX volume for the day today is at 1,336 shares. Nothing unusual going on with that as well. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was 273,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now showing 597,000 shares returned. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated short-share interest of the free float a little bit more to 14.74%. What had happened there? GameStop's reporting 132,000 shares returned so far for the day today. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume. We're looking at AMC now. A second ago, that was GME. AMC an hour ago was reporting about the highest amount of call volume coming in at $5.5 strike with 3.8 thousand contracts. That's now 5.2 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $5 strike. There was 1.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 1.6. The market is suggesting a closing price between $5 and $5.5. Taking a look at some of the indicators that I've got listed on this page here. This is so odd. Some of this is so strange. We've got the U.S. dollar continuing to trend down. We're starting to see the Nikkei dropping now below a hard level of support and resistance that I've got built up on the page here. And it's starting to fall below that. Bitcoin's taking a dump with it. And then we've also got the VIX falling along with the yen strengthening. And the U.S. Market is trending upwards now. Some weird stuff kind of going on here. The U.S. market and the dollar are going the same direction, which is very odd. Moving on. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. We don't have a whole lot of volume right now, so I'm just going to scroll through this so you guys can see what the most heavily 30 top traded stocks are in the marketplace based off of orders. AMC and GME are not on that list. MMRI an hour ago was 243.12, has dropped down to 242.56. I got to tell you guys, remind me to tell you a funny story later. I'm going to embarrass somebody here this morning, one of my kids. Remind me to do an embarrassing story. I don't know why it just popped into my head, but it did. Let's see here. 2-year and 10-year spread an hour ago is 0.115. Is now currently at 0.119. Oh, shoot. Dang it. Hold on a second, guys. I screwed up something. I'm supposed to leave up that number. 11. No, that's okay. I can leave that. All right. NASDAQ is down 0.16, Dow Jones is up 0.23, and the SP 500 is up 0.13. We have 3,162 decliners to 2,144 advancers. The market is actually more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago and is no longer on hot lava fire, but it is still less advancing overall. Less advancing, but improving. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day, the worst performing sectors is communications, followed by consumer discretionary. The two strongest sectors for the day are financials, followed by real estate. Of the Mag 7, 2 are red. An hour ago it was 2 are green. It's now 2 are red. 3 are red. Strike that. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. NYCB is down 2.87. UBS Group is up 5.27. Morgan Stanley is up 2.79, and that's it. Gold is currently down 0.56, consolidating after a little bit of a trend down. Silver is down 1.11, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 1.99, and on a little bit of an uptrend after having been in a downtrend earlier. US dollar is down 0.16, trending. The trend right now is still down. I'm not going to say, I mean, it looks like it's breaking that trend currently. But this is such a steep trend that I don't know if I want to call it yet. Meaning that this could either turn into consolidation, or it could even actually turn into a trend down even further. So yeah. Oil is down 2.43, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.24 to 0.31 and are trending up. SPY is up 0.11, rebounding off of 540 and trending back up again at 542. VIX is down 7.34% and continuing to fall. It's at 16.79 currently. With the future suggesting 1668, so the VIX is following the futures very closely now. and has continued to fall from even earlier when we were in the 17 range. So we're seeing a huge crush on the VIX still to this point. IWM is down 0.07 and is consolidating after downtrend. VB is down 0.26, consolidating after downtrend. Tesla is down 2.96, consolidating after downtrend. Amazon is down 0.14, consolidating after downtrend. Cinemark is up 1.79, trending up. Doge is down 2.99 and slightly trending up after a downtrend. Bitcoin is down 2.74 and slightly trending up after a downtrend. And GME is down 1.03 and trending down. HYMC down 1.34, trending down. NCMI is up 0.41, trending up. HOOD is up 2.44, trending up, and AMC is down 1.07 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, there's like $60,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.3 million shares traded so far. Very, very low volume after 110 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace right now for about 11.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.19, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.83, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.45, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.52, which is slightly below average. And with that, I yield to the back of the big tramp after I tell my story. Last night, when I went to go do that little live stream that we were doing at, what time did we start that at? Like 8:30 or something like that, I think, my time?
Yeah, yeah. It was after bedtime, man.
Yeah,
It
so...
was way after. It was late. It was crazy late.
Yeah, so... Do I say a name? Yeah, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna embarrass her a little bit here. Maybe she finds out. Maybe she doesn't. Savvy last night has a gentleman suitor. Is that the way to say it from the old days?
Yes.
Not
yes,
quite.
a gentleman
Not
suitor.
quite her boyfriend, but friend that she likes to hang out with.
Mhm.
And yeah, and he walked her to the door last night, and just as we were like 3 minutes when I left the back of the big tramp to start the live stream, they came walking in through the door. Now I haven't met him yet, and I think his name, I don't remember what his name is. I don't even want to say it, but he walked her to the door. They were kind of chit chatting, and I leaned back and I kind of said to her, I said, just want to let you know, and if you don't want me to embarrass you, I'm going to be starting a live stream in about 3 minutes from now. So just letting you know, because I didn't want her to feel like real odd if I, do my normal intro or whatever. And she's like standing there talking to him, and I start yelling, "Screw him!" and all that kind of stuff, and he's going like, "What is wrong with this guy?" So I wanted to give her a heads up, it was like a friendly little thing, and we'll call him Joe because it's not his name. We'll just say Joe. Joe says, peeks his head in the door and says, "Hi." Like he heard me say I'm on a live stream, and it like piqued his interest because I tell you what, he's had plenty of opportunities so far to come on and say hi to me. He's even been inside the house before and never said hi to me once. But I said something about doing a live stream, and he peeks his head in the door and he goes, "Hi."
Yeah, he's
And
all in.
I was like, I was in the middle of like trying to like do the last minute preparations for trying to start the stream. And I go like, "Hey, how's it going? It's good to finally meet you. I'm sorry I can't get up and shake your hand right now. I'm about ready to start a live stream. But some other time we'll meet." And
Up till then, he didn't say two shits to you.
Yeah.
The minute he figures out you're going live, he's ready to be a co-host.
Yeah, he's ready. He's up and ready. I got a new co-host apparently ready to come in.
He's like, "What's the live stream about?"
Yeah,
"Oh, it's about guns and taking
Yeah.
care of your family."
That's exactly what it felt like to me. Was like, oh, he would want to live stream. I want to be a part of that. That sounds fun. Well, your dad does live streams. I didn't know this. She probably never even said anything to him before. She's probably too embarrassed to say anything. And now he's probably asking all these questions. She probably rolls her eyes now. It's like, it's always this talk about you now. That's gonna drive her nuts. I hope that's not the case. I really hope that doesn't end up being true. But I thought it was interesting because he's like, "Hi," just out of nowhere. Never made an attempt before. That was fun.
Well, at least you changed the names to protect the innocent. I respect you for that.
Joe.
Yeah.
Isn't that like the little trick that you're supposed to do? Is like whenever they come over, like you never call them by their, like you call them by something really, really close, but not quite. You know,
Sport. Yeah, call it sport.
Sport.
It's got to be like that.
How's it
right
going,
on the
Tiger?
Edge of condescending. Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Something like that. Right on the edge of condescending. He's not really sure if you're trying to be endearing or if you're fucking with him. So you need to scramble his eggs a little bit. You need to,
Or I like. What if we call him Cub? What's going on, Cub? Cub.
Yeah. Or something emasculating.
What's going on,
Daffodil.
kittens?
What's up, Daffodil?
Muffins.
What's up, Daffodil?
Muffins?
Yeah.
No,
Hey,
not muffins.
Muffins good. What's
Muffins.
Up, muffins? Yeah.
Because then they just start there and think like, what the hell? Because like they, because he doesn't have, obviously he doesn't have a muffin top, right? So you're not making fun of that. So then it just starts. He's why is he calling me muffins?
Sweet cheeks. Sweet cheeks. What's up, sweet cheeks? Yeah.
What's going on? Horseshoes. What's going on, horseshoes? He's gonna try to figure out forever, like what the hell does horseshoes mean?
Really weird.
Yeah.
He'll like go into Urban Dictionary. He'll ask to use the bathroom. He'll be in your bathroom furiously typing in the Urban Dictionary.
What's horseshoes?
Why is this old fucker keep calling me horseshoe?
What's going on, four-leaf clover? That's even better. Who's got that? Censored content, quick play it.
Yeah, leprechaun. Yeah. You see leprechauns? All you gotta do is look up in the tree. Everybody see leprechaun.
Oh, I like that one. I like that one. We should call him Leprechaun. I'm gonna call him Leprechaun because, and then if anybody ever asks me, I'll be like, "It's because you're lucky you're dating my daughter."
I like it. Yeah, I like it.
I like that Leprechaun. What's going on? I don't even know. I haven't. To be honest with you, I don't even know.
Just as long as he doesn't come back with something about there being a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow or something. He might turn the tables on you with that one. You might want to rethink that one.
He's got brown hair, I think. I don't think he looks anything like a leprechaun, so that won't be offensive. That's a good one. I like that one.
Or he could fix your shoes in the middle of the night.
Why do you keep calling him Leprechaun? I'll be like, because he's lucky to be dating you. I like that. That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. It doesn't make her feel bad. Right? She won't feel bad about that. That's actually, it's like a good statement.
It's not really a slight. Yeah, it's not a slight. It's just one of those things.
Yeah.
Oh, Tommy Williams is throwing out there. You can call him Lucky Charms.
Lucky Charms.
Yeah. What's up, Lucky Charms?
Magically delicious. No, I'm not calling him that. No.
He's like, I'm just curious, sir. Why do you call me Lucky Charms?
I am not calling him. No.
You're a fucking leprechaun. You just compound it. You compound the mystery because you're a fucking leprechaun. And he's like, what's
no? They'll twist it and say is it because I'm magically delicious? I'm not not doing that.
Yeah.
I am not calling him.
You open the door. Yeah, he could return fire. You don't want to give him any ammunition.
Nope. Yep. Nope. That's not happening.
Yeah, you just need it. But whatever you decide to call him, I would argue that you'd have more fun psychologically if you change it up. Like every time you see him, you call him something different. So just make it a point of honor that you have to come up with something unique, but it has to be vague, something that makes him scratch his head. Like when he leaves, he needs to be confused, like really befuddled when he's walking away from you. Like I just don't understand this guy.
That's like the whole thing with calling him horseshoes, though. Again, like the whole luck.
Exactly. Horseshoes was perfect. He's like
horseshoes. Leprechaun. What else is lucky? I don't know.
Lucky
13,
7.
7.
Yeah.
7.
What's up, 7? Yeah, that's a little vague, I guess. But
ooh, that might actually be close to his name too.
Steven.
It might be close.
Yeah.
What other things? What's that? What? Fan?
Call him
Rabbitfoot. Oh, that's a great one. That's another good one. Rabbitfoot.
Rabbitfoot's a good one. Call him Rabbitfoot. I was gonna say
he's gonna be like, "Why are you calling me Rabbitfoot?" I'll be like, "Because you're Thumper." I like that one. That's good. Rabbitfoot.
Yeah.
4-leaf clover.
You could have a theme, like each week you could switch to a different
Yeah.
theme. Like one week,
Oh, I'm on it.
like call him spatula, like anything from your kitchen. Like call him when he comes in and say, "What's up, spatula?" What the hell does spatula mean?
I love this. This is great. This is what for all y'all who are just becoming dads, because I know there's a few of you out there, and this is what you have to look forward to. You have this to look forward to, where you get to, finally be that person that degrades the children who are your friends or boyfriend and girlfriends of your children. So you can create that emotional bonding early. Really get on the right
call
foot.
Him push broom. Call him push broom. What's up, push broom? He's like, what the fuck? That push broom has there's all sorts of directions you could take push broom.
He did something really cute the other day. I probably shouldn't be talking about this. I don't know.
Oh, embarrassing's good, man.
Yeah.
You're gonna be in hot water with Savvy, but that's the way it goes,
So all right, so he did something because he just got his first job. I won't say where, but it has to do with animals. And so he got his first job, and so he saved up, and then he took Savvy out for lunch, and he wanted to take her someplace, not just like McDonald's or Burger King or anything like that. And he wanted to take her someplace nice. And so she's like, okay, well, where? And so he took her to not Outback, Texas Roadhouse for steak for lunch.
Nice.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Lucky. This is why he's gonna.
You said he works with animals. I instantly, nicknames are my thing. It's like I work in nicknames. Like Michelangelo worked in marble and paint. But when you said he worked with animals, the first nickname that popped in my head was Turd Herder. Because most people work with animals. If you start out at the level, I don't care if you work at a veterans clinic or if you work at an animal shelter, you end up cleaning up shit. So I think you could call him Turd Herder.
Hey, KC, is this the same guy that you met last time that you call him by like a state name or something?
No. That one was way worse. That was completely by accident. I completely called him like not even by his own name. I'd never met him before.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
though,
it was just a
you
completely
could
wrong
You
name.
could call him by. You could say, "Hey, what's up, Bobby?" And you're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, that's our other boyfriend."
Yeah.
And every time you could have a new guy. Every time you could have a new guy. Like,
It was,
what's up, Chuck?
But it was prom night, and I asked her like 4 or 5 times at the dinner table, and I even had like a little like naming what's it called when you have something that rhymes with it, a mnemonic device. I even had a mnemonic device to be able to remember his name, and he walked through the door, and I spit out something that had nothing to do with anything that I had said out loud to myself and in preparation, and I don't know how that happened or why, but it was so awkward because he's like, actually, that's not my name.
We had 2 boys, and I've never been afforded the opportunity to fuck with suitors and young boyfriends, young men. But I would think that it would just have endless opportunities to screw with these guys. I would think the least you could do is every time you meet one of these guys is feign ignorance and pretend confusion, and then you want to belittle them by saying,
"Which one are you again?"
Now tell me, Savvy, is this the boy who's going to Harvard? Or is this the boy that got the? Is this the guy that got the? Is this the boy that got the full ride scholarship to Harvard?
Man.
This isn't that kid.
No,
okay.
I can't do that. I can't do that.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely,
No.
you got to set a high bar for these dudes, man. Like, listen, man, if you're in contention, yeah.
She'll never let me. She'll be angry with me, and I don't want to make her angry.
Yeah, you'd be like, is this the boy that plays with the farm team for the Cincinnati Reds? Is this the one you told me was being scouted? Is this the kid that's got the 100-mile-an-hour fastball and it's being scouted by the?
I have to be condescending, but also uplifting to her. So, calling those names like horseshoes or leprechaun or something like that. That's great because then I have a great comeback for why it happened.
Plausible deniability. Yeah, you got plausible deniability. If she presses you on it, you can say, "Listen, I was being complimentary."
Yep,
I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
I can't like turd herder is not going to work. Yeah.
You have to admit it. You have to
Oh,
admit
it's
it
great.
kind of rolls off.
It's
You have to
great.
admit it kind of rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for it. I want to go there. Trust me, I really do. But I'm trying to think longer term than just my satisfaction. So,
Well, if the subject comes up now, you can tell him that you took up the sword for him. You could say, "Hey, listen, man. One of my buddies told me I should call you turd herder, but I thought that was too insulting. Instead, you're going to call him like a feces facilitator or something or something, along something much more an excrement engineer.
Yeah.
He's
You
an
know what you're
excrement engineer.
And what are you gonna call him?
What's that?
Turd burglar.
The excrement engineer is what I'm saying.
So how many poops do you pick up in a day?
Yeah. Do you wipe their
Do you-
little asses too, or do
do
you
you
just clean up
lose
what they
track?
drop on the floor?
Or do you count them?
Tell me about your days. What do you do all day? Do you have to clean their little butts for them, or do you just pick up what hits the ground?
What do you do when it's runny?
Yeah, you're a fucking poor guy, man.
Oh boy. Okay, enough of that. We are trading inside that range on the 30-minute interval here. We are trading right on the inside of that range all over today. We may hit the bottom side of this range here before the day is over, which means we could see a 508 close potentially. Did anybody have 508? No, but Tech would get a bonus point for that number. Who do we got in the back of the picture? I haven't said good morning to anybody. Rex, good morning. Yucca, good morning. Quack, quack, good morning. Petra, good morning. Funky, good morning. Preacher, good morning. And Pirate, good morning. I don't think I said any of those before, so good morning to you guys.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Rex can't talk because he's just robots, so he claps. Rex,
Is the live chat working? Is the live chat working, or is my screen just frozen?
I feel like there's been hardly any comments that have been rolling through, but it doesn't bother me.
Oh,
It's okay.
Maybe,
No, it's
no,
okay.
that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
I just didn't know if maybe I was having a tech issue on my end. Yeah, it's all good.
It has been light, but it's okay. I'm okay with that. There's nothing wrong with it. JW, good morning. Nobody needs to feel like they have to make a comment. That's unrequired.
Yeah.
I'm just here to make you happy. I don't need any interaction. Let's see. What kind of news do we have? Do we have any news today? Let's see. AMC news. 5 hours ago. Is this even former Johnston AMC movie theater's next act housing a megachurch? That's not really anything new. I don't feel like. I know a long time ago I feel like that's always been kind of a thing. Sometimes churches will rent out facilities to do Sunday services, and sometimes it can be. I don't know that I can say I've ever seen it. Excuse me, specifically be a movie theater, but that's kind of something they do. It's kind of an interesting place to choose to rent to do it, but whatever. Let's see here. Anything else?
There was a movie theater that's like 15 minutes away from me that went out of business a couple years ago, and I was hoping that AMC would buy it, but I guess they're turning it into a church right now.
Okay. The churches are taking over.
Telling you.
Let's see here.
It's a nice grift, man. You enjoy a tax-free status. You can you no longer pay any kind of taxes, and that alone makes you profitable. So
AMC,
it's all about doing it myself.
AMC Entertainment price target lowered to 10 from 11 at Morgan Stanley. That was 2 days ago that they put that out there. I had not seen that rating from 11. And here is a hit piece 16 hours ago from Investor Place of all things. Facing I can barely even read this seriously. Facing reality, AMC stock is headed for brutality and fatality. They are really going straight for the jugular. Yeah, fatality.
Your last name?
Wait. Hot mic. We got UPS delivery guy. Careful there, buddy. You're hot. Can you hear me?
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Good morning to you, by the way.
Good morning.
I don't think you got that last name out, so we're good. AMC Entertainment quarterly top line and bottom line results met analyst consensus expectations. However, AMC Entertainment reported a revenue fall off and swung to a net earnings loss. Investors shouldn't touch AMC stock with a 10-foot pole. That's what they say. We're buying, but don't you do it. Meme stock traders might root AMC Entertainment stock and its famous CEO Adam Aron. However, it's important for sensible investors to look closely at the actual data because there's no reason to expect it to return to its 2021, 2022, or even 2023 price levels. Really? Really? 2021. They're saying we can't beat 2021. What?
We need to start putting these articles and people on us. That's not true journalism.
I don't even understand like how they make these claims yearly. Box office total gross for domestic. I'm just doing domestic here. I'm not even doing the whole world, right? We'll just do domestic. 2021 was 4.4 billion. We're already over that in 2021. We're at 5.1 billion. 2022 was 7.3. And 2023 was 8.9.
Yeah, shoot them a quick inquiry and ask them to justify themselves. I'm confused, man.
8.
Blow some smoke up their ass. Tell them I'm a big follower, man. I read your stuff all the time. I'm confused by this. Can you help me out?
5.193. 5193. Is that right? I think I got that right. Times 12.
Good, thorough journalism is hard to find.
I must have done my math wrong here. Hold on, because there's no way that number is right. What did I say? 8.5. We're looking. I don't see why we couldn't beat out 2022. I feel like 2022 is pretty doable in terms of total gross box office gross numbers. I feel like that's doable. 2023 might be a little bit harder to beat out, but I mean we're talking about a year where we had strikes that were impacting the movies for the first portion of the first 2 quarters of this year, and yet we're already beating 2020. Well, we're in at this rate, we're pretty much going to beat 2022. I just don't. Let's keep reading. Not long ago, AMC Entertainment refined $2.45 billion worth of debt. Some onlookers celebrate this, but it doesn't negate the fact that AMC Entertainment has to pay off a whopping $2.45 billion plus interest. Actually, it's probably worse than that, since Bloomberg reported that AMC Entertainment has been fighting against $4.5 billion of long-term borrowings as theater attendance remains below pre-pandemic levels. How is that possible when we're beating the pre-pandemic level number of ticket sales and concession numbers? That doesn't make sense. So AMC Entertainment's recently released quarterly results were crucially important, but unfortunately they don't suggest that a happy ending is in store. And they say here comes the butt sandwich, right? So they start off with the butt. Then we're going to go to the sandwich part, the middle meat portion of this, where they say first some sort of good news, and then we're going to get the other half of the butt cheek here in a minute. In light of AMC Entertainment's heavy debt load, the company really needed to hit a home run with its second quarter 2024 financial report. However, there wasn't a home run, though there may have been a couple of singles or doubles. There's a rundown. Here's a rundown of Q2 of 2024. AMC Entertainment's admissions revenue totaled $564.4 million, falling short of Wall Street's consensus estimates of $586. Actually, beat estimates. Million. So far, not so good. Meanwhile, AMC Entertainment's total quarterly revenue declined 23% year over year to $1.03 billion, which also isn't good news. But hey, at least this result was in line with the Wall Street's consensus estimate. AMC Entertainment reported an adjusted earnings loss of 43 cents per share. This result was also in line with the analyst consensus forecast. I suppose that with some mental gymnastics, one could construe AMC Entertainment's inline results as positive news. Wow, they didn't even throw in this butt sandwich a real good middle section. AMC Entertainment, don't celebrate. I can't even finish reading this. This is horrible. I'm going to go to the ending portion. Cherry picking a handful of somewhat positive sounding data points is a bad habit. I urge you to avoid the mental gymnastics and face the stark reality of AMC Entertainment's financial issues. Maybe there'll be another meme stock revival, but that's not something you can count on. A much more likely outcome is that AMC Entertainment shares will lose substantial value due to the company's subpar fundamentals. With that in mind, investors should prepare for a brutal future with AMC stock. It's fine to sell your shares as soon as possible to avoid potential losses and heartbreak. Wow. I want to frame this one. Who wrote this? David Modal. Let's check out David.
Yeah, you read my mind. I was going to say, let's see if we can learn a little bit about old Davy boy.
Yeah, what's going on here? Oh, he's a fresh meat kind of guy. Yeah, you're young in this one. His expertise is stocks, options, precious metals, Bitcoin, and altcoins.
His expertise.
Mm-hmm. That's what it says. Education, master's degree in education from the American College of Education, bachelor's degree in education from Florida Atlantic University, associate's degree in liberal arts from Palm Beach Community College. About David. David Modal is a financial writer for investorplace.com. He has a master's degree in education and has authored financial content for multiple websites. It's interesting what masters are doing for a living these days, when they have to resort to making their money writing hit pieces. David is on. I mean, this is a master's degree here. We're talking about. He's got a master's and what does he have? A master's in American College Education,
he's an educated man.
bachelor's degree. He's an educated guy, and he's resorting to writing hit pieces on investorplace.com.
I'd love to ask him if I could corner him live and ask him, did you arrive at all these conclusions just based on how you analyzed the battlefield, or has someone encouraged you to write a negative article and then you just filled in the blanks? I'd love to hear
his
him go on
job.
To say rather this is his.
That's his job. It does not list anything else here for a job. His job is to write for investorplace.com.
Right. Yeah, he's a staff writer.
David, no, he's not even on staff. He's a contributor.
All right.
He's calling him. He's a contribute. He's just writing contributing pieces. It says here, David is also active as a social media influencer with tens of thousands of followers on YouTube.
There you go. There's the money shot. Right
Twitter. StockTwits, and other popular sites. David writes on topics ranging from stocks to cryptocurrencies, options, precious metals, bonds, futures, and other areas of finance. Focusing on data rather than emotions, David is always on the lookout for new pathways to financial freedom.
Sure is.
By writing for investorplace.com. Count on David for wealth building strategies and resources for investors and traders of all financial. Look, guys, if you can get enough people, let's assume I don't how many people do I have subscribed to this channel?
175. Oh,
Subscribed. I don't remember the number. It's like
7,000.
All right, let's just go with that number. Let's just say that I got each of you to donate $1 to me a month.
That's a good living.
That's not bad. And all I'm asking for is $1.
Yeah.
That's $1.
Just
$1 is all I'm asking. I'm not even asking for two.
Worth $1 to hear
I'm only
about
asking
drugs?
for $1. Do you? And I hope you guys understand where this is going. This is all about microtransactions and trying to make money off of little
Scale.
tiny. Yeah, it's not. It
Scale.
has.
You just take a little tiny nibble, but you get it from a giant group of people, and it adds up.
So when you attach your name to a hit piece article like this, to where you know it's going to hit views, that ups your viewerships. And when you up your viewerships, that ups the amount of people that you're getting hits for. So if there's advertising revenue for these articles that they're writing based off of the amount of viewerships that they're going to have, then that's how they, more than likely, that's how they make their money. So, yeah.
If I had the energy, or if I was so inclined, I would go after these guys. I would go after them like a hitman. And I mean that metaphorically. Let me be real clear about that. But I would go after them, and I would reveal them for being exactly what they are.
He looks smug as shit too.
Just come out of college with about $70,000 in student loan debt. He probably rents an apartment.
This guy looks like he's just asking for an ass whooping.
He paid too much for. Probably has a 60-month loan on a fucking used car. He's got 3 credit cards that are maxed out, and he's giving people financial advice. He's that fucking dude.
There it is.
He's going to give you the path to financial independence. The hubris that it takes to say that when you're at his place in life is nothing short of breathtaking. That guy right there is going to show you the path to financial independence. Sure he is.
Now, I really want to fact check some of the stuff here, because he says tens of thousands of followers right here. And so this makes me want to, it says he's on Twitter, so I'm going to go look him up. I'm going to look up David. It's got a link here. I'm going to look him up on Twitter. I'm going to see, and then I'm going to show you guys some interesting things here. Let's do a little investigation, shall we? Let's do this. So first off, we're going to go over to Twitter. We're going to see how many followers. He's got 26,000. What was the number he said again? Wait, I could have sworn that said tens of thousands. Okay, so yeah, that counts. Okay, we're at 10,000.
So that means he has to have a minimum. He has to have a minimum of 10,000.
Right. So we've got David Modal over here. This is his Twitter. Find plenty of options. Stock education at tinyurl.com for stock videos for informational purposes only. I am not licensed to provide investment advice.
There you go.
However, in the piece that he wrote, where did I put that at? Son of a...
He asked you to sell.
He asked me to sell.
In the piece he wrote.
Yeah, in the piece that he wrote. He literally said, I advise you to sell. Hold on, we're going back to it. Right here.
Well, it's like I said,
with that in mind, investors should prepare for a brutal future with AMC stock. It's fine to sell your shares as soon as possible to avoid potential losses and heartbreak. Meanwhile, I am not licensed to provide investment advice.
His picture looks like a guy who cries after he masturbates.
I wasn't gonna go there.
Yeah,
wow, you got dark quick.
His face, he's one of those guys that weeps. He weeps softly.
I am not licensed to provide. I'm posting this. I'm posting this. I'm posting this. I'm calling him out on Twitter.
Absolutely, man. Let's pick a fight. He picked a fight when he started this. When he wrote this.
Let's see here. let's take a screenshot. I gotta open up another screen here. Oh gosh, how nice it is to be able to open up screens. And I couldn't just a few days ago.
Meanwhile, I bet you his loans are getting reversed from Biden for that education.
Yeah.
Looking at markets, I'm like, listen, you have a degree in education. How did any of that prepare you to give people investment advice? I don't know.
Says he joined Twitter back in 2013, so he must be older than he looks in this picture. Or he joined when he was
pictures that are 10 years old.
We're gonna go to here. No, here. What am I doing? Yeah. It's just his name. Career. CARE career. I hate that word. That's one of those words that hits me wrong. Nice hit piece today. Yeah, no, I got it. I already got it. Thank you guys. Nice hit piece today on your career career making. What do I want to call it? Your what's the word I want to use here? Career
what are you
path.
trying to do?
Career.
Describe his post or something.
His job, career, his. I want to give elevation to something that's not elevated, which is investorplace.com.
Nice hit piece today on your hit piece by your article. The hit piece is his article, so you want to say something along the lines of nice hit piece by your article.
I don't know if I want to. I don't want to give people any links to this because I don't want people to go see it on your
direct traffic.
article.
You don't want to drive traffic towards.
Yeah, nice hit piece today on your on AMC and your article.
Advising people to sell.
I happened to notice that you are not licensed to give financial advice, and yet you are. Congrats. Oh wait, what was the who was the person that was giving Left? What was the Left's first name again?
Andrew
Left. Say hi to Andrew Left for me. No, I won't say that. That's a threat. That sounds like a threat. Maybe I'll just put down taking notes. I'll just put taking notes. And then I'm going to put hashtag #ApeSnow because I just think that's funny to put in sometimes.
My whole thing is what makes you qualified?
I am not licensed to provide advice, and then he's probably going to come back with some kind of retort and say like, "Oh, I just got my certification recently."
It's my opinion. It's my opinion. Yeah. I think you'd be much better served to point out some of the factual inaccuracies. Rub his nose in it. Would you care to retract some of these statements that are clearly, clearly lies?
Let's do that. Let's say.
I'd like to give you the opportunity to retract some of your inaccurate statements.
Let's try that. I'd love to give you a chance to retract some of the many inaccurate statements you made. #ApeSnow.
Yep. And I'd finish up with who
I have 11.
encouraged you.
I have 11.
Who
I have 11 left.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm done. I don't have any more. I don't need more room.
There you go.
Unfortunately, the way that Twitter does this, people have to click on this to see the actual.
He's going to do the simple-minded. He'll go get the path that the simple-minded do. Tell me what I was wrong about. But it doesn't matter. It's a good way to poke you with a stick.
Yep. All right. We'll leave that up. I'll leave that up over here so I can reference that later, because I'm sure I'll probably end up having to deal with some kind of break time drama from tweets going back and forth. Let's see what else we got going on here. Numbers time?
It's that time. See, maybe we're going about this all wrong, Casey.
What do you mean?
Maybe you should take the same tack that I took with our friend R from yesterday.
Friendly?
Maybe you should invite him, give him a real friendly invitation, tell him he could grow his viewership and increase his followers if he'd like to come live and explain some of his, like I said, because that's how you get, if you can get one of these cowardly cocksuckers to come on live.
So here's my big problem with this, though.
Really cut him.
We've done that, and I say we, and it wasn't me personally, but it was somebody else who was, I think, a YouTuber, or maybe it could have been, no, it was Space Calls. It was Space Calls, and they brought in one of those guys that wrote articles against AMC, and he was actually at the time that they and nobody knew this, but he was writing another hit piece against AMC and collecting data, and he was using the things that were being said in that space call to write more negative stuff against AMC.
Yeah, and that's fair.
No. But the thing is,
fine.
no. But we're giving him ammunition though when we do that. When we invite him in to try and talk to us, we're just simply inviting him to give more ammunition to him. And I think I want to try to avoid that as much as possible. And I feel like even me putting out that tweet right there is enough for me to, just give him just a little, because people are going to go research the article now, right? They're going to be like, what article was this?
I'm not sure if that argument, I'm not sure if I agree with that argument, because if you just let it run unchecked, if you say, well, I'm not going to draw any attention to them because it just adds fuel to the fire, then you're seceding the battlefield to them. You're just letting them control the narrative. They get to put out all the information without anybody pushing back.
But you're assuming you're assuming that I have more of a following than he does, and if he has more of a following, then what he says is going to be seen more than what I say.
So then what I would argue for is that you challenge him to a duel. You take your glove off and you slap him across the face and say, I challenge you to pistols at dawn. You do it on his platform where his 2,000 people see that you have challenged him to come on live and defend the statements that he's made. And then you follow up by saying, I'm just going to assume that if you refuse to do this, that we'll take that as a surrender, as an admission of guilt. That might be a little bit combative, but I'm just saying, put it in front of his 2,000 viewers that this guy's full of shit, and I'm willing to have a civil debate with this guy in a live forum to poke holes in all of this foolishness. Are you interested? Yeah. And if nothing else, the 2,000 people that follow him, they get put on blast that, hey, this guy is a charlatan. He's a snake oil salesman. I don't know if there's merit to that or not. Then again, I like a good fight. So,
yeah.
Morning, love. Yeah. Put my name underneath.
Let me think. Let me think about it.
You can be what do you like, the intermediary? You can say, listen, you've been challenged to pistols at dawn. Somebody is calling you out for a debate concerning the inaccuracies, the many inaccuracies in this article. If you're interested in a civil exchange of ideas and discourses, reach out to me. And if nothing else, that'll be on his tweet for 2,000 people to read, that somebody out there is pointing a finger at this guy saying this guy's full of shit, and you're doing it in the nicest way possible. You can't lose. If he just ignores you or blocks you, it's still out there for everybody to see. Mm-hmm. And you don't have to motherfuck him up like I do, but yeah. Yeah. that's what I would do. I'd say I can't help but notice the clear bias and inconsistencies, the factual inconsistencies of your article. We'd like an opportunity to debate you on this, on these issues. If you're willing to,
the merit of your words.
If you're willing to defend your statements, if you believe these to be true, would you care to come on live and defend them publicly, the statements that you've made?
Yeah.
You might be surprised. He might take you up on it. He might see it as some guys say, "Hey, more fame," just like your savvy's friend that stuck his head in and said, "Live."
Hi.
It's the same. This guy might be the same way. He might be like, "Hey, man, I get to be on a live feed," because these guys they're fame whores. So just that alone, he may take the bait on it.
I so badly wanted to get up and go introduce myself to him, and here I was dedicated to starting on a specific time, and I was like, I can't right now, but I'll meet you later. Yeah. All right, let's do this. We got to do some numbers here. Casey, bring Danny as your Danny will just chat GPT everything for me, so I have all my correct facts. That'll help. I'm gonna pass on that one, but we'll bring Danny. We could have a whole room full of people in here to talk to him, and anybody could bring up a point if they wanted to. All right, let's do some numbers. I've taken you guys over the other screen here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at some of the happenings in the market right now with our numbers specifically. As I move some screens around. All right, starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange right around 62% going through there, and EDGX. We got 60.81% going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 6.64 for a combined total 67.45%, or about 5.45% higher than I would expect to be. CHX volume for the day is at 700. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 2,337. Nothing unusual about those numbers. Borrow fees or shares available to be borrowed is another 100,000 has been borrowed in the last hour. That puts us at 700,000 shares borrowed for the day according to IBKR. With fees at 2.46 and rebate at 2.87. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 597,000 shares having been returned. It's now 625,000 shares, according to Ortex on AMC. That's going to... it actually didn't. It didn't reduce the estimated short-term interest of the free float. It's still at 14.74. The cost per borrow mins at 2.73, averages 3.99. And we saw a spike today on Max, which means there's probably an institution out there that's running low on shares to lend, because Max is at 19.21. Taking a look at GME's CHX volume, CHX volume, shares having been returned for the day today, sitting at 161,000 shares. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today on AMC's has been at a $5.50 strike with 5.2 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 6,000 contracts now. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 1.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 1.7. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. MMRI was 242.63 an hour ago, is now 243.58. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates an hour ago was 0.119 and is now currently at 0.126. We're starting to see those widen up a little bit more again here. This is also some different things that I'm looking at here that I'm watching for some kind of specific outlying event here that doesn't seem to match up with what's been happening. We've been getting DXY decreasing or being inverse to the rest of the market sharply in contrast to what the rest of the market's been doing and some of these other indicators. But the VIX is still trending down. This SPX is up. The yen seems to be strengthening by trending down. However, the Nikkei is also trending down in value. So some interesting stuff going on here. I'm just going to keep pulling this page up from time to time and on the hour when we look at it just to see if there's any significant changes going on. We're looking for that carry trade to kick back in again and complete because I don't think it ever got completed. Taking a look at the NASDAQ, it is up 0.29. Dow Jones is up 0.64, and the SP 500 is up 0.48. We have 2,831 decliners to 2,572 advancers. That's more advancers this hour than it was an hour ago. The market is definitely getting stronger than where it started out today. Worst performing sectors, communications followed by consumer discretionary. Those are the worst. The top two best performers in the market are financials followed by technology. Of the Mag 7, 2 are red. They're actually kind of significantly red, 2.5%, both Tesla and Google. The rest of everything else is up. Google had a lawsuit. I'm not sure what Tesla's reason is. Financial institutions, plus or minus 2.5% or more from yesterday's close. We'll get a shout out. FRC is down 27.78%. NYCB is down 2.82. UBS Group is up 5.16. Schwab is up 4.44. Morgan Stanley up 3.2. And that's it. Gold is down 0.82 and trending down. Silver is down 1.42, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 1.52 and trending. This level of resistance here seems to be holding, and so I'm gonna say a continuous trend down here. It's not broken past this just yet. I know the ultimate trend or the trend on a shorter time frame is ultimately up, but the overall trend is still down here. The US dollar is down 0.11 and does seem to have broken past that level of resistance and is trending up and finding the resistance at 102.46. Oil is down 0.44. That level of resistance is a long-term held point of contention for the US dollar. Oil is down 0.44 and starting to trend back up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.15 to 0.23 and consolidating after a trend up. SPY is up 0.49 and trending up. VIX is down 9.11 and trending down continuously. It's up 16.47 at this point, with futures suggesting 16.48. So the futures and the VIX are still aligning and trending down together. IWM is down 0.23 and trending up. VB is up 0.04, trending up. Tesla is down 2.5 and trending up. Amazon is up 0.08, trending up. Cinemark is up 1.24 and consolidating after a trend up. Doge is down 2.35 and trending up. Bitcoin is down 2.59 and is trending up. GME is down 0.85 and consolidating after a trend down. HYMC is down 0.67, consolidating after a trend down. NCMI is up 0.33 and consolidating after an uptrend. HOOD is up 2.36 and appears to be breaking an uptrend into a downtrend. And AMC is down 1.17 and consolidating after a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, about $200,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.05 million shares traded so far for the day today, putting us on a pace right now for about 9.69 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're pacing that quite nicely. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 52.6, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 50.06, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 45.09, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 42.9, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Yeah, I'm going to think about that Pirate. I'm gonna think about talking to him.
Yeah, the most polite invitation that you can muster. The goal here is to reveal him as being wrong. And if I just send him a text calling him a dumb cocksucker, that's not going to go anywhere, you know. But if you said, yeah, cock gobbler. But if you send him a text or tag him in, however all that works, where his 2,000, not only him but his 2,000 followers can read that somebody out there cares enough to say the article you wrote is full of, and you, like I said, you'd be real delicate, inconsistencies in parentheses, and say, if you care to join us on a live call, we'd love to have a civil debate about the subject.
Casey.
Yeah.
In the bubble, I posted something one of my friends sent me. What a freaking way to pay
Every time
something.
I do this, I say I'll never do it again. But here I go.
You know,
pay.
You got to pay to say something like that. You know you know what I mean.
I don't know. Do I really want to watch this? Is this going to be something?
No, you can watch it, but don't put it up like on, you know.
Okay, all right.
But just you kind of, you know, how people, they just have a grudge and they hold on to.
It's too small for my eyes to read. Yucca, what's it say?
Yeah, just read it to us.
It says, "God bless, much love. AMC's trash. Stay away." And then he paid $2 on Meet Kevin's channel to have that blasted.
Yeah.
And then Meet Kevin's like, "You're gonna piss people off, man. You're gonna pay $2 to post that? Like, what?"
Yeah, I can see the profile picture, and I'm pretty sure I know exactly who that is, and he's been
You know who that is.
yeah,
It's like,
long time
man.
outstanding non-supporter. It was funny because he came in originally acting like he was a big huge supporter of AMC, and then immediately once he had enough of a significant amount of people who were following, changed his entire tune. I mean, just flipped his entire tune. It was crazy. It was.
Yeah,
somebody throw me a bone. Who are we talking about here?
I don't care.
Yucca. Casey can't say it, but Yucca, who is it?
It's a man, a trans man. It's a.
Is it an army man? Is it an army man?
It's not even an army man.
He literally, it's funny. I've experienced through this whole ordeal times where I've felt that there were people who were taking things that I was saying and like writing them down and like using them as their own talking points.
Repackaging them.
Yeah, repackaging, and they would literally, like, I would go and I would listen to them, and then we're talking about space calls here. I would go and I would listen to him in the space calls, and I was going like, this dude is literally saying, like, he's repeating, and there's no break in like some of the, like, he's catching like the hot points and just stringing them in a line instead of like having like conjecture between some of the things that I say, and I go like, this is like straight up like plagiarism almost. But I didn't pay any attention to it because it was just kind of like one of those things where it's like
kind of like it's like an intellectual plagiarism.
Yeah, I was like, whatever.
They take something they hear from someone else and then they kind of repackage it a little bit and it makes them look witty or smart. I've noticed it several times.
And it's funny because over time they hone their ability to be able to say it so that it sounds smoother, right? Like at first they sound awkward saying the things that they're saying, but then over time it becomes like almost as second nature for them to be able to just kind of rattle stuff off, and it sounds like it has so much more, like the more they do it, the better they get at it. And then suddenly, like one day they'll, once they get this big following of people who are behind them, they flip. And one of these particular individuals that I'm talking about was actually, I caught him in a space call that was not AMC related. He had a group of people that he was kind of hanging out with that were outside of the AMC community, and he was some people may know who I'm talking to people about here, and some people may not, but he only allowed so many people to follow him. He wouldn't allow people to follow him, so he had his account blocked from only specific individuals. Well, I happened to be one of the individuals that he would allow to follow, and I followed him into a space call, and he didn't know that I was there, and I heard him talking about Larry Fink, and he just went on and on and on about how great Larry Fink is and what a great guy he is. And to this day, I am absolutely convinced, and this is actually the first time that I realized that we're not just in this against hedge funds. There's literally people from different organizations that are trying to sway people's opinions about financial institutions, period. And they're literally coming into and they're infiltrating into our community and painting out. They may be telling you to invest in like a certain broker. They might be telling you that that they might be trying to convince you that there's certain people who are good people in a like Larry Fink. And if any of you guys know any of the history behind Larry Fink, I don't know why we spend so much time focusing on Kenny when Larry's like, I mean, he's literally running the whole show, the whole market.
Yeah, like yep.
And it's
Yeah,
like,
come on, man.
why are we talking about people like Kenny when Larry Fink's got a Aladdin running the whole show here? I have no idea why that is, but it is what it is. And but that was the first time when I realized like he was doing the same thing with the whole Larry Fink. Like you could tell that he was practicing this like pitch that he was giving of Larry Fink. He's the best guy in the world, and he's so awesome, and everybody should love this guy. And they're long on AMC. He was practicing his thing, and it was weird to watch and see it unfold. And I just kind of felt like at that point, like, oh, this guy's like a paid BlackRock influencer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
you don't. I understand. I don't know. People just have. I don't know. They don't know. Casey, when it's not AMC, if people are upset towards the people, the person running the company, that's different. But AMC is an amazing company. But the way you feel about a certain person running it, that's a different story. You got people, you got loved ones that are in this play. You don't bash a company.
Mm-hmm.
Like back in the days when I used to work at Circuit City, you weren't allowed to bash a brand just because this other brand would give you a higher spiff, like higher commission.
Mm-hmm.
If they heard you trying to say, "Oh, this is better than that," you were fired.
Yeah.
You weren't supposed to do that. I mean, and then now you're saying things like this when it's made you. That's the reason why people know you, because you created a channel based on AMC. I'm not saying what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And then now you turn your back on it and this and that. Come on, man.
Well, we're already seeing. We're even seeing this. And I'm not trying to make this political. I'm just saying that it's happening in other areas as well. To ignore it is to suggest that you aren't seeing what's happening. But we're already finding out that there's political parties out there that are paying influencers to say things about their campaign, and it's like it's happening everywhere. Everybody's. There's. If somebody's willing to collect the money to say something, that's what influencers are there for, is to simply push a product. And if you don't, yeah.
I agree with you, and you can actually use your playbook as far as information that's being pushed your way on social media.
Yep.
Whether it's political or whatever, institutional wise. I agree with you 100%. You could actually use your playbook, and a lot of that leads over into other things.
Yeah. Yep. There's a reason why, and that's it's hard for me. It's hard for me now to watch any news anymore and not sit there. It doesn't matter if it's left or it's right. It's hard for me to watch any news and not sit there and go like, okay, well, what's the purpose behind what it is that they're saying here? Because obviously it has nothing to do with the news. The words that they're saying are not what I should be focused on. There's a reason for what it is that they're trying to either get me to feel or how they want me to see things or whatever. And now everything's just disinformation anymore. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't believe in credible journalism anymore, and that my mom doesn't like it when I say that because she's kind of somewhat of a journalist herself. So, but I just don't believe in fair journalism. I don't think it exists. And if it does exist, it exists on a free plane. Meaning, like if somebody's not getting paid, then that's probably somebody you should be listening to. Because they don't have.
That's the thing. The people who are being fair and balanced, they don't have an audience.
Yeah.
It's once you get a big audience, the money comes in because it's like a vicious circle that if you get really, really popular and you become a magnet for eyeballs, then the money comes and it's hard to turn down the money.
That's what I liked about Reddit for a long time. I was actually using Reddit as a main source for news because I was getting like just general people were going in and posting stuff. Like they weren't, I mean, they may be biased, but they were posting what they were seeing live right there as it's happening. And that's, to me, is more valuable than what I'm getting fed to me through other sources. And I like that. I like that authenticity of getting something live. Like there's all this. Man, I'm going political. Like I can't do this. There has been suggestions that there's been things that we see on the news that's been altered by AI with attendance at the places. When all I really need to do is just go and look at a picture somebody posted up like 3 minutes ago from wherever, because they were there. They were actually there, and they took a picture of the audience, and there it is for you to see. But
I have this theory that in some ways we're no better off now than we were before Gutenberg. Was it Gutenberg that invented the printing press? Before the printing press was invented. And I'll keep it real brief. We have never had an easier access to information, but at the same time, it's never been easier to lie. So although we have this giant tidal wave of information coming crashing on the shores every day, I know I'm mixing metaphors here, but you have no idea to know what's bullshit and what's true. So we have an abundance of volume, but there's no screening process.
Hey,
so
that sounds like fake shares.
We're no better off now than we were when they first printed a printing press printed the first written newspaper, because the idea is to learn factual information, to learn truths. So even if somebody shotguns you with all this information, if you have no idea to separate the bullshit from the truth, then you're no better off than you were before you even had all the information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and then
if I can,
go ahead.
I just wanted to add that we're also living in a time when there's governments that stop the release of information, right? We have what's happening in the UK, where if you speak out against what's happening, what let's say the illegal migrants are doing, you're getting put in jail, as they call it, hate speech, and you go to jail, right, if you just speak up. But we also see it, sorry to see this, but also from US, right? We see what's happening with with Assange and with Snowden, right? They were just speaking up about the wrong things that they saw, whistleblowers, and they ended up being exiled basically, because otherwise they would end up in jail.
Yeah, I had a hard time with I'm trying to think which one was which. I think it was Snowden, because everybody was like all up in arms that he was a betrayer of the country, and I'm sitting there going like, yeah, but he's also telling you that they're doing illegal shit. So what's the problem? and I had a hard time with that one because there was I had a real difficult time with that one.
Yeah,
I was torn. You can't let a government step all over the people illegally and ignore it and just turn blind and say, well, it's for the best. It's for our best. It's not right. It's still illegal.
And that's why I mean it's a complete, not even shame, but it's a complete mess what all these three letter offices are doing. You know, the NSA, FBI, CIA, all of those fuckers.
We literally, like, in the last hour just took this into like a total conspiracy theory channel.
Well, I mean, yeah, they could let us have our cake and let AMC run, but they're like, no, short it.
Yeah.
So this is what they get.
Yeah.
You know what the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth is?
Time? I don't know what.
6 months.
6 months, yeah.
6 months.
6 months. It's getting shorter though, or at least it feels like it's getting shorter.
That's right. It
Yeah.
is. That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny, but it's not. It's like one of those haha sad funnies. Like, it's funny, kinda. It's true.
You know what? My main kind of fear right now, I mean, there's a lot of things that are fucked up about the world today, but with regards to the US, I think, I do believe they will try to assassinate again Trump. And, well, despite me not necessarily liking Trump, there's things I don't like, but, you know, when you compare him to Biden or Kamala, of course, he's the obvious choice.
Well, nobody deserves
think
to
they're gonna-
shoot. Yeah, you can't, like, it doesn't matter how much you like or you hate him. Like, you should be everybody should be against an assassination attempt of a political person, regardless of how you view them.
Yeah.
If the same thing,
that would fall under. You think that would fall under the subjects of there's some things that we can all agree on.
Yeah.
You would think, but it's not the case. I'm telling you, it's not the case. There are some fucking lunatics out there who, to this day, will tell you, yeah, if it's good for the good of the country.
if it had happened to
But
Kamala
I don't want to interrupt Preacher because
Yeah.
Preacher, after he
Yeah, sorry.
saved the
Yeah,
computer,
yeah,
he should have the microphone uninterrupted for
Yeah.
the rest of the day for the month, because we wouldn't be here without Preacher's efforts. But I will interrupt him and say that in the end, you can't kill an idea, Preacher. They may blow Trump's head off, but you can't kill 500,000 people, half the country. And Trump is really, it's an idea now. It's bigger than just him as one man. And I would argue that it's too late for that. It's too late for them to think that this can be as simple as, well, if we just get rid of Trump, this will stop. And an example of that is what you see happening right now in Great Britain or England, where they're locking people up for what they say. I mean, people see this now. It's everybody sees it happening, and it's so there you go.
But well, I mean, of course, you know, we all agreed that nobody should be like assassinated, and nobody should even say that it's an okay thing for it to happen. But I'm afraid that they will still try to get rid of him. You know, they can bring back someone who's going to be a puppet, who's going to, you know, maybe sing to the same tune as him. But as long as they continue to do whatever they're doing, right, uninterrupted. Because while Trump, maybe in the beginning, he was like doing it for the good of the country or for his own, you know, egotistical feelings, because people were making fun of him, like Obama saying that Trump's never going to be president and so on and so forth, right? So maybe he took it as a challenge. But I think now he's really against the system, like against, you know, this two-tiered government. You know,
I've said that all along. Yeah.
So I think they're afraid. I mean, I think they're really afraid if he gets elected, or more, well, when, as long as he's alive, when he gets elected, because I don't think there's much that can happen unless there's going to be some insane levels of election fraud. I don't think there's a way he doesn't get elected. Yeah, their system is in danger, basically.
Numbers?
No, it's break time.
Numbers. I'm going to mute myself.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I got to go to break though, and I'll let you guys continue the conversation without me. It's trying not to get too political, but yeah, it's just there's just so much. I feel like you know, in regards to that whole idea of like, you know, we our eyes are open now, and we're understanding what really is happening around us. Is evident in what it is that we're doing, as you know, when we call ourselves apes, and we're reacting the way that we're reacting to the market when the market's trying to manipulate us in a certain kind of way, and we can see what's going on, and we're like, no, this is not right. And you know, this is another one of those kind of examples of people saying this enough is enough. It's got to stop, and it doesn't matter. And this is the part that I think is the most amazing is that a lot of us in here have political ideas that are differing, or maybe even we have differing opinions on how we should run the country. But that's not what the important part is. The important part is to us is that there's something wrong with this financial market, and we all recognize that. Every single one of us. It's not just a small group. At some point in time, and it may not be as big as it used to, and that's okay. But at some point in time, there was 4 million of us, 4 million people who were all invested monetarily, understanding that we believe that there was something wrong with the system. That's a lot of people. I know it doesn't sound like a whole lot of people, but to me, that's a lot of people that stand up and say, this is wrong. It's pretty big. And I'm glad. I'm glad to be a part of the fight. All right, enough from me. I'm going to break.
Where are you going?
I literally just said it.
Make a sandwich.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean?
Get all political. I don't know what you mean, man.
Oh, I'm just saying, politics.
Hey, real quick,
take a break.
Been to the Walmart to get AMC popcorn and notice that they don't have the lightly salted pre-popped bags anymore.
They're sold out.
Well, I noticed on the shelf they have the tags are not there and the tag is completely gone.
I'll bet you they probably didn't sell as well.
And the lightly salted microwavable boxes popcorn, they're on clearance for $3.50.
Yeah.
Box.
They didn't taste as good
That's all right.
anyways. Yeah.
Oh, those were my favorites, man.
Oh, you like the lightly salted?
Yeah, that was my favorite out of all of them.
Well, I did the taste test with me tasting them back to back, and I actually later on down the road, I think I mentioned this to you guys. I later on down the road opened up and ate some of the lightly salted without eating some of the other ones first, and it was decent. It was very fine. There was nothing wrong with it at all. But it was when I went from the extra butter and the normal one to the lightly salted that I was like, oh, this is trash. So it was only trashy tasting when you had to compare it.
Yeah, it was nice, and I thought lightly kind of sweet in a way.
Mm-hmm.
I liked it.
Yeah.
I think you're sweet.
Hopefully they're not getting rid of it and they just bring it back.
Maybe they will. I don't know. We'll see. We can ask. We can always ask.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to break. Let me
Where are you going?
mute myself, and I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right.
Off you go.
So, guys, what did I miss last week while I was away? Anything interesting going on?
No, it was boring. It really was. You didn't miss anything, Preacher. It's incredibly boring.
That's good. took my laptop with me in case we would start squeezing or anything, but wouldn't have been fun. Let's say being on a holiday away with friends, and like instead of meeting friends, sitting inside and looking at the laptop. It's like first time in like 2 decades, I think. Got some time off this way. So in a sadistic way, I'm happy it was quiet. Gonna drop off for a bit. Need to make a call.
Come back when you can. Papa Mac said the hate for Trump runs scarily deep in many. I wouldn't disagree with you there, Mac, and I wish I could engage people and ask them, explain to me, help me understand. I don't want to be your enemy, and I support this guy. I can tell you why I support him. I can tell you what I like about him, and I want to be a good person. Help me understand why I should hate Trump too. And more often than not, when I press people on the issue, all you get is a lot of platitudes or vague statements or some sort of a talking point that's been regurgitated over and over again on the mainstream media, but it's never any specific. There's no specificity to it, and I find that troubling. I mean, I can change if I'm wrong for supporting this guy. If he's truly not going to be helpful for my family, our financial situation, everything, then I don't want to follow someone down the primrose path. I mean, in a perfect world, I would be the leader. I mean, that's just the way my personality's built. But I understand that that's never going to happen for me. That it was never my lot in life to be in the higher end of politics. So the best I can do is throw my support behind somebody that aligns with what I want. And it's selfish. I have no desire to go out and rebuild the world for everybody. I'm not a communist. I don't subscribe to this idea that everybody should get everything. I'm all about merit. But if I'm wrong, I want to do better. But unfortunately, you won't find that. At least I haven't as of yet. I think I've been approaching this whole thing wrong from the beginning, is that it doesn't do any good to just berate the other side or attack them or hurl insults at them, pass judgment on them. And that's what my default is. I think what I need to work on is explaining to people, why I think he's a good choice, and then hear them out. Let them show me the error of my ways, and quite possibly that I'm the one that needs to change. It's similar to when they take these internet journalists or influencers, whatever they call themselves. They go out with a camera, or they have a friend film them while they wave a microphone in people's faces. And it's a very interesting phenomenon that when they ask them, why are you protesting today? Please be specific. They just have a blank look on their face. And I know it's been said many times that we've been compared to sheep. They call it sheeple, where people just mindlessly follow the crowd, that group think of, but it's true. You'll ask them, you'll say, well, tell me, explain to me in your own words, just talk to me like I'm 5 years old. Tell me, what you're here today, why you're carrying your sign, and what do you want? And most of the time they just kind of look at you like a deer in the headlights. And that says a lot. Tech We Love says many of them were just raised Democrats and take a lifetime to undo party brainwashing. There may be something to be said for that. I mean, that's true on both sides of the ideological aisle. People were either raised, right or left, conservative or liberal. So you're always going to have that. But it still doesn't account for people growing, maturing, passing from childhood to becoming an adult, and starting to view the world around them, taking in everything that they see, and then formulating their own decisions, critical thinking. That's the part I get confused by. But on many occasions, Mrs. Pirate reminds me that they, when I say they, I mean the left side of the aisle. I'm conservative, and I don't hide that. But I'm kind of liberal in a lot of my thinkings. But if I had to pick a side, it's clear that I'm fall in line with the Republicans. But she admonishes me over and over again that they feel just as passionately that their side is right. There's someone out there right now, bloviating just like I'm doing. They're just going on and on and on about how Trump is wrong and the conservatives are wrong, and so I get it. Honey, did Ilhan Omar win last night? Oh, that sucks.
but they think it should, go against those.
Yeah, they had a big election. One of the people that I find most distasteful in modern day politics right now is that Ileana Omar from Minnesota. She's from Somalia, immigrated here, come out of the pure gutter, the cesspool of Somalia to this beautiful country of ours, and then immediately embarks upon a campaign of hate and never missing a chance to vilify our country and everything we stand for, openly declaring that her allegiance is to the people of Somalia. And I'm amazed that the people in that community will elect her to be a representative in Washington to hold a place in the seat of power, and arguably one of the most powerful places in the world, when she's made clear what she's all about. And there's a story there if you care to pay attention to it. What that tells you is that part of the country that she's from is no longer America. That particular, I don't know, county, whatever you want to call it, that particular group right there, that's no longer the country that you grew up in and come to love. And that's scary, because if that happens enough times, if what Ileana Omar has been able to pull off in Minnesota, if that's replicated enough times, the United States of America that we've known to grew up in will cease to exist. That's the point. Maize and Bluetooth says her district is largely Somalian. See, that's why we've kind of curved back around again, wrapped this up with a beautiful bow. It's about immigration. They've gone to great lengths to make this whole immigration thing about race, or paint people as xenophobic and all these nasty little words that are used to describe people. When I would argue that there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with somebody saying, I want Argentina to stay, I want it to remain the sovereign country for Argentinians. And I think Americans are entitled to that same, to demand that same autonomy. But that's not what you're seeing here. Carl J says death by 100 cuts. I couldn't agree more. And anyone who speaks out against it, like I am now, I'm walking up on the edge here, insulting some people, I'm sure. But anyone who points it out or shows the obvious, they immediately come under attack as somehow or another they're some closeted KKK member, or they're secretly just a racist, and they're all about white supremacy or whatever, and it's just not the case. It's like the fact that I'm Caucasian or it shouldn't, or I have a Nordic DNA shouldn't preclude me from my desire to have my country remain sovereign, remain independent. Yeah.
I think the biggest thing that everybody should be able to agree on is that both parties, but especially, in my opinion, my bias, that the left, they think that there's an endless supply of money, that the United States can take in everybody in the world because we have infinite amount of money.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Yeah.
There's and I think that's the problem with a lot of the,
well, they're uneducated. There's it's like when you see them interview a young girl and she says the rich should just pay for everything, or the government should just pay for everything. Why can't we? You see people who are they're just ignorant. And I don't mean that like a pejorative. I mean it to be descriptive. They literally lack the knowledge required of the subject. They think that just because you can turn the printing presses on, that you can have like a universal basic income and just give everybody in America 10 grand a month and we'll live in this utopia. And what it is they're revealing themselves as being how little they know about the entire system.
Yeah, but I would say this. I would say we know most of the media is owned by a few people, and few interests, right? And they and Congress keep pushing the narrative that we have endless amount of money, that we can just bring in any refugee who wants to come here. Like anybody who needs to come here can come here. Like they're pushing the narrative. They're brainwashing or making people delusional. Just saying, there's no limit. They only backed off that a little bit when they saw that Trump was succeeding in the polls. But other than that, they like to push that as far as they can.
Sam YT, good to have you among us. Well, Mason Blue 2 pointed out that those same people are learning from inflation. And that's another one of the, my little go-to sayings is I repeat frequently is some people have to learn the hard way. It's unfortunate, but it's always been the case. I guess it's part of the human condition that for I don't know what portion, but for many people, they refuse to consider the facts as they are in front of them, even if it's not the facts, just consider all the information and then draw conclusions from it. Instead, they default to emotions of what they desire to be accurate, and as a result of that, they don't fully understand what's happening until it kicks them in the balls. Like I said,
everybody's got a plan until it punches them in the face.
Until they get punched in the face, right? Yep.
Sorry, Pirate. I was trying to interrupt.
No, it's all good, man. I'm just trying to fill the dead airspace here.
And
the more the merrier, man. By all means.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people would agree with the sentiment that if things don't rapidly change, the lesson's going to be too big. You don't want a complete economic collapse. Like some people already think it's far too gone. In a lot of ways, right? They don't see the way back, and you don't want a complete loss of freedom. You don't want, some people who learn the lesson the hard way. If there's too many of those people, a country fails.
I don't subscribe to the philosophy that going forward we're going to see this apocalyptic type situation where everything collapses and becomes just a wasteland. I don't think that, because the current system that we live in, the current environment, is that it's too compartmentalized. Not everyone has the same needs. Not everyone has the same resources. So I don't see a situation where everything just pancakes like the buildings did at 9/11, where the whole system just comes down. What I can see is a slow and gradual decline in what I would call your way of life, or your day-to-day. What people would come to accept is their day-to-day normal, what would pass for normal. And by that, I mean, just a constant reversal where you're no longer, doing better or improving your lot in life, that it's just consistently learning to get by with less, maybe not eat as well, maybe not enjoy your free time as much. And I could see that happening. Thank you, Papa Mac. Standard of living. Those were the words I was searching for. An erosion of your standard of living, a little bit at a time.
Yeah, but I would argue that that's already been happening for a long time.
Chi-Town says, look up Roy Beck's Gumball presentation on immigration. It's a great illustration. I saw that, Chi-Town. In fact, I watched it twice. When I finished it, I thought I need to watch this again. And that was one of the most, I think it's one of the easier to understand examples that's out there today. You're right. Everyone should take the time to look that up. May says he told everyone that while they were celebrating their $2,000 COVID checks, that they would be paying that back 10 times over through inflation. And he was right. Yeah, it would appear that you were prescient in that forecast, Maze. It seems that that was the case. I think one of the biggest things that's lost when people talk about this theory about this immigration is it's not about the land. When you move millions of people into Ireland, it's not about the island. It's not about the dirt under their feet. It's the people that live there and the system, the conditions that they built. Whether that's city plumbing, city water, piped into each house, and navigable roads that are in relatively decent condition, a power grid that's consistent, reliable. All of those things are synonymous with first world living. So I would argue that when these people come, they're coming for this. They're coming to the system. They don't necessarily have any dream to live in the geographical location. It's not like Ireland screams out to them, because of the topography of the land. It's more a reflection of what their life will be like if they can get to that place. And I think that's what we're seeing. The problem with that is that what they gain is at someone else's expense. So when you have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of immigrants that go to an area completely different from where they originated from, their lives may be dramatically improved, incredibly. It may be tantamount to a paradise for them, but it comes with a price. And the price is the resources that they use are denied the people who deserve them most, the very people who help provide those, the nice streets and the sanitation and garbage pickup and all those things through years of paying taxes and working and being part of the system. So what you have is sort of a parasitic, and that sounds too derogatory. I'm gonna back that up. I shouldn't say parasite. But what you have is people who haven't contributed to the construction of a culture and an environment, who suddenly come in and decide they want to eat and drink from the bountiful table, and that comes at a cost. And that's presents enough challenges as it is. But when you really want if you really want the coup de grace, then you throw in there that those very same people do not wish to assimilate. Fancy word for they don't want to become like us. They want to come to this land of this land of bounty, the land of milk and honey, and enjoy all of the benefits from that. And oh, by the way, we want everything to be like where we came from. So then you end up with what you have today in Europe. You can end up with civil unrest and culture clashes. So it's not a good situation. I've said many times, I don't harbor any ill will towards a family from some godforsaken part of this world that doesn't have anything, and they want a better life. They want the better for their families. In fact, I think it's noble of them, and I understand it. But we don't always get what we want. Just because you want something doesn't mean you get it, and especially if someone else has to pay a price for it. So it's kind of, in my mind, it's kind of tied into this the theory of globalism, like it's all one world. We're all just one big planet. And I think we're fastly approaching a time where people are going to have to decide, do you have a right to demand that your community adheres to their historical cultural norms, or are you wrong? Do you not have the right? Should if you live in a particular place and you're accustomed to a certain way of life, should all of that be upended and turned completely upside down if just a bunch of new people move in who want to see things done differently? And I guess each person will have to decide how they feel about that. Tommy Williams says, if you want something, work for it and or build it. You are of my tribe, TW. You're of my tribe. I'm all about just work for it, build it, do it yourself. Stop looking for someone else to be the answer to your problems. Stop looking to someone else to blame your woes on. Take some ownership. Take some responsibility. Yukon says the Benner cycle says that 2023 is a great time to buy stocks. 2026 is the sell window. Well, there you have it, whatever the Benner cycle is. I noticed earlier, Tech, you wrote, did you thought that we've already experienced decades of lower standard of living, and that'll continue, but you stated that the problem is if the bottom falls out. See, that's where I would disagree with you. I don't think we're going to see a quote unquote bottom falling out, because the bottom doesn't fall out for everybody all at once, because everyone's at a different place. So what some people might see as incredibly destructive or challenging for their way in life, or they quote unquote the bottom has fallen out, across town there's somebody else where that same event really it will be a non-event for them. So I think it's an example of how broad the spectrum is of where people find themselves.
What I'm saying too is, well, one is civil unrest. We saw how there was crazy mobs when there wasn't any really like
right,
you know what I mean, a catastrophic economic event, doing tons of damage. So there's that, and then there's foreign actors. There's, I don't know.
Well, just consider when you think about those events, just think about how it's played out in the past. What have you seen in the past? And again, I would argue that it's always localized. The same nitwits that burned down Portland, Oregon, or Seattle, all that old horse shit, they did it in their own communities. When you'll catch my attention when you see them going to Martha's Vineyard. So you don't see that shit in Martha's Vineyard. Even with the immigrants, they sent immigrants to Martha's Vineyard where the rich and famous live, and their asses they didn't get to stay the weekend there. They rode them out of there with their quickness. I mean, I'm here to tell you, because that with money lies power. So again, you may have some civil unrest, and you may have a country that's in flames, but it'll be localized. And I would argue that it's the same as you've seen before. It will not be in your affluent neighborhoods. It won't allow it. It'll be your poor, underserved, the areas of the country that aren't necessarily the most prosperous to begin with. We've seen it played out time and time again. Mike says, as long as the U.S. can keep printing money, the con goes on.
Well, Papa Mac, I think my tinfoil hat is that they've been trying to print the United States into oblivion, like so that the United Nations and like the European Union can have more power in the world. That's my tinfoil hat. That there's been like that this country would have been far more prosperous over the last 20 to 50 years if we had done so many other tasks. We shot ourselves in the foot with so many foreign policy, so many domestic policy. It was like we were running with somebody trying to put a parachute behind us.
Cold afternoon, 12 o'clock in the Florida Panhandle. AMC is trading at $5.04, relatively unchanged from the opening bell, 5:05. Still bouncing around in that 2 or 3 penny tight channel there. And GameStop at $22.03. Seems to be recovering from that mudslide we had around 11:30. Easter B says, yeah, it got quiet. I have to be careful because Casey has been gracious and allowed us a little latitude. He has a strict no politics policy, and we have colored outside the lines probably more than we should have, regarding keeping peace within the chat and all of that. So sometimes I find myself, I try to police myself and honor his wishes, and it's difficult to go into in-depth conversations about the political environment and geopolitical events without getting into a tumultuous Donnybrook. Big old verbal fist fight. Nobody wins in that. I wish it weren't so. I wish we could all talk every day about all these topics and have people remain civil and perhaps from time to time agree that they're wrong or reconsider their positions. I would think that goes a long ways towards fixing problems, but that's just not the current environment we operate under. Papa Max said we should switch to religion before KC gets back.
The bottom line is everybody
Too
here
late.
has a side they're going to pick, and you got to do what you got to do for your family. So whatever way you want to do that, the only thing I ask is just do your due diligence and look at both sides.
Yeah, that's probably good advice. It's probably a good sentiment. Just try to learn as much as you can before you make your decisions. That's probably wise advice for anything in life. I guess at first blush, it seems obvious. You think, well, that's duh, but maybe it's worth repeating from time to time that before people make decisions and become entrenched in an idea and refuse to consider alternatives, that they might take some time to try to learn more about the subject. That's probably good advice. And Casey is back.
Indeed. I just got done watching a video, another perspective, like another video footage of some of the gunshots from a different location, of the gunshots from the attempted assassination. There is definitely 3 different locations it shot from that video. Because of its location, wherever that video is taken, I haven't seen the location for it yet, but it's close. So there's 1, 2, 3, and there's a series of 5 shots, followed by what I assume is a sniper shot that probably killed the shooter, which is a distinct. So there's 8 shots in total by what I would imagine is the initial shooter, and then what sounds like a sniper one single shot that has a crisp cracking sound to it. And then there's a little bit of time that passes, and then you hear one last final shot. And I remember in a lot of the other videos that I saw before in the past, you usually hear like this woman screaming in the background right when that last gunshot happens, the very last one. And I was never really sure where that last one came from, but wherever this location of this other video is from, that last gunshot is significantly closer to the location of that camera because you can hear it way clearer than you can at any of the others. And it has more of a sound like the original shooter's gun shooting, but it's closer. So, I don't know. It's very interesting to see, though. I really don't understand why we haven't heard more information from that. I feel like it's just really kind of like they're trying to sweep it under the rug and just, well, that never really happened. Why there should be like massive investigation into this stuff. I don't like it. All right.
The single first question I'd like to know, KC, is the the good guy, the counter sniper team who took out the bad guy, if he squeezed one round off, I want to know, of all those audible recordings, I want to know which one of those bang sounds is attributed to him.
Mm-hmm.
Which one, if he sent one round and it scattered the bad guy.
Let me play it.
Was that the last bullet?
Let me play this.
Not? Because theoretically it should be the very last shot, you know.
And Pirate, Trump in the Elon conversation said that the guy who took him out was 450
further away,
I think, right?
Which makes it sound like
it wasn't the guy that we saw at the rally, like the shooter on the roof. He wouldn't have been 450 yards away.
So this is the picture, or the image. I'll describe the image. It looks like the buildings that the initial shooter was on in this footage, and it's also got a black motorcycle, which I remember seeing drive away in some video footages that were released. There was this black motorcycle that was driving away, but I'm just going to play this for you so you guys can hear it here and listen. You'll hear 1, 2, 3. Then you have a series of 5 that go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you hear a cracking sound of what almost seems like maybe perhaps like a suppressed shot or something. I think that's the sniper, and then you hear a little bit more time goes by, and then you hear this one last final thud that almost sounds like the original 8, but it's closer. Here we go. It was much closer. That very last one, kind of interesting. I don't know. That's the kind of stuff I would love to. If there was a job I could ever do in the world, that would be CSI type work, criminal investigating crime scenes and stuff. That'd be fun. All right, numbers. Let's do this. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When and if you sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that passcode, you might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. And last but not least, make sure you guys are getting statements of your portfolio so you know what it is that you hold in case something should happen. And you need to get into your account, or you need to see how many shares you have available, or how many shares you have versus what's being reported to you. All that is good information to have a hard copy of. So make sure you guys are getting that. Taking a look at off exchange, normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about, 12 o'clock, 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 60.32% going through off exchange, EDGX at 7.53 for a combined total 67.85%, or about 4.85% higher than I would expect. CHX volume is 700 shares, nothing unusual about that value. And GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 2,791 shares. Taking a look at borrow fees for the day today and how many shares have been borrowed, we've only seen about 700,000 shares borrowed according to IBKR, with fees at 2.46 and rebate at 2.87. We've had IBKR reporting 700,000 shares borrowed, but we've had Ortex reporting a very similar number returned for the day today. Ortex is estimated about 646,000 shares have been returned. So very, very similar numbers. Seems like they're paying Peter to borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, or so they say. That 646,000 shares having been returned today is going to put the estimated short-term interest of the free float at 14.74. Cost to borrow ends at 2.73, averages 3.99, and max is 19.21. The total amount of shares on loan, according to GME, is sitting at 201,000 shares returned for the day. Options. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $5.50 strike. There was 6,000 contracts in volume for the day. It's now 8.4 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts is coming in at a $5 strike. There was 1.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 2.2. The market is suggesting a closing. What am I saying? Yeah, the market's suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. MMRI was 243.58 an hour ago. It's now 243.82. A little bit of an increase. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates, 0.128. It was 0.126 an hour ago. Just taking a look at some of the trends that are going on here, it looks like the U.S. dollar is making a rebound. The VIX is continuing to, for the most part, trend down. SPX is trending up, and Nikkei is consolidating on the futures. I also just read an article saying that JP Morgan is repeating that 75% of the carry trade has been completed. They have not upped their number to 100% complete yet, which means that this was an estimate on my part here on where perhaps maybe that 100% complete might occur time-based. But since it's not happened yet, that obviously will move down the road. NASDAQ is down 0.17, Dow Jones is up 0.52, and the S&P 500 is up 0.02, or 0.2 rather. We currently have 3,283 decliners to 2,216 advancers. The market's more declining this hour than it was an hour ago. The worst performing two sectors of the day today is communications, followed by consumer discretionary. Top two performing sectors, financials, followed by real estate. Of the Mag 7, 2 are green. That's where we started. We started the day, we went to 2 red, and now we're back to 2 green again. What a wild ride. Financial institutions. This is what volatility is right here. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price. We have FRC is down 16.67. NYCB is down 2.53. UBS Group is up 5.03. Schwab is up 4.4%. Morgan Stanley is up 3.14. And that's about it. Gold is currently down 0.98 and trending down. Silver is down 2.09, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 1.72. And I know it looks like it's trending upwards, and it is, but the overall longer period of time of trends here is still a downwards trend. It has not yet broken that level of resistance upwards. The U.S. dollar is currently down 0.01, but now starting to make a recovery beyond 102.46, looking at beyond what it can see. Oil is down 1.77 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.12 to 0.16 and starting to take a sharp trend down. SPY is up 0.17 and also took a little bit of a turn after it hit a top of 544, trended down a little bit, and is currently consolidating. VIX is down 7.28. It looks like it may have found a bottom around 1642, trended up a little bit, and it's consolidating currently at 1680. With futures suggesting 1668, so the numbers aren't too far apart. WM is down 0.68 and took a little bit of a dump earlier and is trending up off of that. VB is down 0.25, same thing, took a little bit of a dump, consolidating. Tesla is down 3.5, took a little bit of a dump and starting to trend up. Amazon is down 0.25, took a little bit of a dump, slightly trending up now. Cinemark is up 0.45, still taking a dump. Doge is down 2.98 and consolidating after a trend down. Bitcoin is down 2.77, consolidating after a trend down. GME is down 1.17 and took a dump and is starting to trend back up. HYMC is down 2.19 and still dumping. NCMI is down 0.25, still dumping. Hood is up 1.71, consolidating after trend down, and AMC is down 1.94 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately $400,000 more. No, less than that. $40,000 more inflow than outflow. 5.28 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 235 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 8.76 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 5 to 25. We're going to probably hit that on a 4-hour time interval. More buying pressure than selling pressure than our side, 49.67, which is pretty much smack dab in the middle. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with divergence in the vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI is at 42.44, which is below average. And on a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 35.07, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 37.3, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Will we find a bounce off of 503? We did break my lower level of support here. I know I drew this on a 30-minute time interval, so we would have to see like a continuous 30 minutes below this. But if we do break below this 503 level of support here, we could see this drop a little bit further down here. This is going to start making the 1-hour time Ichimoto look like it's a possibility that we move back down to the 480 range. If we put it on a 4-hour, 1 hour's probably a better way to look at it. I would imagine that there's probably a lot of puts that would love to close out at $5. So if we did see a retest of 493 at some point and then a bounce off of 493, it could end up being something very similar to like what we saw back here, where it's a quick test down of some level of support down below to try and close out positions. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if this was like Thursday last week. Let's see what we got here. We're on Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday, Thursday. Yep, Wednesday last week, same kind of thing. Quick rundown to try and probably close out put positions underneath 5, and then a hard rebound off that the very next day. So we could get something very similar to that today. And it would meet the expectations of barely breaking out of this green cloud here and allowing us to move back up. So yeah, that's all I got for you guys. Ain't got nothing else. Yep. Buzzman wants the big trampoline. All right. Well, we're going to get rid of this box first off. Let's draw this tramp. We're going to take a look here. 493, we're going to draw this tramp right around that point, I think. So let's give her a nice little draw. You said big. Some people don't know what's going on here. Sucks to be you. And so the story is I feel like every once in a while I have to kind of tell the story again. The story is that once upon a time I used to draw these stop signs on, or I would attempt to draw stop signs on the screen as to where I felt like perhaps maybe, if price was going to continue to fall, where a stopping point might be. And so, being the amazing engineer that I am with my expertise drawing skills, I went ahead and drew a pentagon instead of a octagon, calling it a stop sign. Obviously it was not, because I just can't draw. I suck, like really, really bad. And that I made mention about how it kind of sort of looked like a trampoline, and thus was born the big tramp. So we'll go ahead and put our big tramp there to kind of give us that bounce, perhaps off of 493, maybe a 486. Hopefully we can get a bounce off of this here. And the funny part is that whenever I did a trampoline, the stock price was always avoiding it. It didn't matter. It seemed like at all costs they would avoid my trampoline. So that's the inside joke if you've been around for a really long time on this live stream. So if by putting this here, I'm kind of blocking him from being able to get lower than 486 before the end of the day. In fact, it may stop him from being able to hit below 496. Tech says the evolution of the trampoline. That's right. It was always just a stop sign until it wasn't. Myra says articles on X stating Japan carryover is at 20 million or 20 trillion. Sorry, the statement that winding down is 75% complete is unlikely. Yeah, yeah. Let's see here. Casey, is a light options chain for the next few weeks a good sign? I always thought a loaded options chain was good for volatility. So here's the interesting part about an options chain, because I've seen some people say like, oh, you can't get a gamma ramp if there's no options chain there available in order for it to ramp off of. And I guarantee you without a shadow of a doubt that if you started seeing price start to rise, people are going to FOMO in like a bunch of mofos like crazy as soon as it starts happening, and you'll get that gamma ramp in no time at all. It'll build instantly. If you go back and you look at the history in May, when we were living through it, as this was, I'm not talking about 2021, I'm talking about just recently this year. The same thing happened then too. We had these like big, huge gamma ramps that started forming on both AMC and GME, and so I'm here to tell you that you don't have to see a gamma ramp set up in order to know that one's going to exist. It comes. If you build it, it will come.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. That's what she said.
Yeah.
And so, what I will suggest to you is that when we tend to see options light, I feel like more often than not we see some of our bigger moves when we initially see it light, and the reason for that is that the market doesn't want to have a whole bunch of options. I mean, that's how they make their money. They're making a lot of their money off these really bad derivative plays that people are making, and they're making money through premiums. And so when you see a really light options chain, what do you have to do to increase premiums to get more people to put money into options? And the answer is volatility. You got to jerk it a little. You got to kind of stimulate it. You have to.
There you go.
You have to blow on it or kind of kiss it a little. Or what am I trying to say?
That's right.
You gotta kind of push it a little, and so when it gets a little bit of a push, and then those options start popping up in there. The unfortunate thing about all this is that a lot of times, if the volatility is not big enough, it doesn't go anywhere, right? That's what she said too. So it's just, this is turning into quite the discussion here. So what I'm trying to say is that you don't need to have a built-up option gamma ramp. It'll come.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. And the lighter the options chain is, the more tendency you have for the market to let the price run so that they can try and get people to come in and start buying options.
Oh, yeah.
It was funny because when we went back, there was a tweet that I saw I don't remember. I don't even want to comment on who it was that posted. But I put a counter tweet out there and said, "What are you talking about? A gamma ramp? We don't need to tell people to go buy option contracts. Our ramp right now is bigger than it was at the time when we were looking at it. The gamma ramp this last May was bigger than the gamma ramp that we had in 2021." And I went back and I pulled up the data to prove it, to show the difference. And it was massive. It was absolutely massively different. And so I guess what I'm trying to say here is we don't need to do anything. We don't. It'll happen on its own. That's right, Hodor. Hodor? Hodor? I don't. Do we ever decide how to say that?
Hater? Is that what you say?
Hodor. Hodor? Hotter. I think it's like hotter.
Hooters?
I think it's hotter.
You think it's hotter?
I don't know. It's Hodor. How would you say it?
Hooters.
Hooter? Hooter it is. From now on, you shall be known as Hooter. Hooter and the Blowfish.
What? I keep getting these alerts. Some type of stock is moving up. I don't care about that.
Hey, he says it's Hodor. Hodor.
Oh, he's a Hodor?
Hodor. Well, why the hell didn't you spell it like that?
Exactly.
Well, nobody would be confused. Hodor. I'm going with. I just want to call you Hooter from now on.
That's right.
It's so much more fun. It's from the Game of Thrones. Oh shit! Are you the Roaring Kitty? Do we have DV? Is this DFV? I don't think DFV would be asking about light options chain unless he was trying to get me to talk about it on purpose. I tend to feel like we get more price movement when we have light weekends or light weeks.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So I'm excited about the next 4 weeks, but yeah.
Why?
They're low on options. All four. Four back-to-back weeks of quiet options that lead right into a
Let me change that. Let me go buy some.
a quad witching.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm. What were you gonna say? Something about what now? What were you saying? Anything that leads to
D's.
D's. These are the days of our lives.
Like sand through the hourglass.
I'm gonna take my blood pressure. I just ate like a big old salty plate of chips and cheese. I had taco salad. While I was on break. What'd you have, Yucca? Did you eat a hot dog?
Who?
You. Is your name Yucca? Whose name is that? It's not your name?
Yeah, you know what? You know that, Casey? What the hell is that about?
What?
Like we have nicknames. Is that a different character of yourself?
Are all of us having nicknames? Why do you call yourself Yucca?
know,
Where did that come from?
I just needed a name. I didn't want to go by my real name. Nobody can pronounce my real name, so
I go by my real name. Well, kind of, sort of.
Pronounce your name.
No.
Isn't it? Hey, Yucca. Isn't it Jorge?
Yes.
It's pronounced George.
It's Vicente.
Herd Turner.
It's Jorge, right? Jorge.
Jorge, yeah.
What? Yeah. I don't know why anybody puts in fake names.
I don't know. Are we playing games here?
Y'all just want to be trolls. That's what it is. Y'all have these like alternative lifestyles where you troll.
It's alter ego.
Yeah.
It's their alter ego. You see?
It's your
Because
safe.
you warned us already.
It's your safe. It's your safe word, so you can say
Safe
whatever you
name?
want, like without any kind of
repercussions.
Moral repercussions. Yeah.
No, it's because you warned us. People are listening. People are watching. People are taking notes.
No, you came in here before that.
I know, but I'm saying is, remember you told us that.
I know that's what you're saying now, but you came in here with this name. Yeah, so you knew already.
Yeah, quack quack. Well, that's because my son says quack quack, so
Mhm.
I thought it'd be funny.
Yeah.
It's like, it's weird, man.
Yeah, but I've told you guys my name. I don't mind that.
Yeah, well, I don't really want anybody to feel
What's
like
your
they have
name?
to tell their
Peck
name
Peck?
of it. I just think it's
My name's
interesting.
Yeah, it's quack quack.
I got one of the worst first names. Somebody in the community that's already got.
No, come on. I've heard some bad
No,
shit. Like
no,
nobody. No, no,
horrible.
no, no. Okay. The worst name you could possibly have is Richard. I feel like that's like the worst name to ever give a kid. Like you literally, your son's gonna
Well,
be
if your
called
last name is
Dick the whole time. Huh?
If your last name is Hole.
Jackson Hole.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what my blood pressure thing started beeping at me, but I'm 129/82. That's not. I don't think that's bad, is it? It doesn't seem like bad. It beeped at me. Richard says, "Thanks, Casey. I feel special now." You're welcome, Richard. Sorry, Richard. Hey, somebody's got to get it, man. Thanks for taking one for the team. We appreciate it.
At least if you named Kid Richard, he could be Big Richard.
No. But let's ask Richard a question. Did you go by Richard, or did you go by Dick? Let me ask. Did you ever get called Dick in school? Because I bet you did. How did nobody? There's no way. I don't think you ever go through life with a name like that and not have somebody in school at least one time say it. I'm betting. Richard's gonna either prove me right or prove me wrong right here.
You know what? I want to know too. I have a friend. His name is Richard, and he's gay. I wonder
Peter?
if
Oh yeah, that's rough. Peter's rough too.
I have a friend that his name is Richard, and he's gay.
See?
And I wonder if that's why he's gay because
he got made fun of a lot.
no,
It was
maybe
predestined?
Because he said, "Oh, come on, mom. Okay, fine."
So Richard, yeah, that's messed up, man. I think that's really messed up. I don't know. Like, I mean, I feel like every parent should have that expectation that, like, if you're gonna name your kid Richard, then you know what's gonna happen in school. Like, why would you do that to him? I don't know.
But what if it's Ricardo? Ricardo.
Well, he says he went. He says he
Ricardo.
went. He said he went by Rich, which is usually what I feel like most Richards do, because but then it's inevitable. The substitute teacher comes in one day, and the substitute teacher says Richard, and then whatever your last name is, right? Richard. Well, we'll go with the one that Maize and Blue just said. Richard Hole? Is there a Richard Hole in here? And then poor Rich is over there going like, oh, not again. Poor Rich. I feel bad for Rich, man. I feel your pain.
Because I have two gay names.
What's that?
I'm a Douglas Gary, which are both two very gay names.
I'm not sure if I can't understand what you're saying.
So that my
Brown.
name is Douglas Gary. That's two gay names.
Douglas Gary. Okay, I got it that time. I don't think that's not bad. That's not bad.
I mean, it could have been. The only one's worse is like Bruce.
It's like for me, I don't like my middle name. My middle name's Christopher. I get it. I understand the idea of not liking a name because you just think it sounds kind of funky to you. I get it. I'm with you on that. But Richard's different. Like that's a whole different level, Donna says, on a funny note, growing up, my mom used to say, "You're pulling a dick in front of my friends." Her brother's name was Dick and a businessman. That's the kind of shit that they have to deal with their whole lives. Their whole life, they have to deal with that. And
So they're trying to make.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just don't do that to your kids. Don't. It's not fair.
I mean, I think when you're at the hospital, the nurse should be like, no, this name is too popular.
No. Don't make the nurses do it.
No.
No. I was actually the asshole uncle. I was the asshole uncle that got one of my nephews renamed.
Ooh, what's his name now?
Well, I'm not going to say anything because this is for history to be recorded, and I'm not going to say it. But
you don't like history?
Well, no, I just don't want to oust anybody or anything here. But the thing is that my sister called me up and told me the name of one of the kids that they were having, and I told her, I said, you realize what they're going to do to him in school, right? And she's like, what are you talking about? And so I said it very slowly to her, and it didn't dawn on her originally, but when you strung it together, she's like, oh yeah, that's not good. And so they ended up they named their child an amazing, strong, awesome name. He's got a perfect name now.
Casey?
Huh.
Is that what the name? Casey?
I'll say it. Remy. Remy's his first name, and I think it's great. I love it. It's a freaking awesome. It's like Remy. It's like
horrible.
Remy. No, it's awesome, dude. It's a great name. He's got a solid name.
You know what? You know what? You can use that. You go, hey Remy, let me Remy you.
No, because they call him. I think they call him Rem for short, or I forget. They have like a nickname for him or something like that. But it's
whenever I think of Remy,
yeah,
I think of American History X. The main character's name is Remy.
Yeah,
one of the main characters.
I think it's a good, solid name.
I think of something.
I mean, if I was the uncle, I'd be calling him Remington.
That's what it's short for. That's it. It's Remington and they call him Remy for short. That's what it is. It's Remington.
Hey, Remington.
And I think it's great. I think it's a good, solid name. And I wish I could remember what the original name was, but they did good. They did a great job. They listened to me, and they were like, I got to be the jerk uncle for pointing it out. But somebody had to say it. somebody was going to.
So they're trying to push this Mpox worldwide.
What is this?
Just thought you should
The
know.
monkeypox?
Yep.
Yeah.
The health organization came out saying this is a worldwide thing now.
Mm-hmm. Chris Shaw says, sounds like a super dreamy soap opera. Or he said, Andrew says, Chris Shaw sounds like a dreamy soap opera doctor's name. It was Christopher. Chris isn't a bad name. I like Chris. Chris is a great name. In fact, my brother-in-law's name is Chris, and I think that's an awesome name. I don't like Christopher. I don't like. That's a terrible name. That's right, Richard. You're okay, my book man. You're down. I'll stick up for you here, man. If there's nobody else who's gonna, if somebody ever comes after you and they calls you send them my direction. I'm gonna be like, what the fuck is your name? We'll start. We'll pick on them. You bring them over here, Richard. You bring over calls you Dick over here, and we'll get them good. I'm on your side. It's not your fault.
You're there for Dick.
I got your back, Dick. That's so freaking messed up, Yuck. I'm over here talking about how I got his back, and you're like, you're making shit up already. What the hell?
They can eat a bag of Richards.
Yeah. Go eat a bag of Richard. What the hell, man?
It's because he's here for Dick.
Jeez, Yucca. Come on.
What'd I do?
That's messed up. We're standing up for Richard. We're gonna support him.
Stand up for you.
It's not his fault. What's that? Will Richard stand up for me? I don't care. I'm standing up for him one way or the other. It doesn't matter if he does for me or not in return. Did you guys see that somebody tried to like name their kid Hitler? And like I think the Child Protective Services came in and told them they couldn't do it.
Wait, what?
You hadn't heard about this? Hold on a second. I'm gonna see if I can find.
No, what is it?
I'm gonna try and pull the news article on this. Oh, maybe it wasn't Hitler. Maybe it was Lucifer. Yeah, New Jersey couple loses custody of son named Adolf Hitler. They literally named.
Oh shit!
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. I'm going like, what? Why would you do that? Why would you do that to your kid? That doesn't make any sense.
Now, are their last name Hitler?
No, it gets worse. Oh, I didn't even know the rest of this story. Oh, it gets worse than that. It's not even. Oh, it gets so much worse. Hold on a second. This is August 5th of 2010. A New Jersey couple loses custody of son named Adolf Hitler. Let's see. The New Jersey parents who gave their children Nazi-inspired names, including Adolf Hitler, lost custody after a state appeals court ruled that history of domestic violence puts the children at risk of abuse and neglect. Court documents show that the oldest child frequently threatens to kill people, and the mother once slipped a note to a neighbor saying she was terrified of her husband because he said he would kill her. Adolf Hitler Campbell was aged 4, and his two younger sisters, Jocelyn Aryan Nation Campbell, 3, and Hanslin Hindler Jeannie Campbell, 2, will remain in the care of the Division of the Youth and Family Services. I'm like, when I heard about that story, I was like, there's parents out there like that? Like, who would do that to their kids? That's not right.
Well,
it's so messed up. Yeah, Campbell. So messed up, man. Don't do that to your kids. Don't do that. Why would you do that to your kids? How can you like? I don't know, man. If I was a doctor,
Germany.
If I was a doctor on that, I would like go over there and I'd be like, look, you can't do this. I know you want to. Actually, I think they let you take home the birth certificate. And I think you're allowed to have some time in order to be able to name the child afterwards. You have like a couple days or something like that. So maybe the doctors weren't involved.
Maybe they didn't name it, and they're like, they never came back, and somebody did it.
In our society, they'll probably win a lawsuit for $10 million and get their kid back.
Here, in case you guys don't believe me, here's the link to the news article. It's really real. I didn't even know the other part to that story. I didn't know about the other kids' names. That's even worse. Aryan Nation. That's what you named your kid. Middle names. Wait, what was the name again? Jocelyn Aryan Nation Campbell.
It'd be funny if they were from a different race, though. That would be funny.
Oh, they are.
I mean,
They probably are.
it's not the kind of funny that you really like. I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, it's messed up funny, but it's not the kind of funny that you really want to have like something like in real life. It's more like fun to just like make fun of it because it's not really true funny.
So are they African American?
I don't know. I don't even really care.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what race they're. Naming them Adolf Hitler is not right.
I agree.
So, I'm not saying it's okay or it's funny, but you know what I mean? Like, it's so outlandish that we're even talking about this.
That's why I'm saying it's funny if it was like in a fake world where, people didn't have to deal with that their whole lives. It's funny, right? Like just to talk about it, but it's not really funny when somebody actually has to live with that, and it's like how messed up,
I agree.
Yeah. What the heck, Andrew? That's crazy. You gotta like when it comes to like naming your kids, you got to dress for success. You want your kids to be successful in life, like give them good names. Don't make it hard for them or other people. Like don't give. I'm saying
life's hard enough as it is.
Yeah.
Just for your average everyday kid, man. You
just
got
give
the
them
normal.
Cinnamon. Like why? Really?
Just give them a Jewish last name. That's all you need to do.
I can't even barely say. I couldn't say cinnamon for half of my life. I feel like until I always used to say cinnamon because it was so hard to say growing up. Let alone spelling it, I would have no clue. I'd just be like, "Hey, Cinny," yeah, because I would just, it's easier to write. Maybe I could spell it. Don't make it hard on the kids. If they want to change their name, let them change their name and let them be different. But don't make it hard on them because of you. Dino Mike says, I thought that was a stage name. There's kids out there names crazy shit like that, man.
What stage name?
Yeah.
Hey, Casey, I've got a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
You were talking last night about somebody in spy potentially hitting a certain number, 600. Who was that you mentioned that you were following on that?
500 or 600.
I think you said it was last night. You said somebody said that the spy was going to hit 600 before we saw any breaks.
Oh yeah.
And that they had changed their mind.
Yeah. Yep. What do you think it's going to hit? 600?
Well, if you remember, I was the one that was saying it was going to hit 505 and crash. So I was well off, obviously, but top ticking is not my fair share of abilities there. But anyway, I was just curious who that was that had mentioned that.
Oh, you want me to oust? You want me to oust him, huh? Is that what it is? You want to throw him on blast?
Under the bus.
Throw him on blast live on the stream here. Is that what this is? No.
What we're doing nowadays.
No, yeah, I'm probably not going to do that. But I think that there is. I think there's a lot of people out there who are feeling like this was going to hit 600. I mean, it got up to 565. It got pretty far up there.
It's not done yet.
I don't know, man.
Oh man,
volume's looking pretty shallow on it right now.
It's gonna reach 500 by the end of the year.
I don't know.
What? That's what the little birdie said.
I don't know.
So whoever's a Vikings fan just got some bad news. Their new rookie quarterback who was doing real good is out for the season.
What? Femur?
Oh, wow.
Let me guess. Femur?
I don't know. I just saw it flash by.
Achilles heel. He's got a bone spur in his ankle. That's what it is.
No, he tore his meniscus.
No. Yep. Yeah, that's not good.
Meniscus.
That sounds like it's. Hold on a second. Let me look something up real quick here. I feel like that might be more than a year.
Do they get paid for this?
Usually require surgery. They got to trim it. Meniscus looks like a little donut. It forms like an O-ring in your knee, piece of cartilage that keeps the bone from grinding together. And usually what happens, it blows out and a piece of it sticks out. I had mine done. They go in orthoscopically and trim it back. The very next day, you're able to walk again.
So a mild meniscus
he didn't
tear.
have it trimmed. He had a full repair.
It says mild meniscus tears, especially in younger people, can take 4 to 12 weeks to heal, according to a third source. And if he's going to be out the whole year, then my guess is this is much worse than just a mild tear. So
It was full repair.
yeah,
They said they wouldn't know until they got in there.
How the heck you doing?
Ultra.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll be rich one day.
Are you talking to us?
I'm not sure. UPS delivery guy?
No,
Hello?
UPS driver's talking to one of his stops.
There you go.
Flirting with somebody else, huh?
Let's see here.
Damn it.
I don't know why that popped up. Let's see here. You know, there might be a I don't know. Yeah. They'll probably have to see how he heals. When I'm not sure how this works in football. When they put him on the disabled list, are they like, and they give like an estimated time on disability? Are they allowed to make it earlier than later? Like if he heals fast?
They're put on the disabled. They're put on the disabled list. I think there's an 8-week, or a 4-week, 8-week, and then the whole season.
And if they get put on a whole season disabled list, are they allowed to come off of that?
I believe they are a little bit early. I don't know. I mean, I'm speculating. So I believe you can, though. I've seen it happen before where they take them off the disabled list.
Yeah, so that's what I was wondering, because I'm thinking I don't know the rules of football, so I'm just gonna shut up now. I don't know anything.
Yeah, I don't even watch football. I don't watch any sports. Does that make me less of a man?
No, but I feel like sometimes we get shamed about it, though, like it is, as if it is or does make you. Yeah, I think it's kind of lame, actually. It's one of the things I don't like about group men pack kind of mentality. You know, if you can't drink a beer like I can drink a beer, and if you can't watch a football game like I like to watch a football game, then we ain't friends. It's like, what the fuck? You can't have like other things you have in common that you like and still laugh together and have fun, and what the hell? What's up with that? Let's see. Numbers. We got numbers time here. Did you guys see the NFL dynamic kickoff rule? No. All right. Starting with off exchange. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange or EDGX combined. We got about 68.68% or 4.68% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 700 shares going through that exchange. GME's CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 2,891. Both of those numbers are low. Borrow fees, no change in the last couple hours. Fees are at 2.46 according to IBKR, with rebate at 2.87. Ortex is reporting 646,000 shares haven't been borrowed as of an hour ago, and is now reporting nothing. Absolutely nothing. Moving on to options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day on options has been at a $5.50 strike with 8.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 8.7. Highest amount of put volume is at a $5 strike. There was 2.2 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 2.4. Market suggesting a closing price between 5 and 5.5 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Low volume today, so not expecting to see it. Not there. We are definitely getting an upswing here on the U.S. dollar. Almost starting to look a little bit like a head and shoulder formation, inverse, and SPX seems to be slowing down a little bit. The yen is getting weaker to the dollar. VIX seems to be kind of consolidating. Bitcoin seems to be consolidating, and the Nikkei is consolidating. MMRI was 243.82 an hour ago. It's now 244.08. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.128 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 0.126. We started out the day at 0.106. We're going to go back real quick here to Ortex. An hour ago, there was 646,000 shares returned on AMC. It's now 822,000 shares having been returned. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 14.73. Cost per ends at 2.73, averages 3.99, and max 19.21. And GME's numbers right now are currently showing 208,000 shares returned so far. NASDAQ is down 0.26. Dow Jones is up 0.57. The SP 500 is up 0.18. 3,330 decliners to 2,239 advancers. The market's just barely more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. The two weakest sectors for the day today is communications, followed by consumer discretionary. The strongest two performing sectors, financials, followed by energy. Of the Mag 7, 3 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since Friday, or yesterday, I mean, rather, will get a shout out. FRC is down 16.67. UBS Group is up 5.16. Charles Schwab up 4.38. Morgan Stanley up 3.04. Gold is currently down 0.95 and consolidating after trend down. Silver is down 1.94, consolidating after trend down. Ethereum Classic is down 1.49 and slightly trending upwards and getting ready to try and break that level of resistance and would turn this into a upwards trend for sure. The US dollar is up 0.02 and trending up. Oil is down 1.11 and is trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.09 to 0.14 and trending down. SPY is down, up rather, 0.19 and is slightly trending upwards. VIX is down 8.5% and trending down. Currently at 1658 with futures at 1668, so it's just a little bit below the futures. IWM is down 0.8 and is slowly rising. VB is down 0.33, also slowly rising. Tesla is down 3.75 and on a slight uptrend. Amazon is down 0.28 and on a slight uptrend. Cinemark is up 0.45 and trending slightly down. Doge is down 2.88, consolidating. Bitcoin is down 2.87 and consolidating. GME is down 1.08 and breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. HYMC is down 2.23, trending down. NCMI is down 0.17. And it is currently consolidating after trending down. Hood is up 1.11 and trending down. AMC is down 2.44 and consolidating after a trend down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, about $500,000 more inflow than outflow. And we've got about 8.06 million share pace that we're on right now. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25, so that's looking right. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure on our side, 49.06, which is just slightly, no, that's pretty much average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side of 41.78, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side of 37.14, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than our side of 41.95, which is below average. I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. All right, what is this dynamic kick thing all about? What's that? Let's see, I'm going to have to look this up. I can already tell here. All right, hold on a second. NFL dynamic kick.
Our house smells like heaven right now. Mrs. Pirate's doing her knockoff recipe for the Olive Garden zuppa Toscana. It's simply put, potato soup. It's a slow cooker meal. She starts out by browning Italian sausage in a skillet, and all that goes in with potatoes and onions into the slow cooker. Some other little goodies, and then before the whole thing's complete, she'll put kale in there. I think it's kale or spinach, one of the two. And serve that up with garlic bread and a salad. Man, oh man.
We make a keto version of that, but instead of the potatoes, you use cauliflower, and it tastes the exact same.
Pretty good. I like cauliflower.
It's fantastic.
I don't have anything to add about the whole dynamic kick thing. I think I come across something that said they were changing the rules to the offside kick. So maybe that's what those guys were talking about.
Yeah, but the new kick is they did it in the I can't remember if it's AFL or whatever it is now, but there's another football league in the spring where your offensive and defensive players start like 10 yards away from each other on the opposite side of the field, and you have to kick the ball into like a 20-yard box, and the players aren't allowed to, or the kicking team's not allowed to move until the guy catches the ball. What they're doing is stopping the guy running 40 yards downfield and colliding into each other at full speed. So they only have 10 yards between them, and it's going to be a lot
more softening of the game. Before long, it'll be a ballet. It's just ballerinas out there.
The landing zone, it has to land in a landing zone. A landing zone is between the goal line and the 20-yard line. So basically, they have to kick it within that area. If they kick it before it, then a kick that is short of the landing zone is treated like a kickoff out of bounds, and balls spotted at the 40-yard line. Play would be blown dead as soon as the kick lands short of the landing zone. Any kick that hits the landing zone must be returned. Any kick that hits the must be returned. There is no such thing as a fair catch. You have to return it. Any kick that hits the landing zone and goes into the end zone must be returned or downed by a receiving team. If downed, then touch back to B20 yard line. Behind, I guess, the 20-yard line. Maybe is what B20 stands for. So they got to hit a zone now.
Yeah, they're getting more. They're going to get more returns than they did before. It becomes more strategic. But if you miss
So-
a 20-yard zone, it's a big penalty, and it could affect the game towards the later stages.
So how do you kick an onside kick then? Does it get rid of that?
I think you have to say beforehand that you're going to do an onside kick. So you're telegraphing that you're going to do it. And I'm not 100% sure, but I thought it was only like the fourth quarter you're allowed to do it. But I don't know. They were milling a bunch of stuff over before the season started.
I believe you would check in with the referee and tell them, hey, we're going to do an onside kick. So, but that defeats, to me, not knowing the rule too much, that defeats the surprise element.
Well, here's the deal. Like, let's say,
But outside of a team that's going to trick a team at halftime, which has happened a couple times, or in the middle of a game, most of the time, you know they're going to go for an onside kick because they're down multiple scores with little time left. They're just going to be getting more plays where they're going to be returns. It gives a couple more exciting outcomes. Or you'll have more scores on kickoffs now, but less chance of getting concussions.
Okay. All right. Well, who's ready for an end of the day run up so we can close out this day here really close to where we started at 5:15? That would be awesome.
This is the same feeling when we ran up in June of 21.
You think so?
It seemed like endless days of being around the same spot.
You say of June. Let's go back and check it out.
It's been so long ago. That's how I remember it. It felt like we were just stuck in a range for 2 months, and then all of a sudden, boom, boom, boom.
And it was at $5. I remember that.
Yeah.
Because I had bought at 6, not all of everything, but I had bought a big portion at 6 thinking there's no way it can go down much further than 6, and then it went down another $1 more, and
Yeah, it was like
you know,
502-ish.
Yeah, and I was caught off guard, and I was like, well, that sucks, but I was close, it was only $1 off. And I felt like I was able to...
And then up to the Battle of 801, and then...
Yep.
From there. But
let's put it in here.
Like I said, it just seems like it was a couple months where it's not like you felt hopeless, but you were just like bored. And I think that's their goal. Catch you off guard, and then as we know more now, we can see that they're loading up positions and closing puts and buying calls. So
let's go
sure does
back.
seem like we're about to go.
I can just use this. I'll go back to April. How far back did this get me? Here we go. I'm on a 1 hour. So this is wait a minute. Why does this not look right? Am I on the wrong ticker? What's wrong here? What am I looking at? Was this is probably the big... There's January of 21. So I guess it would have been like this time frame in here, May. Here's June. Okay, yeah, because it was June 1st and June 2nd. So this is the time frame right here that you're talking about. And we ran. This is going to show obviously different values than where we actually were at because of the whole reverse split and everything. But there was some activity in here. One of the things that I see that's kind of sticking out to me here more than anything is this exploding kittens that you see right here, which led to a decrease in price eventually that went back down to about before the ears, which is usually what it does. And then after that exploding kittens, a big old takeoff in price movement. And you can see here's another kind of an example of an exploding kitten kind of right here. The head and shoulders doesn't really happen, but you can see the kitten ears. And I guess you could just move the decimal on this, I think, in order to get the correct price. Ish. So we're looking at like 450, like right here. Between April 13th to the 27th of April, went up about $2. So I'm not sure where the consolidation period is exactly in here, based off of what you're talking about, but I would definitely say that this entire period right here feels like it's just a bunch of consolidation in one spot. You know what I mean? Like it's not. Yeah, I mean, there's like a $2 range in here, maybe even $3 for this period of time, and then after that, once we completed that portion, there's a period of time in there where we pretty much traded sideways from like March 24th, or the end portion of March, leading up to about May 13th, or middle of May. So the end of March to the middle of May, we had kind of like this $2 range that we were trading in.
That $2 range, is that adjusting for the?
Yeah, I'm only moving the decimal place to kind of get a number, but that's not exactly how it would be done. But roughly $2 range. It'd be maybe a little bit less than that.
That's what I'm saying. It just feels like we've been stuck in this spot, ready for the whistle to blow. Like we're just games waiting.
Well, and I feel like it's more than just. I feel like it's more than just AMC though. I mean, we can go over to the SPY and we can look at the SPY and see that if I take this out to a daily on the SPY, volume is rapidly declining as price is moving up. So you're seeing a lot of price movement, but the volume has been ultra super low. In fact, if I were to take this out to a much, much longer period of time, I think what you would tend to find is this is like some of the lower amounts of volume that we've seen in a long time in here. On average, when I'm pulling up the volume on here, can I separate this? I don't know if I can separate this or not, but the volume has more recently dipped and I'm on a weekly, remember, to about 155 million shares traded on a weekly basis, for maybe a little bit higher than that. It could be maybe let's just say 200 million shares traded on a weekly basis. You divide that by 5 and you get like what? 400,000 shares a day, roughly, on average. Or, I'm sorry, per week.
Well, it's definitely liquidity is drying up everywhere. It's plain to see. I mean, even in business, we have small business trying to get money from anybody or getting payments back and forth from everybody's hassle.
See, I'm putting
nobody's got the extra liquidity.
I'm putting this line right here at like the tops of some of the weeks that we've had in the near recent period of time, and you can see how almost every single period of time in the past has always been larger volume. Even, and I think this is COVID. Is this COVID? Yeah, this is COVID right here. Even during the COVID time, the amounts of volume that were occurring on a daily basis were routinely higher than where we're at right now. So we're seeing this like really big, huge liquidity vacuum where there's the whole market is seeing this liquidity just disappearing. Like there's not an ability to be able to move a whole lot of stuff. And at some point that's going to become a problem. I think the last time we were averaging 232 million shares traded in a week's period of time. Man.
Uh-oh.
What?
Guess there was a new statement put out by the president of UBS saying everything is fine.
Oh. We haven't seen volume levels like this except for literally like leading into 2008. We hadn't seen volumes like this. Everything has been since 2008. Volume has always been much, much higher than this, and we're just now starting to see volume levels that led into 2008. And so that's a big deal. I mean, we should be seeing more volume.
Well, how do options play in that? Because a lot more people now play options than they ever did before.
Yeah. What about it?
meaning people are buying less shares and buying more options because of the chance of making more money along with losing more money entices people.
Yeah, but in terms of like, how do I think that's playing out in regards to like, there being less volume being traded in the marketplace? Retail's not doing it, right? Like retail's not responsible for most of the volume on a daily basis anyways. But I don't know. I don't know if I have an answer for that. What's the difference between volume and open interest? Volume is what's being traded for the day. It could be either opening or closing of a position, whereas open interest is a position that's held open from one day to the next. It's still on the books. That's the difference. So when I come in the first thing in the morning and I say the open interest for the day is pointing towards a closing price of this by the end of the day, what I'm suggesting to you is that everything in option contracts that are open and active contracts available or out there that exist are suggesting a closing price somewhere in between a certain range, right? But if I say, and then when I go through the hourly option numbers and I'm talking about the amount of volume that's occurring for the day, that's how much those could be contracts that they're closing. It could be buying. But it's just the amount of volume that we're seeing for the day. Doesn't necessarily mean one thing or the other. And you only really find out the next day when you see if open interest is higher or lower. You tend to find out whether or not the day that happened previously in volume, if it was more buying or selling pressure in that volume.
Just wait until the inflation reaches a point to where people they can no longer contribute to their 401ks because they can't afford to save any longer. The cost of their day-to-day lives is going to will preclude them from setting some money ahead. You know, you can't save for the future if you can't even live for the day. So something between a combination of rising prices through inflation and maybe a combination of that with the erosion of the value of the dollar. Those two things combined could quickly turn into a situation where you don't have people who work 9-to-5 jobs who regularly contribute. That accounts for a huge amount of the market. That regular purchase that's automatically deducted from people's paychecks. I could see a situation developing where that segment of society says, they can call up their managers and say, I need to stop this for a while. We're having trouble making ends meet at home, and I need all my money available to me now. That could be an ugly event.
Or even taxes in general. I could just go claim like 8, have a dependent of 8, and get 0 taxes taken out, and get that money. I mean, what is the government going to do when people can't pay their taxes?
You just brought up a really interesting point that I wanted to talk about when I came back from break earlier. So thanks for saying the word taxes. It just reminded me. Is anybody in the back of the Big Tramp right now kind of a crypto aficionado at all? I'm not going to ask a real tough question. I just want to know something kind of basic. No? Okay. I guess this will go out to everybody in the chat then. If the government is responsible for buying and selling of a cryptocurrency that they're holding on to, and cryptocurrencies have fees for transactions that are government taxed fees for those transactions, who does the government pay? Is there no government transaction fee paid? Or does the government pay itself a fee for the transaction?
It'll be a way
I
to
would
second money,
imagine
just
they
like
approach it.
401ks are.
Yeah, I would imagine they would approach it the same way they do when we do the budget, when Congress assigns the budget every year, and then they apportion the money out to the military and all the other places. That money's not taxed. So if they give the Department of Defense $10 billion to operate, they don't charge them taxes on that. So the government doesn't charge itself fees for intergovernment transfer of funds. I would imagine it's viewed the same way.
So the government is getting a tax break on...
Right. Yeah. They will be immune. They will be exempt from whatever fees that, say, preacher would incur if he buys and sells. If the government's involved in that, I don't see any way where they'd have to be immune from that.
I don't know if you guys like that's hugely impactful. I mean, the more transactions that they make, the more. So they're.
Yes, it's a way to siphon the money.
Yeah.
All it is. Like I said, with a 401k.
Yeah.
All the times they transfer your money from one area to another, they take a fee. So they keep moving that money over and over. Over time, you see a growth in your account, but the amount of money that's coming out of it, you don't see, which is a huge amount.
Yeah.
Same way that crypto is going to be. It's from hand to pocket for the government.
Yeah. So, okay. All right. I just want to make sure that everybody's tracking here the same, or at least one person's tracking the way I am on this. Okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't going crazy on that, because that's that.
The only advantage to a 401k is your government match. anything over that, they're going to steal most of it from you anyways.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna go to break.
Another one?
Yep. Last one of the day.
How long is it gonna be?
Till 2:10. Maybe I come back at that time. Maybe I don't. I don't know. We'll see.
Maybe you just don't come back at
Maybe
all.
I just don't. Hey, yeah, you know, you got used to it. You want to know something very interesting? I actually had. I noticed that there were people that were unsubscribing from my YouTube while I was gone. I thought that was really interesting. I was sitting there going like, that's kind of cool.
Is it stock Twix? He hasn't been around. Haven't heard the blinker.
He hasn't been here. That's me typing.
Well, Captain Hayden, he wants it to become like a. He's desiring of an atmosphere that's more like a country club. He wants to shrink. He wants to make it a very exclusive. I'm not saying I agree with him, but he wants your stream to be very exclusive, and he wants to follow like they have on TV, where you vote somebody off the island. So every day you have to kick somebody, regardless, even if they haven't done any sort of thing wrong or
Survivor?
Run afoul of any rules. Yeah, like Survivor. Just every day you just kick somebody off at random or whatever.
Survivor.
You're the weakest link. Goodbye.
Survivor.
Survivor AMC.
Survivor
AMC.
No, I like Big.
Yeah, Survivor Big Trump. That's
Survivor Big.
He's advocating for that. I can't speak to this insanity of the idea, but that's what he's working for.
Man, what could
we got to eat dogs? It was nice knowing you guys.
That's funny. All right, I'm gonna go to break. I'm up. I'll see you guys in a bit.
What are you doing on your break, man?
You leave me here with Yucca.
Yucca, how do you not take? Do you not take breaks ever when you're at work? Do you just like work on through? Like, there's no breaks for
His
you,
whole
right?
life is a break.
Yeah, my whole life is a break, man.
Oh, okay. Well,
Working.
there you go. All right.
Your life is not a break?
No wonder. I mean, no wonder you keep saying, well, why do I need to take a break? I mean, if you lived your life where everything felt like it was always a break, you wouldn't need a break.
Break, man.
Yeah. I'm gonna go break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. I'll be back. See you in a bit.
All right, keep it tight. Well, what can we do?
Yucca, have you gone shopping yet to buy your wife a burqa when Sharia law takes over? You're gonna have to cover her up with one of those big black robes. Have you got her one yet? You got to be ready to be in compliance.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
No.
Everybody would turn into Scarface. It would just be everybody at their door shooting everybody. Ain't no way with the amount of guns we have in the United States that would happen.
That's not what they're doing in Minnesota.
What's that?
Mrs. Pirate, it sounds like knocking at a door, but she is, I would guess that she's cleaning the coffee out of the Keurig. We're too cheap to buy the little Keurig K-cups. She has the little plastic cup where we fill it up. We put regular good old-fashioned Maxwell House coffee in it. And
so wait a second.
You have to dump it out, and it's because it has, once it's wet, it's kind of sticks. You got to bang it against a garbage can to get it to release.
Yes. I see.
My counter to that, Pirate, and I know you feel the same way, is all the, how are they going to come to your house and take your guns or or do all that. There's no possible way, because the guys that they would have do that enjoy the same freedoms that we do.
Yeah, I don't put too much stock in the whole, Kamala Harris says she's going to seize the guns on day one and all that. Like Casey said, that's just a talking point. That's just red meat for their base, telling people what they want to hear. I think the bigger threat is what you see happening. I keep saying Minnesota, and all that, but the bigger threat, what you see there is they take over seats on the city council. They take over seats on your zoning board. They take over seats on your school board. They install judges. They install sheriffs. And that's where the real power lies. So you can change the culture of a city by invading, if you will, all of these little bureaucratic government offices. Each one has its own little tiny bit of power, but it becomes a much bigger force when you look at it in its totality. And then before you know it, you'll see what you have in some countries in Europe where they pass laws where women they can't go outside unless they're covered in a burqa, or girls are not allowed to drive. You pick your particular rule, but I think it's much more dangerous that it could happen like that. Dynamite says like a virus, exactly. It's a creeping poison ivy. If you're familiar with kudzu in the South, it starts out, it's just a vine. Before you know it, it covers there. It's all encompassing. And by the time it's become so entrenched, it's too late to stop it. I get accused frequently of being, melodramatic or gloom and doom, but it's happening in real time. You can look it up for yourself. It's out there. There are certain communities that have already fallen, if you will.
I'd like to sell my last remaining motorcycle, free up some money for more AMC shares, but I don't feel like dealing with the idiots, the tire kickers, the looky-loos, the aggravation of catching the phone calls. So it's also tedious.
It is tedious, huh?
My best friend, who I used to ride with, he has some friends that he still trail rides with, off in the dirt. One of those guys expressed an interest in it, but the problem is that they know I stole it at an auction, and they want to steal it from me, and that's not going to happen. I want to sell it for retail, what it's worth on the street. So that's probably the failure was mine when I initially stumbled across it and was successful. I should have kept my bragging to a minimum, and they would have never known. I probably could have positioned myself to unloaded it rather quickly, but that's not the case now. But look, man, just because I got something for free doesn't mean I should give it to you for free.
I think motorcycle would be very valuable in the future, especially if the economy goes down.
Yeah, it's the ideal bug out vehicle, man. It's got it's military spec. It's got electric start. It's got a Kickstarter as a backup, which is absolutely awesome because if the battery goes dead, you just kick it. Yeah, man, it's got the military run flat tires. Has the ability to shut the headlight and tail light off independently if you don't want somebody following you in the dark. It's a pretty exotic ride, but it's just sitting out in the garage collecting dust, and I keep thinking how it'd be nice to that'd be another $5,000 or $6,000 worth of AMC shares, but I don't have it in me to put up with the nitwits.
Yeah, marketplace or something like that. Yeah, I totally agree. You have to filter through all the bullshit.
Yeah. AMC just made a new intraday low, $4.98. Got a little hate candle there. Giving up the ghost of the $5 support. GameStop at 22.03. Seeing a similar candle. Fucking dumbass yesterday are talking about how there's no similarities between AMC and GameStop, and I like to see him explain that kind of shit that I'm looking at right now.
If there's no similarities, why the last run up when Roaring Kitty came back, why would AMC go up?
Yeah, I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, but the guy was just another in a long line of dumbasses who jumped into Papa Mac's stream and started spewing foolishness, and we placated him for a while. I thought we might bring him into the fold and help him see the light, but it would appear that I was wrong. Donkey Kong says he's a shit kicker. That's what I'm saying, Kong. It's not hard to ferret those guys out. They pop in, they're brand new, you've never heard their name before.
And immediately it's, you guys are fucked up and let me tell you why. I'm like, okay, here we go. It's a strange phenomenon. I'm not sure I'll ever get used to it. If you've been here any length of time, you would know that I don't leave my house. So I'm somewhat of a recluse. I'll see Alien, but only when I'm able to see it in my home theater. I have to say the trailers and all of that looks pretty pretty spooky. So I would imagine it's going to be a entertaining film. AMC sees some financial support from time to time. Both my sons frequent the movie theaters from time to time. So ultimately, some of our family money does end up there sooner or later. Yeah, Nan, that's what I'm saying. An alien's going to have to come visit me. Speaking of motorcycles, I can't help but notice that Harley Davidson's been in the news lately. Not for anything good either. Early in my life, I was fond of all things fast and loud. Crotch rockets, rice burners were my big thing, and as well as all the off-road vehicles. But as time wore on, I kind of made the late life change into the Harley Davidson, just kind of cruise around mode, and became a lover of those style motorcycles. The brand was already struggling. They kind of strayed away from their customer base, and and they were plagued with a number of business problems that has left them, I guess, for some might say, teetering on the edge of bankruptcy for some time now. But this latest move from their CEO to openly embrace this whole the concept of DEI and all of that sort of stuff. I guess he slept through the whole Budweiser thing. I guess he wasn't paying attention to how that worked out for Budweiser. But for whatever reason, they've chosen a similar tact, and with the predictable consequences. I guess the big ride at the Black Hills of the Dakotas. They have the annual event where all the motorcycle riders come together at Sturgis, and Harley Davidson has always had a presence there. I mean, it's almost well, it just stands to reason it's one of the biggest motorcycle events in the world, I would imagine, and they have to have a booth there, a set of tents and all that to bring out, show their latest next year's offering of motorcycles. And from what I've seen, it's been the boycott is effective. Their tent, their booth, if you will, has been a ghost land. So I can't understand it. It's like right now, probably Indian. I think Indian, the cruiser style motorcycle, Indian was brought out back. So that you have your Indian motorcycle, and that's really the two of the big V twins were those. Now Kawasaki, Yamaha, Honda, and Suzuki, the other four, many years ago, they have offered a line of what they call cruiser style motorcycles, even going so far as to trying to copy the V twin engine, whereas historically they had inline fours, which still makes up the bigger part of their market and some of their go fast motorcycles. But Yamaha come out with the cruisers, Suzuki, all four of them come out with something that was built kind of like a knockoff. It was meant to look like a Harley, sound like a Harley, but those were all viewed as for what they were, kind of wannabes. And your purist, when I say purist, the guys who are into that lifestyle of the club riders and things of that nature, they even as far as the Indians go, they kind of begrudgingly accepted the Indian riders. And there's still clubs out there to this day they frown upon Japanese motorcycles or foreign made motorcycles, if you will. But the bigger story is how the CEO of that company appears to be there's no other way to put it. It's like he's trying to destroy what remains of the company. And it's unfortunate to see. Robert was correct in pointing out I failed to mention BMW as well. The BMW has always been seen as they've kind of had their own unique market niche, even going back to the old Boxer days and all of that. The opposed engines, they attracted a certain type of rider that obviously
more like mountain.
Well, it was more. The BMWs were more like. Well, the street bikes were more like. It's because of their notoriety and their popularity in Europe, but they weren't. They didn't really get into the super bike market like Kawasaki and Yamaha and all them did until much later. But yeah, I'm at a loss as to how the captain of the ship for Harley Davidson could embark upon what he's done. It's nothing short of amazing to me. Maze and Bluetooth said Triumph is still I wouldn't argue with that, Maze. I think they're becoming a little more popular. I had one of my son's friends from ROTC showed up here not too long ago to show off his latest new acquisition. He got the little Royal Enfield, not a particularly big or powerful fast bike, but very nostalgic, kind of cool, like a throwback to the old days of maybe something that was post World War II. The most basic of styling. and that's popular right now as well.
My boss is here in Michigan. I've part of the Triumph Club, and they have a lot of younger guys stepping in. Where it's like a wave of them. It's kind of like a steampunk crowd, and
yeah.
Eclectic dudes.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves is a real big motorcycle fan, and I think his popularity has gone a long ways towards making a few of the more obscure brands popular, giving them a little more time in the limelight, if you will, a little more time in the spotlight. Yeah. BMW. I don't know if you know it or not, Robert, but a lot of people here are aware of how fond I am of all things aviation, having to do with flying. And the BMW company, the badge on the front of the cars is, people realize it looks like a reticle, or the crosshairs, if you will, and it has blue and white. But that's meant to that's an homage to their days in aircraft. That's meant to signify a propeller spinning through a blue sky with white clouds. So anytime you look at that badge on the front of a BMW car, just recognize that what you're looking at there is something kind of cool from
Do they make planes?
bygone era. What's that, Yucca?
They made planes? BMW made planes?
Yeah, they played a part in manufacturing aeronautical stuff.
Wow.
And
Rolls Royce did too, didn't they, Part?
yeah, Rolls Royce played a huge role in building engines. All of those, in fact, to this day, those engines are very sought after for the guys who do hydroplane racing, the big race boats that you see that run up and down like the Ohio River, the Miss Budweiser, and all those sort of boats. Many of those run the old Rolls Royce 12-cylinder engines. Donkey Kong said he wagers Harley Davidson sold a lot of fat boys after the Terminator movie. Movies definitely influence culture. Yeah, you're right, Kong. Movies do influence culture a lot. I talked to a gentleman who upholstered, I think they call it upholstered, for whatever reason, put new felt on my pool table. I have a beautiful pool table, and it needed new felt installed. And he come out to do that, and I visited with him. He shared with me how dramatic the change was in pool table sales when the movie came out with Tom Cruise, The Color of Money. Same way with when Top Gun come out and Navy recruitment went through the roof. There's no denying the effects that cinema has on the American culture. That's for sure.
I mean, I know that fool, he just recently bought a Vespa. That's all that I do know.
He's Scooter.
Yeah,
Our neighbor across the street owns a Yamaha dealership, and he has all manner of things in his garage, but he runs around on a little scooter, and we call him Scooter Lou. It's kind of one of our family jokes, Scooter Lou.
He bought a
Vespa.
Vespa.
Kong says Rolls-Royce makes jet engines as well. Yes, they do. They make all sorts of engines. Kong.
He recently installed speakers on it that make the sound of a Harley.
Harley, yeah.
Think it's a Harley, but it's just,
that would be a very food-like thing to do.
yeah, it's trying to trick us all.
That's some fucking shit right there.
Yeah.
And by fucking, I was listening about the old BMW engines, and they were on the Fuck Wolf. If you know what a Focke-Wulf 190 is.
German fighter.
Yeah.
Very feared Focking airplane from Focke-Wulf.
I think Brian should buy a Harley instead of trying to locate a baby alligator.
So, have you seen that they have, like, in some parts of the, looks like the South here, in some parts of the South, they have foo chicken fingers? I guess it's a chain or something.
That's his. He owns it.
You know, when my ex-wife gained a little weight, I told her chicken finger herself.
the Mexican word of the day.
It's been used.
Oh. She took it literal, huh?
You saw me on my Vespa, huh?
Yeah, I did. I saw you. Really loud speakers. It's the sound of the engine running coming out of the speakers, and I'm like, what the hell?
That was just me farting.
Oh.
The
I saw Brian.
The C-130 that's made by Lockheed that served as the basis for the gunship that I served on as a crew member. They have those have Allison engines on them. Hamilton Standard makes their propeller. It's a turboprop engine, but the engine itself is for all intents and purposes a jet engine. It just has a gearbox on it that drives those propellers. But you guys might find it interesting to know that the airplane has 4 of those on there, and each one of those is 3,700 horsepower.
Jeez,
Pirate.
Something to see when you're standing right there 2 or 3 feet away, and all 4 of them are turning and burning.
Damn.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, look in the back of the bubble. I just posted the Harley I got.
Right on. I'm always game to put eyes on a guy's new motorcycle. One of the finer pleasures in
I got
life.
about.
Nice, very nice.
Got about 2 weeks. Two weeks ago, I picked it up.
I'm looking. For those of you who can't see it, looks like he's got a Springer. He's got a Springer front end on it. Got the Fat Boy tires with spokes. Very, very, very nice. A solo seat. That's my style right there. I like the beach. You got beach bars. Not real big beach bars, but yeah, that's a beautiful bike, man.
Yeah, I picked it about 2 weeks ago. Not bad. As we were talking about Harley's, like, oh, I got to show this to the guys.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Yeah, if I was going to go down that road again, I would probably do something similar. I'm probably lean more towards a Road King, but I would do the fat tires. I'd like to have white walls on mine, and I want to do an antique paint, something reminiscent of the 50s, 1950s, like maybe a robin's egg blue, 2-tone blue and white, half the fuel tank white, half of it blue. Something like that. I want hard bags on the back, no top case, no, just a set of hard saddle bags that are color matching. No windshield. I want the wind in my face like you have, but I'd like to maybe have some real wide beach bars, kind of a hybrid between Cholo style and what you have there. But yeah, I'm a big believer in this and a lover of this Springer front end. I think it just adds an elegance to it, and it harkens back to a simpler time when things were all mechanical. Yeah, we call those a bitch pad, Foo, and I had a bitch pad for Mrs. Pirate. I like a little short, just something she could lean back against and kind of relax. Yeah. They make a removable one. You can have the bitch pad. I misspoke. The bitch pad is what she sits on, but you can have the back. You can have the little seat for her, and then a backrest, sissy bar, if you will. And then if she's not riding, you can remove those so that it looks much cleaner, like Quack Quack's bike, where it's just a solo seat.
I was going to say, Brian likes a different type of sissy bar.
Oh, yeah.
It's not what you're thinking, though. That has nothing to do with the motorcycle.
I
want
don't do motorcycles at all.
the only other thing I would take as a suitable substitute, quack quack, is I did see one they called a fireman's edition. I guess our friend Petro might be interested in, if he's not aware of it already. Harley Davidson has a fireman's edition, and it's a Road King, but as opposed to the two-tone nostalgic colors, it's what you would expect. It's fire engine red from front to back, but it has, and also with the Road King, I'm fond of the big train headlight with the bezel around it, the full bezel. But I like it when it has the two side lamps as well, so it's like the triple headlight system. Man can dream. A man can dream.
That's my first Harley, and then as soon as I pick it up, obviously the whole Harley bullshit starts, right?
Yeah, but that's a damn looking bike. I like that.
Yeah,
bike.
don't get me wrong. All this horse shit with Harley Davidson, it wouldn't stop me from buying another one. But that's because I just love the motorcycles so much. I don't care what it represents. It's like,
Correct.
I don't give a shit if somebody says, like the whole thing of you're drinking Bud Light, you must be gay. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. I can see, all I can see though is how it could hurt their brand and hurt their sales, and that's not good. That doesn't help them produce. That doesn't help them produce better and nicer motorcycles going forward. But yeah, it would never stop me from buying one or riding one.
That's kind of gay.
No, definitely not. It's okay. Yucca, you can call me gay all you want. I'm happy.
Well, look at Danny. Started drinking Bud Light, playing cornhole.
Well, when it's Danny, it's a different story. He's doing it on purpose.
Yeah, he's taking advantage. That's what it is. Where is Danny, by the way?
That's a good question.
I have had an itch I wanted to scratch for the sidecar thing. Quack quack. I've never owned one. I've owned just about everything they have. I've rode everything, but I for some reason or another, where I'm at in life, the idea of taking Diesel with me, putting him in a sidecar, I'd put maybe like an old antique fighter pilot's hat, the leather aviator's cap on him with some goggles, like antique goggles on my dog. I think it would be cool. I think you can make a lot of new friends riding around like that. So
I don't think he'd like that.
But I would want the real sidecar. I would want it all to have matching paint and all that. And they're expensive. The sidecars alone are like $30,000. So,
it has to be olive green with a big star on the side, or
they have some of those. They have some that are made reminiscent to look like. You can get them with the gun holder on the front. It looks like something straight out of World War II. Straight out of World War II. Yeah.
I do the same thing. I take food dog, put some goggles on it.
It'd be slow,
gentlemen.
Yeah, Donkey Kong's quoting a T-shirt. There's some famous T-shirts out there that on the back of the guy's shirt it reads, "If you can read this, the bitch fell off." Yeah.
What's going on today, boys?
Hey, Brandon.
Brandon.
What's going on, Brandon? Fu, good afternoon.
Hey, Casey.
Look at that.
Who else do we have that's back here that's wasn't here earlier? I don't think I ever said good morning to Petro and Quack Quack. Good morning. Afternoon, really.
Never said good morning to me.
I did too.
I did too.
I remember that.
What motorcycle they're going to buy. We're going to start a biker gang with our Moas.
You know what I wanted?
You in, Casey?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah.
A biker gang.
You know what I wanted when I was in high school? A Ninja.
I had a Ninja.
Yeah.
I had a 900 Ninja.
I want.
That's a good goal to have. That's an incredible.
No. Now I have different tastes. Now I want a street bike that's called I think it's called the Valkyrie. I think by Honda.
Valkyrie.
Honda.
Yeah, that's a Honda. That's a wannabe Harley made by Honda.
Yeah. Yep. That's it.
Hey, Casey,
that's the one.
Did you see the bubble?
Not yet. Let's see here. What do we got?
Yeah, Quack put his new scooter in there. He got himself a fine bike.
Oh, that's pretty. I like that.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think we should have a biker gang.
It doesn't look comfy
once
though.
A year. It's mandatory. You don't have to ride every weekend, but we got to get together once a year for a ride somewhere.
What's your ride distance on that? Like 150 miles tops?
I don't know. You can do 300. You can do 300
on that.
You got to be in the Iron Butt Club. You got to be in the Iron Butt Club.
All
man.
right.
Come on.
Well,
that's the seat's actually pretty comfortable. It's pretty wide.
I don't have a seasoned bottom.
Yucca's got a season.
I mean, I've only drove it 100 miles so far.
Yeah.
All this
Total,
streaming
just
is running
total.
right.
since
How
I
are
bought
you?
it.
How are you doing after? Oh, you total. Okay, that's not even a single ride. Okay.
It's nothing. Yeah. It's just a couple rides around the block a couple times.
What's your longest ride? So just a couple blocks. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
well, that's what I'm saying. I just picked it up about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
You got to break her in.
Yep. 2 weeks.
Very, very nice.
And the guys started talking about Harley, so I'm like, they probably like to see this.
Let me put it up on the
absolutely, man.
page here for everybody to
Absolutely.
be able to see, because I mean I feel like we're talking about it, but we're not showing it.
He chose well. He chose well.
I like that.
Yeah, he
Now
did
you
all.
just-
My
you
new
gotta-
baby checked off all the right boxes there.
You get a 45 to tuck under your coat, so when you shrug your shoulders, everyone can see it.
What
Do you have a
state?
patch of wild hogs?
I don't like that seat.
Yeah, I don't like the seat either, but
Oh,
everything else I like about
That's
it.
one of the best seats ever.
that's a
It's
good
nice,
seat.
big, fat, big. Yeah, that's a beautiful. That's like sitting on a recliner, man.
Yeah, actually, it's very comfortable.
Yeah,
Thing
you better
hops
believe it.
around. Oh yeah.
Well, it's okay. We can have our differences in taste.
Danny
Right.
would bolt a dildo on it and drive it around. Probably put 300
She's a
miles on
beaut.
it first.
I mean, just sitting there drinking a beer, looking at it.
Well, Danny doesn't get his own motorcycle. He rides what they call a riding bitch. He rides on the back.
Damn.
Danny's.
To the
If
sissy
he's
bar.
lucky, somebody might let. If he's lucky, Diesel might let him in the sidecar. I might let him ride in the sidecar.
Yeah,
Diesel,
sidecar.
but that's as close as he's going to come to being cool. Danny's. Fuck, I bet you Danny can't even ride a motorcycle. Get his
He
ass in
can't.
here. I bet you can't. I bet you can't
He
even ride
rides
a
a
scooter.
bicycle without a seat. That's what he does. How come he won't come in here and defend himself? That's why we talk shit about it.
Yeah. All right, you guys ready for some numbers?
Keep it tight.
Yes, sir.
All right. Taking you guys over to the other page here, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account if you sign up for that with your broker. And they provide you the ability to be able to have a secondary device logged in to get that access code. You might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary. Last but not least, make sure you're getting those statements from your portfolio or of your portfolio from your broker. In case something should happen, you'll have proof of ownership of what it is that you held for both either you or your broker for historical documentation. So do that, please. Here we go. 59.46% of our volume going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 8.27. The combined total on that 67.73%. That is about 1.73% higher than what I would expect by the end of a day. CHX volume is 800 shares. Nothing unusual going on there. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming at 3,215 shares. Taking a look at borrow fees. Looks like there's some additional shares borrowed in the last hour. We got 450,000 shares borrowed. That's going to put us at 1.15 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are currently at 2.46%. Rebates at 2.87 according to IBKR. And looking at Ortex, as of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 822,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now 1.53 million shares returned. That's going to drop the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 14.69%. The cost of borrowing is at 2.73, average is 3.99, and max is 19.21. Total amount of shares on loan for the day today is at 91.28 million shares. That's 2.47 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 430,000 of that was in closed short interest. On GameStop, the highest amount of, or the amount of shares returned for the day today is showing up at 283,000 shares. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today on AMC has been at a strike price of $5.50. That is still the case. It was 8.7 thousand contracts in volume for the day. An hour ago, it's now 9.2 thousand contracts in volume. Highest amount of put volume coming in at 3,000 contracts. It was 2.4 as of an hour ago. The market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at GME real fast, just for end of the day numbers. Highest amount of call volume for GME is at a strike price of 22. It's trading at 22.05, so it's like right there. Highest amount of put volumes also at 22. So price is stuck right at that 22 value. Moving on. Orders by Fidelity customers with AMC and GME volume being so light, I do not expect to see either on this list of 30 most heavily traded stocks based off of orders. And MMRI an hour ago was 244.18. Oh, no, 244.08, and it's now 244.04, so not really much of a change. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates yields 0.124. It was 0.126 an hour ago. Not really much of a change, but we did start out the day at 0.106, so it definitely went up. Still seeing the U.S. dollar starting to rise here. It is forming what appears to be a little bit of a perhaps inverted head and shoulders, so we might see the dollar rising soon. Perhaps within the next 2 trading days, maybe by the end of the week, we'll see that rising. If that does rise, then the market should come down in price. The SPY appears to be up for the day. VIX is down. Yen is strengthening, and the Nikkei kind of bounced off of that value that I got set up in here of, what is that, 36K? Yeah, bounced off that just a tad bit. Moving on. NASDAQ is down 0.32. Dow Jones is up 0.58, and the S&P 500 is up 0.21. We have 3,319 decliners to 2,307 advancers, and that's just slightly more advancing than it was an hour ago. But overall declining compared to the rest of the market. There's only 2 sectors that are performing poorly today, and that's communications followed by consumer discretionary. The top performing sectors are financials followed by energy. On the Mag 7, only 2 are green, and one of them is barely green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. FRC is down 16.67. NYCB is down 3.94. UBS Group is up 5.52. Charles Schwab is up 4.93, and Morgan Stanley is up 3.05. Gold is down 0.83. It looks like it's trying to break that uptrend that it was into a downtrend, but it's not quite there yet. Silver is down 1.25, but definitely breaking the downtrend into an uptrend. Ethereum Classic is down 1.61, and looks to be really trying to break this level of resistance here to get a move going back up. The U.S. dollar is now up 0.01 and starting to consolidate after a trend up. Oil is down 1.55 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.1 to 0.14 and are consolidating. And the SPY is up 0.23 consolidating. VIX is down 8.77 and is breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. At 1653, the futures are suggesting that it should be somewhere around 1653. Wow, it's unusual. IWM is down 0.69 and is slightly trending upwards. VB is down 0.18, slightly trending upwards. Tesla is down 3.64 and consolidating. Amazon is down 0.3 on a slight trend upwards. Cinemark is down 0.4 and trending down. Doge is down 3.32, consolidating. Bitcoin is down 3.47 on a downtrend. GME is down 0.9 and trending slightly up. HYMC is down 2.68. Trending down, NCMI is up 0.41, trending up. Hood is up 1.74 and consolidating after a downtrend. AMC is down 2.04 and it looks like it's trying to go out of. It started to trend down. We went into a period of consolidation. It looks like it's trying to break into an uptrend now. We have approximately $1 million more inflow than outflow, 6.94 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 356 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for 7.6 million shares traded, which is damn near about 100,000 shares less than what it was that we traded yesterday. We traded 7.7 million. So really similar pace to what we had yesterday. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure, with divergence on the vortex indicator looking like it's about to occur, and RSI is at 50.49, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 43.65, which is below average. It's slightly below average, rather. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 39.81, which is below average. On a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 51.3, which is average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the Big Tramp. We're at 5:05. In order for... Thank you. In order for Tech to get a bonus point today, we got to close at 511 or lower to get that extra bonus point.
Did you hear about those kids that were ejected from their car, the toddlers?
No.
I mean, they survived
No.
a car accident in Texas.
I did not.
They landed on the middle of the freeway in an accident.
Wow.
And then they just got up, like, I guess the dad didn't have a car seat, and there was an accident. 2 kids.
Yeah. Yeah, man. You got to have car seats for the kids.
The car rolled over.
Yep.
They got ejaculated out of the car or what?
Yeah, they got ejected. All they had on was like diapers on. They didn't even have any clothes on or anything.
The new normal.
You know, I had growing up. I one of my best friends' family had some younger kids, and they would run around, just diapers, and that was pretty much it. So it was kind of normal.
Yeah, in the back seat with no car seat or anything.
Yeah. Well, they had. I think they had a car seat, but they did run around all over the place, just diapers constantly. It was just the way it was.
Naked.
Yeah.
I didn't know what a car seat was until like the late 80s.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back to when my sister and brother were born. If my parents had car seats for them, and I don't remember it. Maybe.
I used to stand up in the passenger seat when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And put my arms around the back of the seat, and then I'd get the arm bar from mom if we stopped too quickly or whatever.
That's extra safe.
Yeah.
I had to ride in the back of a station wagon that had the suicide seat that faced rearward. I was perfectly safe back then.
Yeah, I know Brian likes to ride the stadium.
Tech, we love. I'm having Mrs. Pirate send you a overnight express mail. I'm sending you a plane ticket to my house. You need to clear your schedule and come spend the rest of the summer with me. We've got work to do. You cry all the time that you can't find a good woman, that women are hard to find, and then you tell me that motorcycles are scary and dangerous. And I'm identifying problems with you that can be addressed. So if listen, this is on my nickel. I will feed you. I will give you a place to stay. But you're going to go to my manly boot camp for at least the remainder of this summer. We're going to unfuck you.
Your balls will
this whole thing about motorcycles are death machines, and most men have never touched one. And then you say, why can't I find a girl? Well,
no, they are though. He's right, but I mean,
well, I don't dispute the fact that they're death machines. All the more reason to ride them.
Yeah.
You know, all the more reason. And a home built acrobatic aircraft with a big engine is dangerous too. But every man should have one. You know, it's the same thing with jet skis and snowmobiles. I mean,
automatic weapons.
All I'm saying is I'm offering a scholarship, if you will, to Pirates Man Camp. To Pirates Man Camp. This is all expense. You come to me, you show up to me, and I don't care how pussified you are. You show up, I will send you home a man.
Robert, no, not Richard. I thought it was Richard. Robert says free food and a place to hang out. I'm a little bitch too.
I must be since I'm always confused with tech we love, right? I'm always my voice sounds so much like it. I must be his
Robert's
evil
one
brother.
of those guys that he comes down and is like, I don't know how to ride a motorcycle, pirate. And next thing I know, I look out there, he's doing burnouts with my shit, and riding wheelies up and down the street,
jumping the shark.
Yeah, you're right, exactly. Yeah. That's not what I'm looking for here, Robert. I'm trying to help the needy, not the greedy.
Wow, that rhymes. Nice job.
We'll start out slow, Tech. We'll start out. I'm going to teach you how to start a chainsaw.
Show you how to do a push-up without bending your knees.
I'll let you use a circular saw. We'll start out slow. We're going to start out with the basics, man.
Show you what a real pull-up is, where it's
for the love of God, please tell me you can drive a stick shift. If you can't, I'm not. No judgments here. If you can't drive a stick shift, we'll start
pull-ups
with that.
are where your knuckles are facing your face and not your fingers.
Exactly. You're right. No more of these fucking umbrella drinks. No more fucking strawberry daiquiris for you, Tech. I'm gonna teach you how to drink a nice fucking single malt scotch.
Whiskey.
Maybe I'll let you have ice. Maybe if you do well on the chainsaw course, we might let you have ice with some scotch. We've got work to do, so start packing a bag and leave.
I hope you like swinging an axe.
Shit at home. Leave your hair products. Don't come down here with hair products. Leave the hair gel at home. Leave your fucking all that shit stays behind.
I hope you like swinging an axe,
T-shirt,
because you will be chopping wood.
Do you have work boots? Do you even own a pair of fucking work boots? Don't come down here in flip flops or fucking sandals or fucking any of that horse shit. If you gotta go to Tractor Supply, buy yourself a set of cheap work boots and a pair of jeans and a white T-shirt. And
you're not allowed to cry.
That's all you're gonna need.
If you cry, it adds a week onto your training.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Can you light a grill? We'll start out with the basics. Week one, I'm gonna let you I'm gonna teach you how to light. We're gonna cover all the basics. You're gonna type a charcoal grill and a gas grill. It's gonna be comprehensive, man. I'm telling you, when it's
all over,
an education that's second to none.
You're gonna know how to build a Dutch oven from scratch.
I'm just saying here, teach you how to, we're going to teach you how to take a carburetor off a push lawnmower and clean it out and put it back on.
Ooh,
I mean, anybody
I could use that
and buy a brand new lawnmower just because it doesn't start because the first year they put it away with old gas in it. So
I need that class. Can I take that course? I want that course. Can you take me through that course?
When you leave here, Tech, you're going to be as manly. It'll be like Superman made love to a Navy SEAL, and you were the result when you leave here. You probably won't even make it out. When I put you on the plane to leave Pensacola, the stewardesses are going to throw their panties at you on the plane.
You're going to be on a do not fly list by the time you leave.
You'll be a part of the Mile High Club in no time.
You're going to get on the plane to leave my town, and Hayden's going to be on the plane, and the stewardess is going to go up and say, Captain Hayden, I have to break our date tonight. There's this dude back here named Tech we love. And I'm telling you, I'm going with him this evening. You're going to be stealing girls away from Captain Hayden when it's all over with. He's going to have a dry spell, the likes of which he's never seen before. I'll leave it at that. I've said enough.
You stop wearing thongs every day.
All right, Tech. If you're brave enough, tell us right now: is it whitey tighties, boxers, or briefs?
I know. It's none of the above, but come on.
Commando.
If he doesn't type in commando, Yata, see? Now you're not going to get a scholarship. Yata.
He wears a thong.
Oh, shit.
Well, we're going to start out easy. I don't want him to become traumatized and flunk out. You know, when they leave the Navy SEALs, they ring the bell of shame, and they leave. I don't want him ringing the bell of shame. You know,
We want you
we're gonna
ringing
start him
another
out with some
bell.
light stuff. Like I'm gonna make him drive like my dually to Walmart to get beer. You know, he's going to have to learn to park a real truck. He's got to go, and he's not allowed to park way out in the back. He's going to park right up fucking close where everybody else is at in one of those little spots with my dually. And if he puts the seatbelt on, I'm going to smack him because the Walmart is just across the street.
Can I ask a question?
You don't need a seatbelt just to drive across the road.
He answered you. He's in there.
Yeah, I saw that. He said all three, if I'm honest. I warned them all. Yeah, I have two, but I mean, which one do you regularly use? That's the question.
We're going to start a GoFundMe for Tech We Love.
Pirate, real quick here. Have you seen the shoot, I'm trying to remember what it's called. The man soap. I can't remember what it's called though. It's
Squatch, Dr.
Squatch. Yeah, Dr. Squatch. Have you seen that?
I think I've seen the ads.
Where does that rank? Like if you took if you were to take this manly course that you're going to be offering, where would that Dr. Squatch fall in there? Is that girly?
I'm all about marketing. I commend them for their marketing. I think the bigger point, like at Pirates Man Camp, the first thing we teach you is that you don't need a bunch of hair care products. If you got a bar of soap, you're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
You just, you wash your face first and your butt last.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even need a dish rag.
Right.
I bet you that if you go look in the shower, Tech
body.
hold
on. You forgot something.
It's
body, face, butt. Because that way, when you come back the next time, you don't go straight to face.
Exactly.
You gotta go. Yeah, you gotta go body, face, butt. Yeah.
First thing he's going to do when it's like boot camp, when Tech shows up, I pick him up at the airport, bring him to the house before he's even allowed into Camelot. Before I even lets him in my castle, I got to go through all of his suitcases. I'm gonna have a garbage can right there, and I'm just gonna start throwing shit out like hair gel, all that. It's all going right in the garbage.
Yeah, but I'm really curious about like whether or not the Dr. Squatch soap bars itself, if that's too far or not.
No, I don't have a problem with them marketing for men. I think that's commendable. I admire the hustle of the grind on that. I haven't used their product, so I can't speak to whether or not it's a plus or a minus. But I have a bigger problem with all the products at large. Like I'm going to go ahead and kick him in the nuts. He's not here to defend himself, but fuck. I said foo. I had a Freudian slip. Fuck Preacher and his beard oil. Only a fucking fag buys beard oil, and that goes for you too, Casey.
I have beard oil. I have beard oil.
If I come to your house, I'm throwing it in the trash. I'm going to ask if I can use the bathroom, and while I'm in there, I'm going to purge your bathroom with all this gay shit. Beard oil, all that other shit is just a way to vacuum money out. If you really need to moisturize your beard, if you have any hair, and I don't, I'm bald as fuck. But if you put conditioner on your hair, just smear a little bit of that conditioner in your beard, and you're good to go.
Oh, I actually have.
Don't let me find beard oil in your.
Yeah, but hold on. Beard oil is not something you use in the shower. First off, I don't know where you're getting this.
The whole effort is an effort to moisturize your beard, and I'm just saying you don't. If you don't need it to begin with, the beard needs to be set free. Let the beard fly in its natural state. Yeah. But if you do need to butter it up with all sorts of products, the next thing you know, you're going to have people dyeing their beard or trying to cover up their gray, all of that shit. So I'm just nipping it in the bud. You don't need to moisturize your beard.
Unless your beard oil is made from the blubber that's been rendered down of a narwhal.
Well, we're skipping ahead in our class. I don't want to give Tech a false sense that he doesn't need to attend my Pirates Man course because he's heard it all here first. But week 2, we talk about pleasuring your woman, and if he's doing it right, his beard will stay moist. So again, we're getting way too ahead in my curriculum. I can't expect people to do algebra before we cover basic arithmetic. But I'm just saying we covered the whole. It all dovetails together. So
Tech,
better like
Tech, this is not character assassination. This is this. If you perceive it as that,
revival.
then it might tell you that there's a little something. You might have some things you could touch up on that could round out that manly character. And
all I'm saying, there's guys who need beard oil, and there's guys who make their wife see God. The two
Pirate is gonna
are not the
revive
same.
you.
Praise
Pirate-
every time you have sex. Yeah.
Tech, you are Lazarus. Pirate is Jesus. He's gonna revive you.
Pirate is Jesus. Somebody clip
Roll the
that.
rock back.
Please, I'll pay you. I'll write a check right now. Somebody clip that. He said, "Pirate is Jesus," and I need that on the soundboard.
look at that. They were so close to hit my trampoline there. They wanted it. They wanted it so bad, but they knew that trampoline was there and said, "Nope. We have a rule about the tramp." Unfortunate. It was a big tramp too.
32 Viper says, when you say man camp, what do you mean? Can your graduates become pregnant? No, Viper, absolutely not. This is about bringing a boy into manhood in the proper fashion. There's no shame in it. In fact, the shame falls to people who should go to Pirates Man Camp but refuse. Those are the ones who you should make fun of. Anybody who's willing to step up to the plate and take their own shortcomings and identify them and take steps to rectify those. That's to be respected.
You have to ask yourself, if you haven't harpooned a narwhal in the North Atlantic, then you need to go to Pirates Man Camp. That's all.
Exactly.
Come on.
Well, it's a comprehensive course. I can't go over the entire curriculum with you here. I'm just saying for instance, if you can't fillet a fish, you're not going to pass the class. It's just that simple. You're going to flunk out. There's some basics. You will have a basic skill set. I'm not saying I'll send you home and your work is finished. You have the rest of your life to continue to hone the knife's edge of manhood. But I will at least impart upon you the basic skills that you need to build upon.
Yeah, I'm gonna flunk right off the bat.
Tech,
I won't fillet a fish ever again.
Tech, we love. You're not gonna wear a shirt when you get done with Man Camp. You're just gonna, if it's minus 20 outside, you're just gonna throw on your jeans and walk out there without a shirt on. People are gonna be like, "What the hell?" And you'll be like, "My beard is my shirt."
We have so much to cover. I'm going to ask you to bait a hook. I'm not talking about threading a night crawler on your daddy's catfish bait hook. I'm talking about proper bait. You're going to have to take a live swim bait, whether it's a menhaden or an alewife or even a simple minnow. You're going to be taught how to properly put that on a hook that will allow it to stay lively and wiggle for a great deal of time to enhance your ability to catch fish. We've got so much to cover.
That's a poll question for you, Casey. How many men in here swim with a shirt on?
I do, but it's only because I have skin. No, I have skin cancer, dude. I have freaking skin cancer. Come on, man, cut me a break.
You're exempt. You're okay.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the skin cancer, I would not have a shirt on. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Listen, man, I'm fat and I'm proud. I don't care.
Yeah, I could care less. That's not the reason.
Hey, Pirate.
I had that cheap skin cancer shit, and I beat it, and I walk around outside. Yeah, he beats it outside.
It's not a matter of beating it. I have a rare condition. No. I have a propensity of getting skin cancer way easier than most people, and so it's not a matter of like the skin cancer just constantly if I'm just out getting sunlight, I'm screwed. So it's a matter of like making sure that I don't get sunlight, so I don't get the skin cancer.
You have too much reptilian in you.
Something.
Hey, Pirate.
I'm here. What's up?
What about beard balm?
Absolutely not. It's the same thing. If you're doing what you should be to keep your wife happy, you won't need anything for your beard. It's like a byproduct of that. It's our subtle way of giving back to you while you make her see the face of God on a regular basis. if you're
Meanwhile,
not doing these things.
meanwhile, Pirate's over there proclaiming that he is a natural source of hand lotion.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's an all, and this is a full ride tuition, as they say in the upper echelons of education. I'm offering him a full ride scholarship, all inclusive. I'll even give him a stipend, a little walking around money, so he can have something to spend in town if he gets a weekend pass to go to, if he's progressing in a manner befitting our recruits, because we have a selective process here. You think getting into Yale or Harvard is difficult? Try getting into Pirates Man Camp. We don't just let anybody stumble in here and apply.
I mean, this is a guy who gets a sandwich every day at 12 p.m. So.
I was just going to say, if you get sandwiches on the regular, I'm signing up for this class.
This is how it's done.
I can't help everybody. I can't save the world. I can only save one pussy at a time.
That should be your motto. That should be your motto.
That's our mission statement. That's our fucking mission statement here at fucking Camp Pirates. Saving the world one pussy at a time.
So not okay.
Can't ride motorcycles. They're scary. And motorcycles are scary. You could lose a toenail or something. I just had a pedicure. What happens if I put the kickstand down and it gets my toe? Yeah.
Currently, we're at $5.07, down 1.55%.
We got 15 minutes left. Should I keep going or stop? I mean, I got more. There's more. I'm just somebody say, speak up.
These are things that everyone needs to know. Thank you.
Well, I'm a giver. I'm telling you, I'm a giver. That's all what I do. I bring people together.
Danny's a taker.
Danny should be probably first in line for the pirate boot camp.
Mike keeps saying we're closing at 5:12. He's got it down. He's like, I know for a fact 5:12. Did anybody?
One of these days, man, we're gonna be in Vegas with the great meetup in the sky with our MOAS money. I'm gonna be standing at the bar with Mrs. Pirate, ordering ourselves a couple drinks.
And he's gonna get himself
turn around, and the guy's gonna walk up to me.
You're gonna have some kind of colada of some sorts. You're gonna turn around, and we're gonna be like, man camp.
Some guy's gonna walk up to me. He's gonna be about 6'6", built like fucking, a fucking monster bodybuilder with fucking giant hands. And he's going to walk up to me and be like, "Hi, I'm Tech We Love." I'm like, "Pleased to meet you." I'll be like, "Pleased to meet you, Tech."
With an umbrella in it.
Next to,
with an umbrella and a cherry.
Next to.
Fruity drink with an umbrella. Come here,
right? Yeah. I'll be standing at the bar.
I thought you said only real men.
Colada and with an extra umbrella. And I turn around there's a fucking dude who looks like a natural born fucking killer standing there. Hey, how you doing? I'm Jess. I'm like, oh,
like
I'm
a
so
sip
fucked.
of my,
I am so very fucked here.
Well, no, you can't make that voice because we know how he sounds.
Oh yeah.
I love you, Tech.
You know we love you.
Everybody takes their turn. Everybody takes their turn being the speed bag for Pirate when I'm trying to make people laugh. And today it just fell to you. Your first fucked up was when you started down the motorcycles are dangerous. When you show that kind of weakness, when you say something like that in an open forum, you're just asking for incoming fire, dude.
I thought I went back to Beetlejuice as a horror movie.
Oh.
Yeah, it could have been the genesis.
Yeah,
it might have just taken a while for that sprout to grow. Yeah.
I can't accept that's a. Hold on a second. Melissa woke up and she's down here. Hey, Melissa, what do you think? Beetlejuice is a horror movie. Yes or no? She said for a kid, maybe.
There you go.
There goes the
Jimmy
man
Cap
cards.
says, "How do you treat people you do like?" We don't know, Jimmy. We've never met anybody. We have yet to meet anybody that we like. If that happens, I'll be happy to fill you in on that. But for right now, after 3 years, it's been one asshole after another coming in.
Yeah. Straight to the whipping post.
Good friends bust each other's balls. That's how it works.
I had to come in
That's
because I never said that about Beetlejuice.
Okay.
He copped to everything else. He cops to everything else except for the Beetlejuice.
Yeah, once he said Beetlejuice was a horror movie. He's like, no, I didn't say that. That wasn't
No,
me.
I never said that. If you go back to the chat, you'll know.
Right. He doesn't have a problem that he said Beaches and Sophie's Choice are his two favorite movies. He doesn't deny that. He doesn't deny that. Just that Beetlejuice is a horror film.
I said excluding Beetlejuice. There's a lot of horror in August and September. That's what I said.
That's funny. Thank you for the clarification. That's yeah.
Because I'm not gonna take that one.
Yeah, that's beyond acceptable.
That's below the belt.
That is too far. Just too far, sir.
Right. And I get it, man. It's all right that you drink White Claw. If you drink Bartles and James wine coolers and White Claw, we're not going to judge you for that, Tech. That's okay, man. All my friends in Special Ops, all those guys in the Special Forces dudes I used to run around with, every one of those guys loved White Claw. So
That's terrible. Tech, I might be celebrating for you a little bit too early here, but it's starting to look like you're on the hairy edge of getting an extra point today.
I'm tied then.
Not an oily hairy edge.
If there's ever a day when he needs an extra point, it's today.
Would I be tied with you then? Is that
yeah, you would be tied with me if that were the case. Yeah.
He's currently splashing on some more patchouli oil.
You'll see later on today in the local news where Tex is out. He's like in a fist fight. He's gonna, as soon as the stream's over, he's gonna drive to the nearest biker bar and pick a fight with like 5 guys. He's gonna go in and just start smashing guys in the mouth, throwing beer bottles.
He's not gonna put a koozie on his drink this time. He's gonna let his beer get warm and actually drink it.
Yeah. What's wrong with putting koozies?
For the record, I do it every time. So
we're pulling an inverse Chuck Norris here.
Yeah. Alrighty, guys, it's about that time here. I gotta wrap it up in about a minute. So last comments of the day.
That's all we can do here today. We've done all the damage we can do.
Set a precedent.
Well, last piece of advice, Tech, if you do decide that you're bored and you want to whittle on a stick, make sure you sit down. Don't open your knife until you sit down. You might hurt yourself if you try to whittle standing up. And for whatever you do, don't walk around while you're whittling on a stick. That's incredibly dangerous.
Whatever happened to giving a kid a bar of soap and a knife?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Pirate, interesting thing you said that. 9th grade, I was doing a science project. I had a curved knife. I was carving, and it went through my jeans.
Oh, that answers every question.
That's a good story, though. That's a good story. That tells me there's hope for you. There's hope for you after all that. And that's a good story. If you should, even if you didn't, you should lie and tell people you cut yourself, even if it wasn't true. Just say you hit like a femoral
artery. I was just going to say that. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. There's hope for you yet, Tech.
Yeah. The knife tip broke off and it's still embedded in your skin. That's how this. Exactly. Yeah, there's so when you. Right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, it is that time of the day.
Pick up girls.
Yep.
That's a nice pickup line.
Tell them that it's on the inside of your inner thigh, and then they have to kind of push hard to feel it, but it's there, and then kind of search around a little bit for it. It's there. No. It's a little bit lower, right?
You're going to develop a limp. If he's smart, he'll develop a limp. And when they ask him, "You don't mind me asking what happened to you?" He's like, "Yeah, it's."
Got my knife.
It's a long story, but it ended up with a knife, and it got broken off, and a piece of the metal still on my leg.
Yeah, and you can tell me when to see it. Let me show it to you.
That makes sense. Yep.
All right. Well, that's fun. I will see you guys a little bit later. I'll come back here in the back of the Big Tramp in just a minute, and I'll see you guys.
I'm sure you will.
Yep. Well, guys, unfortunately, it is that time of the day, and as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that is what we're here to do, is help support AMC. And there is plenty of great movies to go see right now. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Performance reducing the stress on the shuttles and bridge Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Guess who just got back today? Them wild-eyed boys that had been away haven't changed, had much to say. But man, I still think them cats are crazy. They were asking if you were around, how you was, where you could be found. Told them you were living downtown, driving all the old men crazy. The boys are back in town, boys are back in town. I said, the boys are back in town. 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 You know that chick that used to dance a lot? Every night she'd be on the floor shaking what she'd got. Man, when I tell you she was cool, she was red hot. I mean, she was steaming. And that time over at Johnny's place, well, this chick got up and she slapped Johnny's face. Man, we just fell about the place. If that chick don't wanna know, forget her. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. I said, the boys are back in town. 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 Spread the word around. Guess who's back in town? You spread the word around. Friday night they'll be dressed to kill down at Dino's Bar and Grill. The drink will flow and blood will spill. And if the boys wanna fight, you better let them. That jukebox in the corner blasting out my favorite song. The nights are getting warmer, it won't be long till summer comes. Now that the boys are here again,